but if you're joining today by phone, we ask that you rename yourself using your first and last name. And if you need help with that, you can click the raise your hand function, which is *9 on your phone, and we'll unmute you so you can tell us your name. And it looks like we have one hand raised. From Marcus McIntosh. I'll unmute you and you can ask your question now.
I'm just trying to figure out if there's a way for me to record the meeting on my end. It's Marcus McIntosh from KCCI. Or do I have to get sent a link, or how do I get a copy of it if I can't record?
Sure. It will be posted on YouTube. So then after the meeting, you would be able to go to YouTube and view it.
Okay, under like Des Moines Zoning Board of Adjustment meeting, or?
You have to go to the city's YouTube channel and find it that way.
Thank you.
Yes, if it's not there right after the meeting, I would suggest calling the Public Information Office and they can send you the link.
I appreciate it. Thanks for your help.
Sure, you're welcome. All right, Mike Lavalle, I've allowed you to unmute yourself if you want to ask your question. All right, Vanessa, did you have a question?
Yeah, I just wasn't sure how to change my name in Zoom. Okay. I don't see that option.
It looks like you're showing up as Vanessa Moranshaw. Is that correct?
Yep.
Okay, then you're good.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome. And Will Reasoner, did you have a question?
Yes, I've had issues with my microphone. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can.
Okay, that's all I needed was to just double check that I had the settings right.
Okay. All right, now I'll have time for one more question before we start the meeting. Jonathan Schulten, you should now be able to unmute. We can't hear you if you're speaking, Jonathan Schulten.
This is Vanessa. I think you might have accidentally unmuted me again.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Jonathan, did you have a question? All right. If not, I'm going to mute you, and then Chairman Mel Pence will start the meeting.
All right, Bert, if you're good, I'll get my video set up here and we'll kick this hearing off. All right, as long as you give me rights to start my video. And it looks like I have that. Okay. All right, can you hear me okay, Bert?
Yes, we can.
Okay, all right, get focused in here a little bit. Okay, well, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mel Pence, Chairman of the City of Des Moines, the Zoning Board of Adjustment. Welcome to this meeting. This board has the power under Iowa law and the zoning ordinance of the City of Des Moines to hear and make decisions on requests for variance and exceptions from the regulations in the zoning ordinance, conditional use permit requests, as well as appeals from any decision of city staff in the administration of the zoning ordinance. The members of this board are citizens of the City of Des Moines and have been appointed to this board by the City Council. The board members are volunteers and receive no compensation for their public service. I'm going to take a minute here to introduce our board members. We have a 7-member board. Our board members are Nathan Blake, Cindy Smith, Marlis Jones, Lynn Carlson, Dave Gare, Justin Gross, and again, my name is Mel Pence, the board chair. I'll now introduce our city staff who will be assisting us today. Legal counsel to the Zoning Board of Adjustment is city employee Judy Parks Cruz, attorney. We also have Bert Drost, city planner, Eric Lundy, city planner, Jason Van Essen, city planner, Catherine Drehas, city planner, And the city's zoning enforcement officer is Sue Ann Donovan. The planning administrator is Michael Ludwig. And also our meeting moderators who are assisting us with the process for conducting our hearing here through Zoom are Tyler Hall and Glory Parks. Now I'm going to cover the meeting's procedure. For some of you, this may be your first time participating in a hearing. This hearing process basically is the same thing that we would do for the most part if we were all here in person. So first and foremost, while this is a public open meeting, it is a formal hearing. The meeting is being recorded for both audio and video. The board members have each received a copy of the agenda and the staff recommendations. The board is required to base its decision on each item based upon the criteria established by law for the type of relief sought by the applicant. The law applicable to each case has been identified in the written staff report. If the facts, as determined by this board, demonstrates that the criteria established by law for granting the relief has been satisfied, then the board must grant the requested relief. Otherwise, the board must deny the requested relief. Each item will be announced in the order that it appears on the agenda. Items listed on the consent portion of the agenda are not planned to be discussed individually, and they will be considered for approval in accordance with the recommendations in the staff report, unless the appellant does not agree to the conditions recommended by the staff, or if there's an individual present here at today's hearing, or if there is a board member that requests that the item be removed from the consent agenda so that a full discussion on the matter can occur. And I will come back to that here in a minute when we get to the consent agenda. So we won't leave anybody hanging at any time on our process here. So just giving you the background here, but we'll work through that. And again, I'll cover the consent agenda here in a moment. Okay, after an agenda item is announced, staff will first give a brief overview of the appeal. They will present any written comments that have been received prior to the hearing. Then the appellant or their representative will be allowed up to 10 minutes to present their appeal. We will then move to the public comment portion of the hearing. Anyone wanting to speak in support of, in opposition to, or to speak even in neutrality of an appeal will be allowed up to 5 minutes each to present their comments. This will be their one and only opportunity to address the board. And I will give everybody the opportunity to let them know when we're ready to receive such comments. And at the time you wish to comment, if you wish to speak, you'll have to click the raise hand icon on the participants panel in the Zoom app, or press *9 on your telephone. The meeting moderator will then know to call on you. If you are being recognized, the meeting moderator will unmute your microphone through Zoom and acknowledge that it is your turn. If you're participating over the phone, you'll then have to press *6 to unmute yourself. And again, we will help you through this process. When it's time to receive comments, we will go over this for some reminders. Also, if you plan to present any photos or documents in your presentation, if you have not already provided those to staff, part of the public record, you will need to email those to planning@dmgov.org. Again, that's planning@dmgov.org. So any documents, maps, plans, photos that, again, you would want to use as part of your presentation, if you've not already provided those to us, for the record, you'll need to email a copy of that to the city staff. Once all concerned citizens have spoken on the agenda item at hand, the board will then ask if there's any additional questions of city staff. And lastly, the applicant themselves will be given 3 more minutes for a rebuttal or other closing. All speakers are requested to begin their presentation by giving both their complete name and address. If you're here as an attorney, an architect, an engineer, or a contractor, you can give as your address your place of business. All speakers are requested to remain courteous and to focus their comments only upon those facts that demonstrate whether or not the criteria established by law has been satisfied. Comments that are not related to the established criteria will not be considered by the board. Speakers are also asked to ensure that they're respectful of time considerations, and if necessary, the board chair will limit further comments by a speaker if they exceed their time limitation. The board will then close any further public comment on the agenda item, and the board will immediately deliberate the request and will make a decision here today. Please note that it takes at least 4 affirmative votes of the 7-member board for any zoning appeal to gain approval. If your appeal is approved today, we ask that you wait until next week to contact the city's Permit and Development Center if you would need to obtain any necessary building permits. This will allow the decision of this board to be documented in the form of a decision and order. That decision and order will then be provided to our permit staff and will also be provided to you. Any appeal that is approved by the board must be implemented, constructed, or otherwise utilized within 2 years of the date of the decision of this board, or such approval shall expire. The decisions of this board can only be appealed in the district court. If you believe you've been harmed by an error made by this board, your only remedy is to seek relief through the district court within 30 days of the filing of the board's decision and order. If you believe the zoning regulations applied by this board are wrong, you may petition the city council to change those regulations for future considerations. All material written or otherwise used today as part of any presentation is a part of the permanent public record. And again, contact city staff after the hearing if you would need a copy of anything that was provided today in testimony. We also ask that you keep your microphone on mute other than when addressing the board to limit distractions during the hearing that's in progress. We ask that you refrain from using any chat or question and answer function as part of the Zoom app, as this could be construed as an ex parte communication, but it is not planned to be monitored or responded to by the board. So that basically is my preamble here today. And I just wanted to welcome everybody to our hearing here with my video. In order to keep bandwidth and connection speeds as fast as possible, I'm going to go ahead and turn off my video at this time. So I'll turn it over to Bert Drost for anything we've got on housekeeping on the agenda here.
All right. Good afternoon, Chair, members of the board. Bert Drost, planner for the City of Des Moines. I don't have any changes to today's agenda, but I will just go over the 2 items that we received or that are on the consent agenda right now. The first is item number 1 at 300 West Martin Luther King Jr. Parkway. It's an existing reception hall venue that is looking to expand within their building. So they're needing a conditional use for that. And then item number 2 is a request for a conditional use approval for a public recreation area in an F flood district. And that would allow for a use of the Des Moines River near the Scott Street or Scott Avenue Bridge for a white water course. Again, both of those are on the consent agenda. We've received comments pertaining to both, but neither would trigger the need for a full discussion today. So if there's anybody in the audience that would like to have either item number 1 or number 2 pulled, we would look to entertain that right now.
Yeah, so if there's anybody in the audience who would not be in support of this board granting approvals for the conditional use permits requested in item 1 at 300 West Martin Luther King, or item 2 in the vicinity of 1313 Southeast 1st Street on the Des Moines River, if there's anybody that would be in opposition to us granting approvals of those conditional use permits, please hit *6. On your phone to be recognized, or click the raise hand function in Zoom. And then I just want to recognize you momentarily on that. So if there's no one in opposition to granting the conditional use approvals, then we'll take a board vote on that. So Bert, do we have anybody in Zoom that is in opposition to items 1 or 2 with the raise hand function?
I do not see any.
Okay, or again, on your telephone, if anybody would be in opposition, thus granting approvals for item 1 or 2, hit *9 to be recognized. And while Bert monitors that, If there's any member of this board that would want us to fully hear these items, board members can speak now. And if no one wants us to hear that item, doesn't look like we have anybody in opposition. So we'd be looking at approving these, both items 1 and 2. They do have conditions that the applicant will have to comply with. Would there be a member of the board that would want to grant a motion to approve granting the conditional use permits as listed in item 1 and 2?
This is Marlis. I will move to grant both of those items.
All right, and would we have a second on that motion?
Nathan Blake seconds.
All right, so we've got a motion by Marlis and a second by Nathan. So we'll take a roll call vote for approval of items 1 and 2.
Nathan Blake,
Aye.
Lynn Carlson,
Aye.
Dave Gare,
Aye.
Justin Gross,
Aye.
Marlis Jones,
Aye.
Cindy Smith,
Aye.
and Mel Pins.
Aye.
Motion carries 7-0.
Okay, so for the remainder of the hearing, what we will do here now on items 3 through 12, we will hear each one of those individually. City staff will first give a brief intro, then we'll hear from the applicant, and then take comments from the public on those items. So what we'll do here is I will have staff kick us off here. Our first one is item 3. That's an amendment to a conditional use permit at looks like 204 3rd Street.
Sure. Members of the board, Bert Drost, Dave Des Moines. Item number 3 is a request to amend the conditional use permit for the existing bar at 204 3rd Street, currently known as Annie's Irish Pub. If you remember, back in May, the zoning enforcement officer had brought this item back to the board for reconsideration, at which time the board put some conditions on it limiting the number of sound permits that could be issued in any given month. But the board also put the caveat on that after November of 2020, the applicant or the business owner could reapply to revise it back to 8 sound permits per month. So the subject property is located at the northwest corner of Court Avenue and 3rd Street. It's a bar that has a large outdoor patio right up to the corner of 3rd and Court. Another photo. This is the decision and order from last May. And if you look at condition number 2, the board just put a condition on it that limited it to no more than 6 type A sound permits in any given month, but gave them the ability to apply in November or after November 27, 2020 to increase that back to the maximum number that's otherwise allowed, which is 8 per month. Here's the application that they submitted. The staff recommendation, we looked at it, and as you know, bars really haven't been operating at full capacity since May, so we don't really have a good picture of whether or not they've been less of a nuisance to the neighbor. But nonetheless, we do understand that this is in the Court Avenue Entertainment District. Hopefully the business has learned its lesson and understands that the city is watching this. So it's our hope that they will be a good neighbor and comply with the requirements now. So we have recommended approval of the request, which would allow them to increase the number of sound permits in any given month from 6 to 8. And we did recommend that the standard conditions be applied to this. Since this bar was originally approved back in 2010, it didn't have all of the conditions that we've been putting on bars as of late. So we are recommending that we use this opportunity to get those conditions applied to this bar. And they're just the standard conditions that deal with loitering, posting the manager's contact information, providing trash receptacles, etc. So now I will show you the consent map right now, and then I will flip through the many comment cards that we've received. So now would be a good time to ask me any questions if you have any.
Any questions from the board for city staff? All right. Bert, can you maybe make those just a little bigger on the screen since there's not much at the bottom? There we go. Thank you. Okay.
Chair, this is Justin Gross. I have a question for Bert.
Sure.
Bert, so from what you're saying is they've complied with what we've asked them to do. Is that right? There hasn't been any additional complaints?
No, as staff, we discussed that recently, and no, we have not received any complaints. And of course, the caveat is, like I said, bars really haven't been operating at full speed since May. So maybe it's not an accurate picture, but we're still hopeful that they will be a better player.
Thank you, Bert.
Okay. Any other questions for staff? For Bert? Okay, Bert, do you have anything else?
That's all I had. I believe there's about
Okay.
6 more cards.
Okay. Bert, kind of as you're flipping through these, there's a couple comments about motorcycles in the area or just a lot of cars on the streets. Those issues aren't necessarily germane to the applicant themselves or their proposed use. Is that correct?
That would be correct.
Okay.
All right, that's all I had.
Okay, all right. And Bert, I want to thank you for showing the schedule here because just as a reminder here, now as we take testimony, we had city staff give an introduction on the item. Now the appellant, the person asking for the appeal or the conditional use permit or the relief requested, they have the opportunity to speak first. They will be given 10 minutes to address the board. So they just need to either hit their raise hand function in Zoom or *9 on their phone. Annie's raised her hand. So we'll have staff recognize, and what you need to do is we just need your name and your address, and then you've got 10 minutes to present your reasoning for your appeal. So Annie, we'll turn it over to you.
Hi, staff. This is Annie Baldwin, 204 3rd Street, Des Moines, Iowa, 50309. On May 27th, I came to the board and the board left me with 6 noise permits compared to the normal 8. At the time, we were actually shut down for COVID. We were shut down on March 17th and reopened on June 1st. I followed all the rules. I used the 6 noise permits during the months of June through November 1st. I have not had any violations at this, or noise violations at this location since purchasing the property and bar since 2008. I haven't had any liquor violations either. I'm asking to get those extra 2 noise permits back because normal months do have 4 weekends, Friday, Saturday, you know, the weekends that we need. So 8 covers a normal month's weekend. You know, it doesn't cover when we have, you know, an extra weekend in a summer month. I'm actually not probably going to open back up for quite a while because I'm too small and it's mostly patio. So I do need those noise permits to help, you know, recoup the business that we've lost in 2020, in 2021. This has been a difficult year for all bars and restaurant owners. I've followed all the rules, the closures, the curfews, the occupancies, Several bars have been written up and I have not. And I have several businesses in Des Moines. I'm currently opening up a new breakfast restaurant in the East Village right now that'll be open in January. So I'm asking for the board to please allow us to have the 8 total per month, starting up, in 2021. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Okay, all right. Well, Annie, hang on here. We'll see if we have any questions from the board members. Any questions for Ms. Baldwin? Okay, doesn't look like we have any at this time. Annie, if we were inclined to grant your request, as Bert outlined, there would be some conditions you would have to comply with for how you operate that use in the site. Are you okay with the conditions presented by staff?
Yes.
Okay, and Bert's got them listed there. And Annie, you're also aware, as with any conditional use, if we do grant this, it's kind of like getting a license. It's your job to operate within the requirements of the license. And if you do not do that, the staff can bring this back to the board for reconsideration to revoke that conditional use permit. You're aware of that as well, correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Okay, so unless anybody has any other questions, we'll give Annie a break here. Okay, so now what we'll do is we'll move to, is there anyone that wishes to speak in support of the applicant's request for this structure of the 8 sound permits per month? If there's somebody that wishes to speak in support, they can have up to 5 minutes. And we will look to recognize them. Hit the raise hand function in Zoom or *9 on your phone to be recognized.
I do not see any.
Okay, all right, so going once, going twice, anybody wishes to speak in support, hit raise hand in Zoom or *9 on phone. All right, seeing none, would there be anybody present that wishes to speak in opposition? If you want to speak in opposition, again, hit raise hand function in Zoom or *9 on your phone. And do we see anybody there, Bert?
No, I do not see anybody.
Okay. And then just as a courtesy, if there's anybody that would have any germane information about the request or the conditions and the consideration herein, perhaps you're not in support or you're in opposition, but you have related comments to share. Anybody? Again, raise hand or *9. None? Okay. All right. The zoning enforcement officer can comment if she would need to. If she doesn't have to. Sue Ann, do you have anything you'd want to add?
Sure, members of the board, I have nothing to add. Thank you.
Okay. And board members, do we have any questions for city staff? Does not look like we do. So the appellant, usually the rebuttal is if information was presented in opposition to what you want to do through either the city or the those in opposition, you have a chance to kind of sell yourself in closing. So Annie, you can do that if you want. If you don't want to, you don't have to. So anything you want to say in closing, Annie? And do we have to recognize her again or not? No. Okay. All right. Okay, so I think we're good there. So we'll close public comment, go to board deliberation. So members of the board, any comments, thoughts, or would there be a motion from the board? And I want to remind the board members, if you do have a motion, whether it's for or against an item, please give your brief reasoning or reference anything we've got printed here that would relate to your reasoning.
Mr. Chair, this is Justin Gross. I would like to move staff recommendation because it appears that the owner has been complying with the noise ordinance and also just doing the 6 per month. And so I would move for those reasons the staff recommendation.
Okay, very well put. Would there be a second?
This is Marlis. I will second.
All right. So we've got a motion by Justin and a second by Marlis to grant the requested appeal. Those in favor, we'll take roll call.
Lynn Carlson,
Aye.
Dave Gare,
Aye.
Justin Gross,
Aye.
Marlis Jones,
Aye.
Cindy Smith,
Aye.
Nathan Blake,
Aye.
and Mel Pins.
Aye.
Motion carries 7-0.
Okay. All right. Well, Annie, I look forward to when things are back to normal, but I wish you well with getting back in action down there. Okay, that'll bring us to item 4, an appeal of administrative decision related to the premises at 351 East Pleasant View Drive. And we'll have city staff kick us off on this one.
I believe Sue Ann will be sharing her screen momentarily.
I will try to share my screen. Here we go.
Yeah, we can see it, Sue Ann.
Okay. So Chair, members of the board, this is Sue Ann Donovan. I'm the zoning enforcement officer for the city of Des Moines. And we're here to discuss 351 East Pleasant View Drive. And notice went out October 12th of 2020 that stated in part that there was a prohibited home business, which is not a principal or accessory allowed use in an N3B zoning district. And there were at the time an inoperable, unsafe, or unlicensed vehicle component parts, miscellaneous junk and debris was stored outside on a residential structure. Here is your area map showing the location of the property. Also indicates what the zoning is. Here's a picture taken of the structure, and you can sort of see a yellow indication of a backhoe on the property. Here's a little better vision of the yellow backhoe. Here's the driveway. You can see it's kind of steep and sits up off of the street. Here is a copy of the application form. It was filed by William M. Reesner. He's an attorney for the title holders, appealing the determination. He is citing several code sections. One is the right to the Board of Adjustment to hear the case, the right of appeal, application filing. So that's what brings us to the board this morning. Here is a copy of the letter from Mr. Reesner dated October 21st, 2020, stating out the appeal. At this point, he's saying the basis of the appeal is that it was misapplied. There are no zoning violations, and it does not appear to apply because there is no prohibited home business. And the equipment is for personal use and being used at the property. Here's a copy of the notice that went out. It was dated 10/12 of 2020. Inspection was completed 9/16 of 2020. This was sent by a zoning enforcement inspector, Jesse Torres, and he is citing in section 134-2.2.5F that the primary use is residential as an N3B district. And with that, it is allowed to have accessory uses as allowed at that property. And upon his inspection and his pictures, at that point, he had determined that they were operating a home business of some sort of contractor and storing their equipment on a residential zone. They also had outdoor storage of, at one point, at this point, I believe it was an unlicensed vehicle. And then there were also component parts and miscellaneous junk and debris was stored on their property. This is the notice that was appealed from. Here's a better picture of the backhoe that was located on the property on September 16th of 2020. In response to the attorney's letter from Will Reasoner on October 22nd, I wrote him back and said in part, at that point, the application was incomplete. So we were telling him we couldn't accept it and put it on a agenda item. And also pointed out that even if they were not running a home business or a contractor's business out of the house, that storage of a contractor's equipment, the backhoe, the dump truck were not allowed in an N3B zone pursuant to code sections 134-2.2.5F and what is allowed in the principal use table at 134-3.3.1.1. The use table is what sets out what would be appropriate uses in each of the zoning districts in the city. We did agree to let him do certain things at this point, but the options were not accepted, and so we are here today. The analysis of 351 East Pleasant View Drive, the photos depict a commercial dump truck, commercial backhoe, storage of construction equipment, cones, pallets of blocks, commercial truck tires, which are not usual and customary in a residential zoning district. Equipment of this nature are to be stored in zoning districts that are allowed for business use, operation of contractor storage. Contractor storage as a use is not allowed in N3B. Although the code may not specifically say contractor or contractor's business, that is a common term or phrase that we use when we talk about what a use is for a contractor. This would have been a picture of the unplated car taken September 16th, 2020. I do not have any idea that it is not plated at this point. I have not seen any information that would lead me to believe that is still stored as an unplated car on that property. So that may not be a remaining issue for us. You can see the nose of the dump truck parked in the driveway on the other side of the car. We find pallets with bricks and blocks stored on them, as well as other miscellaneous junk. And that was taken September 16th of 2020 by Jesse Torres. Again, more junk and debris stored outside the completely enclosed buildings. Here we have stacked lumber, stacked tires, looks like bricks and blocks and some other things that would indicate a business use or just illegal outside storage of junk and debris on a residential lot. Again, here's more junk and debris and a portable diesel tank that is stored outside on that property. They have storage of stones and bricks. Here's the backhoe taken September 16th of 2020. Again, September 16th of 2020, we have bricks and pallets and roofing, leftover roofing material and other miscellaneous junk and debris. 9/16/2020, we have used lumber, wire, some other materials stacked outside. Again, this is a repeat picture of the tires. 9/16/2020, another picture of the dump truck. 9/16/2020, we have wire, piping, other junk and debris stored outside on the property. Here we have a picture taken December 14th of 2020 that shows the backhoe remains on the property. We did not go onto the property far enough to see if the dump truck was still there, but we are under the impression that it is still there. Here's the staff report that's in front of you. Talks about the residential use, and it references the two notices that they were given, one from Jesse and one from myself, indicating that the use was not an appropriate use in a residential, what's now an N district. Staff recommendation is to uphold and find that the material should not be contractors' equipment, specifically the dump truck, the backhoe, and any materials used should be stored within a completely enclosed building or properly stored for future use if they're used on the property. Here is your comment card map. We didn't receive any comments. So that concludes my portion of the hearing. And then I'm sure, yes, Will Reasoner will want to talk also. So if you have any questions for me, this will be the time you can ask questions now.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Sue Ann. Board members, do we have any questions for Sue Ann Donovan?
Sue Ann, this is Lynn Carlson. Did this come to the attention of the board or to you from a complaint or from driving by, or how did that come to your attention?
I don't have that in front of me, but I would assume it was, I know it was the complaint. The complaint came in to NID for junk and debris. The neighborhood inspector went out there, took the pictures, believed it to be indicative of an illegal home occupation because of the dump truck backhoe and the amount of construction related materials that were stored outside, turned it over to Jesse Torres, the zoning enforcement officer or zoning inspector, who then looked at the pictures and determined that he felt it was a home occupation and sent the notice of violation out that way.
Thank you.
Other questions for Sue Ann? Hey, Sue Ann, this is Mel Pins here. It would appear based on your testimony that we might actually have some layered issues here. Your testimony would indicate that you believe that the equipment and vehicles and materials or junk are related to contractors' storage, which would be illegal in this zoning district. But even if there was not a business contractor activity here, would not the presence of these materials, the way they're deposited on the site, still constitute a nuisance, even if these were just personal things?
Yes, it could have been handled, it could have been, and still could be, handled under Chapter 42 for illegal storage of junk and debris on the property, and we would process it through that avenue. Since it was already on the notice and an appeal was filed to come here, it was my opinion that we should just have the hearing. The board could either direct the removal under 134, because it is still illegal under 134 to store junk and debris outside a completely enclosed building, or refer that back over to not deal with it, and then we would take it up under Chapter 42. The main thing at issue, in my opinion, is whether or not the board is going to agree to allow a dump truck and a backhoe to be customary and incidental to a residential use, and allow those contractors' equipment to be stored either as an accessory use or a home occupation use. I don't believe that we want our neighborhoods to be turned into storage sites for large contractors' equipment.
I understand. And so, Ann, to put things in perspective, there's sometimes that people will say, well, this is my personal thing, so I'm not doing a contractor business, get out of my hair. But let's say I had an antique tractor, which I might, and it's operable, and I keep it in my backyard. It's operable. I take it to antique shows. So long as that is only for my personal use and I do not use it in the form of any business, then I would be allowed to have that, correct?
I probably would tell you to store it in a completely enclosed building.
Okay, and that'd be the smart thing to do. But even if I had something that was personal in nature, let's say an antique truck, if it was operable and licensed, but if I use that truck for anything related to a business, then if I'm in for a penny, I'm in for a pound. So I wouldn't be able to say, oh, it's my personal thing and for my personal use on the property or my personal enjoyment. If I then turned around and was using it for work practices, then it would still constitute no. If it's used for commercial or contractor work, it can't be on the property. Is that correct?
If you were a contractor or a business of some sort, say you put on siding.
Yep.
And you had a work truck that you drove home and,
yep.
And you came in and got approval for an office for a siding company, then that would be an appropriate use and storage of that truck. Now,
okay.
If you took that truck and you had a siding business and in the backyard, you stored product and material for your siding business, that would not be an allowed use in a neighborhood district.
Right. Okay. All right. I understand. So yeah, so sometimes one's related to others, and then we have many layers, and then this is where we've got issues apparently with you. Okay. All right. Any other questions for Sue Ann? Okay, so the way this works, Sue Ann was able to provide kind of the initial concern from the city's perspective. So now we give 10 minutes for the appellant in essence, or their representative, to make their presentation. And then within their allotted time, if we have any questions thereafter, we'll ask those. So they've got up to 10 minutes. And I think, will Mr. Reasoner be recognized here?
I believe I'm connected. Have I been officially recognized yet?
Okay, all right. So I'll just say, all right, the applicant or representative of the applicant who would like to speak, hit the raise hand sign on Zoom. And you probably have.
Yeah, he's able to speak now.
All right, go ahead, sir. We just need your name and address.
Thank you. Will Reasoner. I'm at the Dickinson Law Firm. The address is 699 Walnut Street, Suite 1600. In Des Moines, 50309. And I represent Maria Facundo and Nate Valin, who are owners of the real property at issue today. What's up on your screen right now is a packet of some materials that I presented to Bert and Sue that they graciously compiled for me. So I'll ask them to essentially share the screen that contains my presentation. Now, I guess I want to start off by pointing out that Ms. Donovan just noted that, essentially a factor in determining whether storage is allowed in a certain residential neighborhood depends on many different factors. Some of it could depend on whether it's used in connection with the business or not. So there's not always a black and white answer to essentially whether you can keep that antique tractor in your backyard. It just depends. And so I think it's necessary that we actually take a look at what the code sections and specific violations are in this October 12th notice. And so if you look at the Bert or Sue, whoever's controlling, could you go back? Sue, could you go back? So if you can see on the screen, the first violation that we're looking at here is for section, it's 134-2.2.5F. Which is essentially the designation of the district. Then it lists the principal use table and the accessory uses that are allowed. The specific violation is upon inspection, there was found to be a prohibited home business contractor storage, which is not a principal or accessory use allowed in N3B zoning district. So I guess what we have to do to determine whether or not there was a violation, we have to know what a prohibited home business is. So Sue, if you could go forward now, that'd be great.
And when you do that, everybody's screen might be a little different, but staff, could you enlarge that just a little? As long as it doesn't cut off anything, thank you.
So this section that is it's a screenshot from the zoning code. Again, this is just the designation of the N3B district that we have here. So this section doesn't actually provide any guidance or authority relating to a home business or contractor storage. So we have to keep looking at what the uses are. If you could go to the next page. First thing to always look at in when reading codes is look at definitions. So the zoning code does contain definitions. One of them is for home occupation, which is an accessory use of a household unit for business or commercial purposes. So here we know a home occupation has got to be related to business or commercial purposes. If you could go to the next page. Looking at the allowable principal uses in an N3B district, the only use category that I can see on this table that relates at all to a home business would be an office, business, or professional. So it's that first line. That's not allowed in an N3B district. But if you look at the reference on the far right, that takes you to code section 134-3.5.13. And if we could go to the next slide. That code section is copied here. And it looks like the picture's got a little fuzzy here, but reading the section, it's clear. First of all, the office would be under a commercial use category, which includes a business service involved in selling, leasing, or renting merchandise to the public. So if you're looking at that use category, it's got to be connected with some commercial purpose. If we could go to the next slide. This would be where the accessory uses are found. The description of a home occupation as an accessory use is a business activity or profession conducted on the property. So again, we're looking at whether there's commercial use, business use here. If you could go to the next slide. And I don't know the best way to go about it, but Mr. Valin is also on this call, and he can speak and provide some evidence if the board would like it. But I can summarize what he would say. He does not operate a business at all out of his home. Mr. Valin's using the equipment, the dump truck and the backhoe. It's used by him. It's owned by him, used for improving his land and improving his residence. Mr. Valin does not sell, lease, or rent any goods or services to the public, does not rent out that machinery. It's just equipment that he's using to improve his property. There's no commercial or business purpose to the fact that the equipment's on the property. And if you look at this slide that's up right now, again, the specific violation, the first specific violation is alleged to be a home business. There's no evidence in the record other than the city's speculation that there's a home business because there's equipment there. There's no evidence in the record to support that there is in fact a business. I think it might be most beneficial for me to proceed, and I can have Mr. Valin speak, I guess, at the very end to provide, the more evidence. You can hear it directly from him that he's not operating a home business.
Mr. Reasoner, you've got about 4 minutes left before we get to questions. So I will let you decide what time you want to use.
Thank you. And I guess on that last slide, I do want to point out contractor storage. Ms. Donovan noted it. The contractor storage is not a phrase used in the zoning code at all. So I guess that's something to keep in mind. We have to look at what the definition of home business is. The next violation that the city notes is that there's an inoperable, unsafe, or unlicensed vehicle, vehicular component parts, or miscellaneous junk or debris stored outside. And it cites to section 134-3.9.6G. So if we can go to the next slide. That section prohibits outdoor storage of certain types. Subsection G, no person shall park, place, keep, or store, permit parking or storage of stock car, racing car, inoperable or unsafe vehicle, vehicular component parts, or miscellaneous junk or debris on the land. So the key words here are inoperable, unsafe vehicle, vehicular component parts, and miscellaneous junk. If we go to the next slide, looking again at the definition section in the zoning code. An inoperable vehicle is a motor vehicle that requires registration and is lacking registration, or an inoperable vehicle is a vehicle that's missing a component part. None of those are applicable here. Mr. Valin will speak to that the equipment at issue either doesn't require registration or it's not lacking a component part. And then an unsafe vehicle is defined as a vehicle that, you know, meets one of those 5 subcategories. The equipment here is not missing a windshield or has any broken glass. The equipment isn't missing a fender, door hood. It's not the habitat for rats or mice. It's not on blocks or jacks. And it doesn't constitute a threat to public health, safety, or welfare. So under the zoning code's own definition, the equipment here is not inoperable or unsafe. It's not component parts. And so for that reason, the city's specific citation for a violation does not apply here as well. Is there time for Mr. Valin to, I guess, reiterate what I've just said in terms of the facts here, Mr. Chair?
Well, if he would like to speak in support of the position you've provided, we can give him 5 minutes at that time. Okay. But since you've made the 90% of the presentation here, unless he'd like to speak within about a minute, I would say let's wait and let him add his weight in after we ask you a few questions.
Yeah, let's do that. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Board members, do we have any questions for Mr. Reesner? As everybody warms up here, they may or may not. I've got a couple notes here, Will. So you said that Mr. Valin, which I assume is Nate of the Maria and Nate at the site, if he or they are not contractors, are you aware of how they are employed or what income they have or what job or career field they work in?
I'll let Nate speak to that.
That's fine.
Yeah.
If he would so choose to, when he gives a little testimony. But Mr. Reesner, you had stated that he's using the backhoe to improve his personal property, correct?
Correct. Well,
okay,
to improve the real property.
Yeah, to improve the real property, which he owns there at that address. So usually if somebody's got an excavator on site, they're going to try to get some work done. And what they're going to need to do, let's say he wanted to dig a basement and build a addition to his house or build a double car garage or install a new water line, or even plant some trees with an excavator. For any of those activities, he would either need to obtain a building or construction permit or a grading permit from the city, or at a minimum, call Iowa One Call. To the best of your knowledge, has your client applied for any permits to improve his real estate within the last year?
First of all, I agree with the general premise of what you said there, that a permit or some other call would be required. I'll let Nate confirm, but to my knowledge, no permits have been requested within the last year. However, that does not mean that work is not being done.
Sure.
I mean, there's still plenty to do other than building a basement or installing a water line. But okay. I agree with you that to the extent that some activity would need a permit, that a permit would be required regardless of whether he's operating a home business or not. I agree with that premise.
Sure. Has your client shared with you any ideas, plans, or what he'd like to do to improve his property, which would require an excavator and a dump truck?
Yes, and again, I'll let Nate confirm, but my general understanding is that he wants to grade some of the land back behind the house in the backyard area. I believe he also wants to fix some foundation areas, specifically around front steps. And again, I'll let Nate confirm what else he has planned, but those are the ideas that I understand.
Okay, all right, thank you, Will. Any other questions from the board for Will? Okay, all right, seeing none, thank you for your presentation. So what we'll do here now is we will switch to, is there anybody that wishes to speak in support of the applicant's request? And we would do this, again, either hit the raise hand function in Zoom or hit *9 on your phone to be recognized.
I don't see any. Okay, there's one.
Yep.
There's a phone number 515-314-4420. You can press *6 to unmute yourself, and then I'll ask that you give your name so I can rename you.
Yes. So the person with that number hits *6 on your phone, and then we need your complete name and address. And you've got up to 5 minutes.
All right. You're now able to speak. What's your name, please?
And maybe that person needs to hit *6 again. Perhaps they kind of remuted themselves.
They're unmuted.
Okay.
Okay, I guess we'll move to Indira Shoemaker. Indira, you can now unmute yourself.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
My name is Indira Shoemaker. My address is 2908 51st Street. I want to speak in support. I want to point out a couple of things here that I believe in this hearing it is very important that we are dealing with the laws that are in question in this specific hearing. And I've heard a lot of questions about what other potential laws could be broken. There was a discussion about 2 different codes that this could be heard under, like a 40-something code and a 30-something code. But that we need to acknowledge that we're only dealing with one of those in this specific hearing. And I would also like to point out that the city does not have evidence of a home business being run out of this location, which is the code in question that is being heard right now. And that the applicant is also supporting that there is not a home business in operation at this location. And so since the hearing is about a violation about having a home business in a zoning area where that's not allowed, and there is no evidence of that fact, and the applicant is claiming that that is not the fact, that should be the decision-making point in this hearing. So I'm speaking in support of the applicant's position. Sure. Because I haven't heard any evidence or seen any evidence that there's a home business being held out of this location. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you for your comments. Okay, do we have anybody else that wishes to speak in support of the applicant's request? And I hear some phone noise, unless that was Indira departing. Do we have another person on the line here, Bert?
Well, that phone number is still showing that they should be able to speak.
And Bert, I'm going to ask a favor of you and Mr. Reasoner. If you would repeat that phone number, if Mr. Reasoner is aware, is that the phone number for Nate? Is that the person we're trying to talk with?
Yeah, it's 515-314-4240.
Yes, Mr. Chair, that's.
Hello.
Yeah.
Okay, I think I heard him.
Hello, are we online?
Yes.
Okay.
Who
my
are
name
we
is
speaking
Nate
with?
Valin.
Okay.
This is Nate Valin.
All right, Nate,
Maria
what's your
Pepito.
address?
Our address is 351 East Pleasant View Drive, Des Moines, 50315.
Okay, great. Well, you've got up to 5 minutes here to, you've heard what your attorney has represented on your behalf, as well as some concerns from the city and some questions. So if you'd like to tell us your thoughts here, we would be happy to hear them.
Yes, thank you. Maria and I moved here in July of 2017. Shortly thereafter, we did purchase this backhoe and a dump truck. The house is on an acre lot. It was built in 1915. It was, I believe, one of the first homes on them in this area, this neighborhood. We purchased the machinery basically for the freedom to do work on the property at our convenience, so we wouldn't be confined to, having to rent, schedule equipment, hire contractors to do work. I'm a carpenter. Maria is employed as a nurse. The first thing we did with the machinery was clear a lot of overgrown trees along the, basically cleared the lot lines of a lot of overgrown trees and basically nuisance plant material, just to clear the lot and make it more pleasing and useful, especially for gardening purposes. There's a lot of trees on the lot. We have some really beautiful bur oak trees on our front and side of the property, but we're just clearing, a lot of unwanted and overgrown, unhealthy trees. We've used it to assist us in gardening. Try to have like I said, we have a pretty large lot, so moving earth and fertilizer for that purpose. As far as future use, what we'd like to do is there's a pretty thick concrete patio that abuts to the house. It's in poor condition. We'd like to remove that to make room for a deck. We would like to do some grading to prevent further flow of water towards the house. There's a solid set of concrete steps that lead up to our front porch that certainly do not meet code specifications. I'd say the first step is about 4 inches and the next step is about 12 inches. So we'd like to remove and replace that. We live on someone made an attempt to put a retaining wall along our west lot line beyond our garage. And all that simply was concrete cinder blocks stacked on top of one another with no mortar or reinforcing. So we have material to replace that retaining wall. As far as other what's considered to be debris on the lot is actually material that we got from the Columbus Park shelter renovation. We talked with the contractor there, and he said it's very useful material for cheap retaining walls. So we had that delivered to the site. We have not had a chance to remove the failing retaining walls that we like to replace. So it is still in a stack, but our intended use is to use it as retaining wall material, as I've noticed a lot of that use around our neighborhood being done for that. We have not done any work that has required a permit. We have called one call to identify underground utilities before doing any of the clearing of the trees and excavating. As I mentioned, this house was built in 1915. It's built with the foundation is clay tile blocks, and the foundation is in poor condition. At the time, we had not anticipated buying a house that needed so much work, but being how the foundation is in such condition, I think our idea is to raise the house, remove the foundation, and replace it, as well as put an addition on the house.
Okay.
We
All
certainly
right,
do
well,
not run a.
Nate, your 5-minute time is up. Your attorney was provided 10 minutes to present your reasoning for your appeal as well. So for purposes of this hearing, I can't accept any further testimony aside from you answering some questions. Would you be okay with doing that?
Yes, that's fine. Thank you.
Okay, I'm just going to kick it off here then, and we'll see if my colleagues have any questions. You had stated that you are a carpenter. Are you employed by a company and report to a place of business, or are you a self-employed carpenter?
Union. I'm a member of the Carpenters Union, Local 106. I'm currently unemployed, staying at home, caring for our 2 young children.
Okay, all right. So you would not use the backhoe or the dump truck for anything related to carpentry, either as a union employee or side jobs or anything like that. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and that Ford dump truck reminds me of my family's grain truck, which we had back in the late 60s, early 70s. And we used to have a backhoe at my environmental consulting company. I think a Case 540K, very similar to yours. Is your dump truck licensed and operable? And would your backhoe be considered operable today?
Yes, the dump truck is registered to Maria, and the backhoe is operable.
Okay.
Does not require a license as far as I know.
Right. Yep. I've got you there. Okay. All right. Board members, anybody else have any questions for Nate?
Mr. Chair, this is Lynn Carlson. I have a question for Nate. There were a lot of tires shown in the pictures. What is the purpose for all the extra tires and the oil, like the diesel drum, and there was a lot of things that weren't building materials? What's the purpose of those?
The tires, those are replacement tires for the dump truck. I admit I've been negligent in leaving them where they were. I've since put them undercover, basically to, be less of an eyesore and to protect them from UV damage. As far as the diesel or the fuel container goes, we purchased some basically retaining wall timbers. They're 4x12 timbers by 20 foot long. And our intention with those timbers is to replace the retaining wall along our garage and surrounding our garage, which is entirely crumbling retaining wall. So we bought those timbers, and basically it came with the tank came with it, along as a couple other items. So that's how we came to possess that.
Would you be willing to dispose of those items that you don't need?
Yes, I'd be willing to do that for sure.
Thank you.
All right. Any other questions for Nate? Okay, seeing none. Do we have anybody else here to speak in support of the applicant's request?
Yes, there's a Vanessa Morenchow. I've allowed her to unmute herself.
Can you hear me?
Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello? Oh, okay. Thank you. Yeah, so my name's Vanessa. My address is 3613 59th Street in Des Moines. I'm not sure why we're doing this when the council, I think, ruled we don't have to give our address publicly, but that's fine. I wanted to speak in support of this gentleman. This is my first meeting I've attended on this type of matter. And so honestly, a lot of this is over my head. So all I can do is compare it to my own experience as a homeowner in Des Moines. And I guess what I keep wondering to myself is, am I literally not allowed to own a dump truck and a backhoe and park them on my property? Like, this doesn't make any sense to me. And I feel like I'm in the twilight zone a little bit. So like if I had this equipment and I was just doing work on my own yard, I'm going to have the city asking me a bunch of questions about what I'm doing. I don't understand this. I'm a property owner, and if I had the means to have all this equipment to take care of all the yard work that we're responsible for when we own a home, I would love to have all the equipment on my property so I could take care of it, but I don't. And so, I mean, and that just leads me into a lot of other topics that aren't germane since we're using that word now. So I'll just yield my time there. Thanks.
All right, Vanessa, thank you for your comments. Is there anybody else who wishes to speak in support of the applicant? Hit *9 on your phone or raise hand in Zoom.
There's a Leah Plath.
All right, Leah, we'll go ahead and recognize you. Again, we just need your complete name and your address, please.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Leah Plath. I live at 2948th Street here in Des Moines. I just wanted to extend my support for the applicant. I think he's come on and made it pretty clear that he's using this, using his equipment for personal home projects, and they're actively in use. And I'm not really sure why he needs to come on here and justify that to you. And you're asking pretty leading questions otherwise. That's all I have to say. Have a good day.
All right, thank you very much, Leah. Is there anybody else who wishes to speak in support of the applicant's request?
I don't see any.
Okay, all right. We'll move to, is there anybody who wishes to speak in opposition to the applicant's request or their appeal in this case? And in order to speak, again, hit the raise hand function in Zoom or *9 on your phone. All right, seeing none, I don't believe. Anybody who wishes to speak neutral in relation to this specific agenda item? All right, seeing none. Do we have any questions for the zoning enforcement officer or city staff from the board?
Mr. Chair, this is Lynn. I have one for Sue Ann Donovan for the zoning. The last person said, is that we can't, if I owned a personal backhoe, and I use it just for my own use, and I wanted to store it in my backyard, where all the world can see it, is that legal? Or allowed?
The answer to that is no.
Okay.
The equipment and material storage and trucking and transportation terminal are allowed in the I-1 and I-2 districts. So they would be able to store them in a different zoning district.
Okay, if I had a garage for that, could I store it on my, like a Morton building?
If they could meet the design standards for a storage structure of that size to store that equipment in, that might be a possibility, but they would have to meet the design standards.
Yeah,
I'm not sure that they could build a building large enough in a neighborhood district to
Accommodate that.
house that size of equipment.
Thank you, Stan.
Any other questions for Sue Ann or city staff from the board?
Yeah, Chair, this is Justin Gross. Just have a question for Sue Ann Donovan. Sue Ann, if I'm understanding you correctly, I just want to go back to what you referred to as, you said something about 2 avenues. And if this board deemed the notice given was deficient, if I'm hearing you correctly, would you say then that you could go then under 42, chapter 42, and that you would do another sort of inspection of the property and give another notice and go through that process again, but under a different chapter? Is that right?
Correct. And we offered this to the owners as another way to try and figure this out. Under chapter 42, which the board doesn't have purview over, and it goes through an administrative hearing process, we could deal with the junk and debris only. And that would have been another option. The reason it got sort of bundled together was the feeling of the zoning enforcement officer that based on the amount of construction material stored on the property, he decided to go with the home occupation. I corrected that in my letter of October 22nd, 2020 to Mr. Reesner, where I said, even if there isn't a home occupation, that you can't store the materials and the backhoe and the dump truck on an N3B zoning district pursuant to the use table. And that has not been appealed, so.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Sue Ann or staff from the board? Okay, all right. Seeing none, Sue Ann, since you're here at the time, you do have the opportunity for zoning officer's rebuttal here. I would assume that's less than 3 minutes.
Yes, Chair, members of the board, I think just for a point of clarification, the only thing that they have appealed that's before you is the appeal of the home occupation and the junk and debris storage, inoperable vehicle storage. They have not, on October 22nd, they were given a notice that they couldn't store the equipment on the property even without a home occupation. That can't be stored there. On October 22nd, they were given 10 days to appeal that determination, and they have not appealed that determination. So it appears to me that the only thing before us is whether or not it is the home occupation, although I'm willing to let the board just discuss all of the issues just to have it over with, but technically they have not appealed a portion of the determination. But
okay,
nevertheless, the zoning code does not contemplate storage of equipment used for construction purposes to be stored in a residential area. That is not the purpose of a residential area. So my argument is if they want to use it on the site, that's fine. Bring it in on the site when you want to use it, but take it to an industrially zoned district to store it. I'll conclude with that.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Sue Ann. Okay. Now, the way that this works, the applicant can have a 3-minute rebuttal. So I'm going to leave this up to the main presentation by the applicant was done by his attorney. If they want to share this time, if the attorney wants to make the closing comments, they can, but they've got 3 minutes for rebuttal. So how do you gentlemen want to handle that?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. This is Will Reesner. I'll go ahead and close this out.
Okay.
With the rebuttal. First of all, to Ms. Donovan's last point, there was no October 22nd notice that could have been appealed. There was a letter from Ms. Donovan to me addressing the appeal that we made, but there's absolutely no separate notice of violation on October 22nd that was separately appealable. And I guess I would challenge you to find that in the record. If you go to page 17 of the PDF that's on your screen, you can see this letter, but that's not a notice of violation that's separately appealable. The only citations that have, here's the letter. That's not a notice of violation. That's a discussion about the appeal that we took from the actual notice of violation that's up on appeal here today. the only two violations noted by the city in any sort of notice of violation is for a home business, and we've already identified that that's not applicable. And then for outdoor storage, specifically citing to a code section that I identified that we threw up on the screen that identified it as being inoperable, unsafe, or unlicensed vehicles, vehicular component parts, junk or debris stored outside. We went through the definitions. The guiding principle must be the text of the zoning code. The city has not presented any evidence about specific violations of the code other than generalizations that contractors' equipment is not allowed on the land. That's not what's at issue today. There's two specific code violation issues that based on the October 12th notice. And the applicant here, the appellant, has successfully rebutted any proof of those violations, whether or not there's a nuisance under a different chapter or whether or not a different code section might prohibit some storage is not at issue today. What's at issue is whether the city's cited code sections in violations apply, and the evidence is clear that they do not. And again, I do want to just reiterate, there is no October 22nd notice that was issued to the property owner. There was a letter from Ms. Donovan to me about essentially addressing the city's position on this appeal and other options that could take place, but that's not a notice that's separately appealable. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Will. Okay, now at this stage of the game, then we'll close the public portion and we'll go to board deliberation. So board members, this is our discussion now between ourselves. So does anybody have any initial thoughts on this issue?
This is Lynn Carlson. I know that the point, in fact, is we're basing it on a home business, and he probably does not run a home business, but there is the issue that there are things that are in violation of other city codes.
Mm-hmm.
And I think we need to address that since it was brought up, and it's obvious to me that something in there is not what should be in a residential area. Those are my thoughts.
Yep. Okay, very well spoken, concise and clear. Other comments from the board members?
Chair, this is Justin Gross. I just want to make a few observations here. In hearing the testimony by Nate, one of the owners, it seems pretty clear that it's just for personal use. And so I think that overcomes the home occupation violation. I think we're dealing with a notice that's deficient, and in that I guess my opinion is that I would be voting that or referring that the city, if there is still a violation of the illegal junk and debris, then they have to go under a different code section, and they have to give proper notice of that code section as it relates to the violation. So that's the position I'll be taking. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Thoughts from others?
This is Nathan Blake. I agree with Justin.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I'd also throw in here when we look at staff rationale, and I try to give everyone the benefit of the doubt on both sides, but as was clearly stated, and I read it every month, we have to base our decision upon the facts as presented in the case. And the city staff said that the activity constitutes an illegal business activity. Now, I've seen a lot of these over the years. And when we see daily movement of equipment, when we see business numbers and names on equipment, when we see Facebook pages that says, Mel's Firewood, I'll chop for you. when we have evidence that there is a contractor activity present and engaged in on the property, yeah, there's really not much of a leg to stand on. All I saw with the city stuff was the pictures of the equipment. It didn't look like over many months the equipment even moved. You know, it doesn't look like anything's on a trailer where it's easy to take it off the property to use it. I'm not thrilled that it's there or the way it is even stored or placed on the property. But that said, I don't think that staff has presented sufficient evidence that there is an illegal business activity at the site. However, we still have issues. Anytime I see pictures of tires sitting there, they obviously hold rainwater. Then they're a perfect breeding ground for mosquitoes on a seasonal basis. Junk and debris is something we should never tolerate for the character of our community, in any neighborhood, in any district in the city, for the welfare of all of our residents. So if we're looking at upholding an administrative determination, I wouldn't think that we'd be able to uphold that there's evidence of a illegal business activity, but I think that we could still uphold that there is illegal materials, junk, and debris on the property. And if there is inoperable or improper equipment, not even related to contractor equipment, I think we could still uphold that. So those would be my thoughts to add to my colleagues. Anyone else? So I've got a few of you who have spoke are pretty well spoken in your daily professions. So from a legal standpoint, would anybody want to phrase or kind of kick off a motion here? I'm hoping this means that Nathan and Justin are writing stuff down.
I just assumed Justin was on mute and he was talking. He had a good motion.
He's still on mute, so I don't know. But yeah, to kind of get the ball down the field here, one way or the other, would somebody have a motion?
Well, Mr. Chair, this is Cindy. When I look at the staff recommendation, I would move staff recommendation because they're recommending that the appellant be required to permanently remove from the property and right of way any contractor equipment, materials, junk and debris, or permanently store any contractor equipment inside a completely enclosed building. So I look at their recommendation and I would approve that motion.
So what you're saying, if it's not contractor equipment, if it's personal, then by default, then that wouldn't need to apply. But if there are other regulations that might be being violated that are not even under our purview, staff would still have the ability to enforce those. Is that right?
That's my thought.
Okay.
I'd like to hear from others on that.
Mm-hmm.
When they talk about contractor equipment, you know, that's, to me, that is contractor type equipment. It doesn't say contractor type equipment, but it's not equipment that normally everybody would have on their property. You know, normally you wouldn't have a dump truck and a backhoe on your property. And
right.
It's not something that would be appealing for me to see one of my neighbors with a backhoe and a dump truck on their property. And generally, if that's the case, it's because somebody's doing some construction work or that sort of thing. So it's a temporary thing. And of course, you're always for folks improving their property.
Yep. Okay.
Mr. Chair, this is Lynn Carlson. If that was a motion by Cindy, I would second that. And amending the contractor equipment word to say equipment generally used by contractors. I may own a sewing machine, but not be somebody who sews, but still a sewing machine. So this is like backhoe. It's usually used by contractors. Just because I'm not a contractor doesn't mean it's not contractor equipment.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So if we can do that and add in equipment generally used by contractors. To clarify that, I'm okay with that. So you can understand what I mean?
Cindy, is that still complementary to what your intention was with your motion with that amendment?
Yes, I think we all understand that this isn't a home business and he doesn't use it in his carpentry work.
But yet at the same time, you still have a concern that contractor type equipment should not be stored outside.
Right.
Okay. All right.
Correct.
All right. So then we'd have a motion by Cindy, a second by Lynn, to agree with staff recommendation and uphold the zoning officer's determination here that any contractor type equipment should be removed or permanently stored any contractor type equipment inside a completely enclosed building. And then the rest of the recommendation remains. Is that correct?
That's correct. And I just want to add one other point. And the reason why I'm saying this is, yes, it can be reviewed by someplace else, but that just adds to more time, more cost to the city and more cost to the client who has to hire us. So this would take care of it in one fell swoop. So that's my reasoning.
All right. Well,
Mr. Chair, is there still discussion? Are we still in the, okay.
I'm fine to have discussion. We have not taken a vote yet. So if there's, we do have a motion on the table that's been seconded, but I'm more than happy to hear any other comments or concerns you have.
Yeah, I guess my opinion still is that, you know, it started with I would consider it a notice that was specifically for a code violation that everyone has kind of agreed on that is not been violated. And so I think, at least my opinion is that the city has to start over again. They have to go back, give a new notice. If it's just related to the debris, junk and debris, yes, we don't want that, but that still gives the homeowner a time to rectify the violation. And so, but I just think that it's really the city's obligation to just start over, give them another notice as it relates to a different code section. It may not come before this board, but in my eyes, that would be fair and equitable to this homeowner.
Okay. All right. Yeah, just from a conversational perspective, you know, we may have a couple issues here on the table. One is the junk and debris and whether there is or isn't jurisdiction. But again, big staff contention here was that there was an illegal business activity. That's part of their rationale. Staff wants the contractor equipment removed, even if we don't have a contractor here. Testimony from the city as well, contractor type equipment should not be stored outside in a residential district. And we've got a couple board members who have kind of feel that way as well.
Hey, Mel.
Yeah, go ahead, Dave.
Interrupt. This is Dave. Hey, listen, I think we're all trying to get to the same place. That's clean this up. But yeah, I got to agree. I think what we've presented isn't even an issue because it's not presented correctly currently. And I thought,
yeah.
But I know what we're trying to get to. We want to get it cleaned up. We want the stuff that doesn't belong there stored correctly or moved. And, you know, can legal give us some assistance here on what is enforceable and what isn't, so that what we're not doing is setting ourselves up to have to come back and do this all over again? Let's do it right. And if what we do is come back after we've given correct notice to rectify this whole thing, then let's learn from that and let's do that on the front end the first time around, not assume stuff that this is a contractor, this is a home business or anything else. And then, because I think, one, we've spent 45 minutes talking about this, and two, I think we're dragging this guy through the mud and we don't need to be right this second.
Okay.
Let's notice, and then let's come back and enforce something that we can, I guess, implement, and let's move to a win-win deal. I don't think this guy's going to be unreasonable about this. And it's
okay. Now,
so that's my thoughts.
Well, and that's fine. And I never want to short circuit our discussion. I like to have plenty of it before motions are granted or before motions are made. And even when motions are made and even seconded, if there's a few comments, glad to hear them. But if we continue to have concern about the motion, then what I would say is let's vote on the merits of the motion on the table. If that motion fails, then we can consider other motions. And if the board feels that those better would address what we're trying to solve here, then fine. But I will ask Judy just briefly. She is our legal counsel.
Right.
She's not presenting on behalf of the city. She's the board's counsel. So Judy, based on what Dave just mentioned, is there any kind of phone a friend help here that you can kind of give us here?
Well, what I was going to say before you spoke, Mel, was exactly what you did say. You have a motion on the table that is to move the staff recommendation, and the staff recommendation right now is that it be upheld. You have a second, and at this point, if you vote that down, if you choose to vote that down, there is a certain number of votes that needs to be in place to uphold that determination or to vote it down. But at that instance, especially given that we have been speaking about the notice that went out and the type of violation that was noticed, at that point, I think the direction is the notification, if this is voted down, wasn't sufficient for what we're hearing the evidence present. And then it would be up to city staff not to get further direction from you necessarily in the way of a motion, but to take from your action that they need to take a different route at this.
Okay. And Judy, I want to thank you, because if this motion would fail to pass, we don't have to completely solve the issue. We're seven very nice people who always try to do that. But if what the city has contended here, if we don't pass it, the city just has to go back to the drawing board and decide if they do or don't have legal grounds to do any other form of enforcement that may or may not involve this board. Is that correct?
That is correct. And I think from the discussion you have had, there are some pretty clear indications of what you see the failings to be, and we can learn from that as staff.
Excellent. Thank you very much for your input. Okay, so I think what I want to do here, great discussion as always. We do have a motion and a second on the table. The motion would be to uphold the staff recommendation on the administrative determination that the appellant be required to remove from the property in the right of way any contractor type equipment, materials, junk and debris, or to permanently store any contractor type equipment inside a completely enclosed building. And of course, that building would have to meet appropriate construction and design standards. So that's the motion that's here. So what, and that was made by Cindy and seconded by Lynn. So what we'll do is we'll go ahead and take a roll call vote on that. Yay if you want to uphold that motion, which is in essence the staff rec with minor language change. Nay if you don't. So Tyler?
Dave Gare.
No.
Justin Gross.
No.
Marlis Jones.
No.
Cindy Smith.
Yes.
Nathan Blake.
No.
Lynn Carlson.
Yes.
And Mel Pins.
Yes.
So that motion fails 3-4.
Okay, it always takes 4 votes to uphold any appeal. In this case, it was the city's appeal. So that appeal does not pass. So if the city wants, what I can do, since we did have a motion that failed, do we have the ability to introduce any others? And if we don't, or if there's no interest, then this agenda item is closed. So anybody from the board have any other business related to that? If not, that's fine.
Chair, I just wanted to reiterate what legal said. I think it's up to the staff to, they've taken some notes, hopefully, from our discussion, and they'll go back and revisit this issue and move forward in a different direction.
Okay, very well put. I think that concludes this agenda item then. Okay, well, this will move us then on to item number 5, a conditional use request at 3510 Merle Hay Road.
Yes, Mr. Chair, members of the board, Bert Ross, planner for the city of Des Moines. Item number 5 is a request for a conditional use approval for a liquor store in the strip mall at 3510 Merle Hay Road. The business would be within the tenant bay known as 3408 Merle Hay Road. The subject property is located on the west side of Merle Hay Road, just to the south of Douglas Avenue. The tenant bay would be, or the liquor store would be within the southernmost tenant bay within the strip mall. The property is zoned MX3, which allows for liquor stores as long as they meet the separation distance. And though that requires them to provide at least 500 feet of separation from any church, school, park, or daycare facility. And they have to be at least 1,320 feet, or otherwise known as a quarter mile, from any other controlled use selling liquor. And those controlled uses would be a limited retail sales establishment, another liquor store, a tobacco store selling liquor, or a gas station selling liquor. Here are some photos of the site. This, again, the southernmost tenant bay. This is looking down the strip mall. It's a fairly long strip mall. You can see that there are single-family houses immediately to the west that are partially screened by the 6-foot tall wood fence, at least on the subject property. And then one more view from Merle Hay Road. Here's the application submitted by the business owner. It was also later signed by the representative from Terra 27, the title holder. Here's this floor plan that the applicant submitted with their application. And this was the letter from the title holder. I was just also showing this for your information that there's another small grocery store within the strip mall, but they only sell beer and wine. So this new liquor store would not have to provide separation from that existing La Tapatia grocery store. So as far as the staff recommendation goes, as I alluded to, they did meet the separation distances needed for granting the conditional use for a liquor store. We have recommended approval subject to the standard conditions. I won't read through those for the sake of time, but I will just note that they are the standard conditions. And most importantly, there's number 10, that if the zoning enforcement officer determines that the business is a nuisance, they are authorized to bring it back to the board for reconsideration. We did get quite a bit of opposition to this. Here are the consent map. And I'll now scroll through the comment cards. We also have an email I'll show you shortly from the Merle Hay Neighborhood Association and a couple other letters against it. So as I leave these up here, if anybody has any questions for me, now would be a good time to ask them.
Questions for Bert from the board? Bert, a brief one I've got based on the cards in your radius map. The owners that are directly behind the location, doesn't look like they responded with a card. To the best of your knowledge, do you know if those are owner occupied or if those are rental properties?
I do not know offhand. I would have to go into the system.
Yeah, and I know that is not always obvious. The reason I ask, if it's a rental property, the owner of the rental property would get the notice, and that could be somebody in Minneapolis or Chicago. Whereas if it's an owner occupied, that's going to come to the address of that residence in the vicinity there.
Yeah, you're exactly right. We mail our notices to the title holder, not necessarily to the renter or to the tenant.
Got it. Yeah, but generally speaking, I do see a variety of names on the properties around there. So, you know, I would guess the majority are probably owner occupied. Never know.
Hey, Mr. Chair, this is Cindy. Can I ask a question?
Yes, please do.
I saw the letter. It's a little hard to read this stuff, you know, via Zoom. And that's nobody's fault. But I saw the letter from the Merle Hay Neighborhood Association. I didn't get through it enough to try to determine whether they're for or against this.
Well, they ultimately say that they took a vote and they decided to remain neutral, but they were questioning the separation requirements. And I did get back to them, because they pointed out that there's a restaurant with a liquor license within the quarter-mile radius, but we don't require separation from a restaurant with a liquor license. We would only require separation from a liquor store, a gas station selling liquor, a small grocery store selling liquor, or a tobacco store selling liquor.
Bert, kind of a statement and a question. Most zoning districts are designed to allow a variety of, let's say, commensurate uses, and there's usually not a restriction on the number of those commensurate uses in a zoning district. But in this case, our city ordinance, which would have been created and passed by the Des Moines City Council, still wanted to establish some reasonable separation of these types of uses, specifically liquor stores. So in a case like this, that 1320, that quarter mile, that is, that's not something staff came up with. That's what the city council believes is a reasonable separation distance on the density of these kinds of liquor uses. Would that be kind of a correct summary?
Yeah, you're exactly right. The purpose of the density separation restrictions is to prevent a concentration of liquor stores on any, in any given area.
Gotcha.
And the separation from parks, churches, schools, and childcare is just intended to protect those more sensitive uses.
Yes. And in this case, we didn't have any of those, but in the case of related uses, which are, retail selling of liquor to go, they more than meet the separation distance, correct?
Correct.
Okay, got you there. All right, so Bert's presented his stuff. Any other questions for Bert from the board? Okay, seeing none, we'll now turn it over to the applicant. The applicant or their representative has up to 10 minutes to present their case. You need to start with your name and address, and just hit raise hand icon to be identified, or *9 if you're participating by phone.
Okay, and I've allowed Brenda Jackson to unmute her microphone. Looks like she just did.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, Brenda, we hear you great.
Okay, great. Good afternoon, Chair and members of the Board of Adjustment. My name is Brenda Jackson. My address is 1001 Grand Avenue, West Des Moines, Iowa, 50265. That's my place of business. I represent the property owner of the Merle Hay Square Retail Center located at 3510 Merle Hay Road. I'm the Director of Real Estate for Atera Real Estate Holdings. We appreciate your support of granting this conditional use permit, as this will allow the intended use for the lease of the currently vacant 3,500 square foot bay on the south end of the retail center. The property is zoned appropriately for this use, subject to a conditional use permit as is being requested by the applicant. We understand and appreciate the neighborhood concerns. However, the center currently has 8,400 square feet of vacant retail space in an economy with a retail decline. This is an experienced operator with other similar retail locations, and if needed, I can have the business operator provide more information on those locations. At Atera, we commit to partnering with this tenant to ensure compliance with the required conditions that are part of the approved conditional use. In my discussion with the tenant, I've confirmed that Smoker's Genie will have 24/7 security cameras in place, along with security alarms to protect the leased space. The tenant has agreed to keep alcohol available for sale behind a counter that is only accessible to employees, and there will be at least 2 employees on duty at all times when the business is open to the public. At this location, Atera handles the day-to-day property management for this center. The parking lot has adequate lighting in the customer parking areas to minimize criminal activity, including 4 pole lights and a very tall and bright pylon sign with the tenant signage illuminated at night. We will assist with adding signage to indicate no loitering in the customer parking areas. We have a great tenant mix and a good relationship with our current tenants in this center. We take pride in the management of this center and all of our owned real estate in the Des Moines area, and are committed to partnering with our tenants for continued success with their specific business. I appreciate your support and thank you for your time this afternoon. Thank you.
All right, Brenda, are you prepared to take some questions from the board members?
Sure.
Okay. Anybody have any questions for Brenda?
Mr. Chair, this is Cindy. I'm just wondering that the anticipated hours of operation for this site.
I would have to have the business operator speak to clarify what their intended business hours are. I don't have that information in front of me.
Sure. And if they want to speak in support of their own project here, just like we had earlier, they can have an opportunity to do that. Is your client you're representing present today at the hearing, to the best
Yes,
of your
he is.
knowledge?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
Okay, good. And would you have no problem having your client comply with the 10 conditions that the staff has listed?
No, that's absolutely correct. We will work with them to make sure that those conditions are followed.
Okay. And just for my clarification, I kind of know this strip mall, travel by it. Was this where Catherine's clothing store was, or the Black?
Yes, yes,
Yeah,
they
Catherine.
just were a part of the large bankruptcy, a senior retail group.
Yes.
And although that store was extremely successful for them, it unfortunately resulted in them closing that location. And so it was a huge, huge blow to us. We loved having them. They were a great tenant, but I think it was one of those unforeseen, part of a big retail group, and they were shut down. So.
Yep, they had another location in another strip mall in a different area of this of the city, and yeah, that was a pretty big store that had went away.
Yeah.
So that was unfortunate.
They were a longtime tenant, that's for sure.
Right. Any other questions from the board for Brenda? Okay, seeing none, what we'll do then is we'll go to if anybody wishes to speak in support of the applicant's request.
All right, there's a Koljet Chuhan. I have just allowed to, they can unmute themselves.
Yeah. Yes, Koljet, we just need your complete name and your address, and you've got up to 5 minutes to address the board.
Sure. Yeah, hi. My name is Kulji Chauhan, and my address is 5928 Northwest 50th Street, Johnston. And I'm living here for almost like 10, 12 years. And I am also the part of the owner opening this liquor store. And, first of all, I'm just, want to thanks to everybody in the board of meeting and the people who especially take some time and bring their comments for us, I really appreciate, some comments people are, not in the favor, and this will definitely work on it, and that's why we already decided we keeping everything behind the counter. So there is no, customer reachable to the liquor. And since I have other liquor license, since 2016, and I'm very responsible to sell and manage the liquor store. So we are definitely, put more attention in the community. So we will serve and save and make sure, we not giving liquor if somebody is alcoholic, drinks too much and come like a drunk to my site. We will definitely put more attention on it. So that's why we also keep, the hours in operation. We will open 10 a.m. in the morning to close 10 p.m. every day.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, you answered Cindy's question, and she always asks that very good question, which I'm glad. So do we have any questions for Cole J?
Mr. Chair, this is Lynn Carlson. You kind of addressed it in one thing. You said you've other liquor licenses. A lot of comment cards said that having a liquor store increased in drunk drivers. But you're stating that if you see somebody coming in drunk, you will not serve them or let them purchase alcohol. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. I'm just give you a brief example. I have one lady. She's my regular customer, and she gave her husband picture to me. She said, make sure you don't sell him. He have a problem. So what I did, I just shared this information to all my employee, and he posted on the cash counter. So as soon when he come, we just respectfully, with the patients, we trying to explain her husband, so your wife not allowed, to sell you the beer. He was very mad, for like first 2 months, but after that, when he feels really well, and he come back to to us. And thank you so much, Casey. I really appreciate for your effort that, you not, give beer to me. Even I was like very mad, but your staff are really, really calm down with me, and they never say anything to me, just say, sorry, Mark, we cannot sell you. So same thing, any liquor store we open, I'm also, I have my kid, my family, and we always like make sure, if somebody already drink, personally, I always refuse. If somebody looks drunk, he's already drunk, is not able to drive, and he's not in the condition to buy the liquor store, we definitely 100% we refuse those people.
Mhm.
Thank you for going above and beyond. Thank you.
Other questions? Cole J, I've got a brief one here. You had referenced that you have other licenses. So do you have other stores with a similar model of sales, either in Des Moines or other locations here in the metro?
Yes, sir. I used to have in Altoona by the Adventureland, but that's the lease is over, so that's why we're looking for another opportunity.
Okay, I got you. All right. Any other questions for the gentleman? Okay, well, sir, thank you for providing some extra insight and information into your request. Okay, do we have anybody else that wishes to speak in support of this application? Hit *9 on your phone or the raise hand icon in Zoom.
There is a Bill Wright with his hand raised. I have allowed him to unmute himself.
I suppose. All right.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Appreciate that. Just wanted to offer a quick comment. In addition to Brenda Jackson's comments, I just wanted to offer that when we were approached by the applicant and KC, this is not a use that we took lightly. We did a lot of due diligence on his operation, his other businesses, and we asked a lot of these same questions that that are being asked today and were addressed are the same questions we asked. We were, I wouldn't say skeptical is the word, because I think, it's a business that certainly has its place, but this used to be a Black & Decker store, and unfortunately Black & Decker, Catherine's was just, down a couple bays down, but this was a Black & Decker Stanley store. And when we were approached by KC, again, I just wanted to assure the commission that we probably put him through the ringer of asking questions and doing our due diligence. And I just wanted to offer that we were very satisfied with the answers and what we witnessed with his other operations. So I appreciate the time. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Wright, I need to get your address yet.
Oh, I apologize. Bill Wright, CBRE Hubble Commercial, 6900 Westtown Parkway, West Des Moines, Iowa, 50266.
Thank you.
All right. And Bill, your good reputation precedes you. I'm glad to have your comments. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Bill.
All right. Anybody else who wishes to speak in support? Okay. All right. Seeing none, do we have anybody that wishes to speak in opposition to the request? And to do so, again, hit the raise hand icon in Zoom or *9 on your phone. And once recognized, you have 5 minutes. We need to have your name and address before you kick off.
There's a Vanessa Moranchel with her hand raised. I've given her permission to unmute.
Okay, go ahead, Vanessa.
Hi, this is Vanessa Moranchel. Again, 3613 59th Street, Des Moines, Iowa, 50322. Like I just said, I live on 59th Street. I live directly behind this building that is in question. And I did not receive a notice of this project. So I don't know who to talk to about that, if we can look into if one was ever mailed to me or not, but I'm not a renter. I own my property. My name is on my title and I didn't get notification. I want to say I oppose this project because I live in this neighborhood and we have plenty of liquor stores. If you drive down Douglas past the mall, there are 3 liquor stores on your right-hand side. We don't need any more liquor stores over here. What is the purpose? Someone wanted to say,
Nope. Vanessa, we might have lost you there. Are you on mute? Did you mute yourself?
hello?
Yes, go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry about that. Somebody called me in the middle of this.
Okay.
So I didn't get a notice. We don't need more liquor stores over here. Like I said, there's plenty of liquor stores over here. The representative of the business mentioned that she appreciates the concerns of the people who live in the neighborhood. However, that this property has been vacant. It hasn't been vacant for very long. Like I said, I live over here. I drive by it all the time. It hasn't been vacant for very long. That's not an excuse to ignore the concerns of the people who live over here. And not to mention the individual who said he's part owner of this business lives in Johnston, had a liquor store in Altoona, and is trying to open a liquor store in my neighborhood. Open a liquor store in your own neighborhood. We don't need any more over here. Thank you.
All right, thank you for your comments, Vanessa. Anybody else who wishes to speak in opposition, hit the raise hand icon in Zoom or *9 on your phone. Okay, all right, seeing none. Do we have anybody that wishes to speak just generally on the subject, what we call neutral? Same sign, got a hand up. All right, Bert, can you recognize that person?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, I was just making sure Vanessa she is just outside the 250-foot notification area, but Indira should now be able to unmute herself.
Okay, all right.
Hi, this is Indira Shoemaker. I was recognized earlier in the meeting, so I don't know if I need to say my address again.
I think we got it. Go ahead.
Great. I just wanted to comment. I didn't get to hear all of this discussion, so I'm not 100% sure if this question has been answered. But I was looking and I saw that we were talking about like a quarter-mile distance from any other liquor stores. And I do know the gas station on the corner, it's looking like it's within that quarter mile. So I was wondering if that question had been answered. That was kind of my only comment on that issue was, yeah, that quarter-mile distance from the gas station on the corner.
Yeah, that question has been answered, and the quarter-mile distance, it isn't measured like from door to door or into building. It's measured from property line to property line. So frankly, that gives even more separation to a degree, because it doesn't take into account where the business is on the property. It takes into account the entire property. So it appears to be separated sufficiently.
Oh, I also wanted to question, when we're talking about that, you sent out the letters, like the zoning letters in that area. Like the street behind the business is not included in that, or like the streets that are occupied by rent, or the homes that are occupied by renters in that kind of zoning area, that 250 feet, I believe you said.
Well, the 250-foot radius is shown on the map. So,
okay.
So the properties there on 59th Street that are right behind it would have been notified.
So do you ask the people who are renting those properties in that situation?
Well, the city would not know who the renters are because those agreements I don't think are provided to the city. I'll see.
Are the landlords? Sorry. Are the landlords required to ask the renters who, like the landlord would get the notice? Are they required to get the consent of the renter to like approve of that, or to at least notify the renter in the same way that the city notifies the landlords?
Tenant bay. Okay.
I can answer that. No, we don't have any way to require the landlords to notify their tenants.
Okay, thank you for answering.
That would be ideal, but
yeah.
Yeah, so the intention is that the people who are living in that area, renters or owners, would be notified essentially and be able to like make comment on that to the city. Like that's the intention, right?
Sure. Yeah, if you've got any other general comments, fine.
Yeah, sorry, I just wanted to clarify those things.
Okay, you bet. Okay, anybody else here to speak in opposition? Hit the raise hand icon or *9 on your phone to be recognized.
I don't see any.
Okay, do we have anybody that wants to speak in neutrality on the issue? Same sign.
I don't see any there either.
All right, seeing none, do we have any further questions for staff? Or Do we have anything from the zoning enforcement officer? That's part of the testimony.
Chair, members of the board, I don't have any comment on this item.
Okay. All right. So from the board's perspective, going once, going twice for city staff, any other questions? If none, appellant, you've got the final testimony here. You've got up to 3 minutes for any closing remarks or rebuttal from anything you've heard. And we can turn that back over to Brenda, I think.
Hello, this is Brenda Jackson. I will close with some comments. As the landlord, we do self-manage the property. We do take pride in the ownership of our property, and we handle the day-to-day management. We have not had past issues with any tenants in this location, including, calls with criminal activity or problems on our property. If there were any, we would partner with our local law enforcement, and we would do whatever is needed to rectify any situations that may arise. But we have not had those issues. And after speaking with this tenant, I know they're committed to operating their business in a safe manner. And I would ask for your support and approval as has been recommended. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. All right, we'll go ahead and close the public portion and go to board deliberation. Thoughts among the members?
Hey, Mel, this is Dave.
Yeah, go ahead, Dave.
I'd just like to make a motion for staff. If I didn't hear that the applicant had any objections to any of the conditions. This seems pretty straightforward. I know we've had some comments about the density of liquor stores in the area, but that's nothing within our purview as far as this discussion goes. So I'm comfortable with staff recommendation. I'll make a motion for that.
All right.
This is Marlis. I would second that.
Mr. Chair, can we have some discussion?
Yes, and Cindy, you've probably got some ESP going here on this one anyway. But yes, I think it's appropriate to have a little discussion if there are any other thoughts or concerns or even with the current amendment, if there might be some friendly amendments there. Cindy, did you want to lead off with something?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. This is Cindy Smith, and I'm real familiar with the shopping area. I go there a lot. There's a lot of there's a different variety of proprietors in this building. There's a nail place, you can go get your hair cut, there's some restaurants. I just don't see a liquor store as being an appropriate venue for this area. And I understand the gentleman's, I'm sure he's a great business guy, but I have to agree with Vanessa, who lives on 59th Street. I don't really see it as a benefit for the neighborhood.
Okay, all right, well put. Other thoughts? I think I might throw in here on this one as well. Oftentimes we shouldn't broad brush any use or person or location or business model. I think we have to take each one at face value, the setting, the intent, what's being presented here. We developed a city ordinance on purpose to put some additional regulations in when basically state law changed and said, hey, anybody can sell hard liquor now. It doesn't have to be above a certain size or a certain type of location. It used to have to be separate at a Hy-Vee store, the separate everything, and only larger locations, yada, yada. But they allowed cities to put in reasonable ordinances, and Des Moines felt a necessity to do that. Not entirely because of concentration of these uses, but because of behavior of some of the users. So that's why these are conditional use permits. So if we would approve this and there's problems, we can take it away. In this case, we've got an applicant that meets all the separation distances. We also have an owner of the property who would probably be the first one to come down on the tenant if there's a problem. And they clearly stated they only want to operate between 10 a.m. and 10 p.m. This isn't anything that's going to be open late at night after the bars closed, 24/7. I don't think any of us would stand for that. But they were proposing some reasonable hours. I would say for those that made the motion for approval, you might want to amend your motion to include limitation to the hours that the applicant provided. But I'd rather give somebody a chance to work within the existing regulations with reasonable conditions which are present here. And if we've got problems, they can come right back to us. Anybody got any other comments? If not, we can go back then to the motion we've got on the table.
Mr. Chair, this is Lynn Carlson. I think from all the different liquor store owners that we've had come aboard, this one impresses me greatly with what he said, what he does with junk drivers. They have the closed circuit cameras if there is an issue. I mean, they've got good lighting from the mall owner. He seems to be above and beyond. The only reason why he left his last place is the lease was over. It wasn't his run out. Yes, there are other liquor stores on that Douglas Street, but it fits in within law. And if that's too many, then let the best business owner survive. I think this one sounds very makes sense deal, and I'm in favor of it. So we have a motion on the board, and I'll just let it sit at that.
Okay, yeah, so we had a motion, I believe that was Dave, seconded by Marlis. Would you guys want to amend your motions to include the 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. operating?
Yeah, that's perfect. Let's include that in there.
All right, so Judy, I'll have you work that in there if however that fits in, if that would need to be, let's say an item 11, operating hours would be daily from 10 a.m. to no later than 10 p.m.
Okay, sounds good.
All right, so we've got a motion to grant the conditional use request subject to 11 conditions then, including hours of operation. So all those in favor of that would say aye. So we'll go ahead and take a roll call.
Justin Gross.
Aye.
Marlis Jones.
Aye.
Cindy Smith.
No.
Nathan Blake.
Yes.
Lynn Carlson.
Yes.
Dave Gare.
Yes.
And Mel Pins.
Yes.
The motion carries 6-1.
All right. Okay, we wish you well with your business there and integrating into the neighborhood. All right, that will move us on to item 6, which is, we got 2 items here related to this. It would be a conditional use approval as well as a zoning variance for a property at 2716 Beaver Avenue.
Yes, Mr. Chair, this is Eric Lundy, Senior City Planner. Item 6 is a conditional use and includes a variance of a separation. We were just talking about that 500-foot separation on the last item from a church, school, park, or licensed daycare facility. So in this instance, it happens to be a church and combination church and school that comes into play, where the property is separated less than the 500, therefore it triggers the need for a variance request under those criteria, and I'll get into that more. Here's the location. The overall site's going to include additional property for parking across the alley, but the way the code looks at this is the premise here of the property. It's currently the U.S. bank that's been vacated and sits on the property currently. Here's a photo looking at it to the northwest. You can see the intersection of Urbandale Avenue and Beaver Avenue, and to the right. Apologize, this is a little skewed, but this is looking from the north side of Urbandale to the south side of the parking. Now you can see down the alley in the looking south, and you can see the bank building there. That would be the area that we're talking about getting redeveloped. This is, now you can see on the left side of the picture the intersection of Beaver Avenue and Urbandale Avenue. This is the application form submitted by the applicant. This is coming after a rezoning of the property to MX3 to enable them to make this type of request for conditional use to sell alcoholic liquor. And I'll zoom in a little bit better here so you can read these briefly. This is basically a new concept. They've got a few others that they've done in other locations before now, and I'm assuming they'll speak to that business model that they're going after for this location, but involves both sales of grocery items and consumption of food and alcohol on site, as well as sales of packaged alcohol, including they are requesting beer, wine, and liquor.
All right. What else do we got here?
This is just more of their response, the addendum language. And then they have provided us verification that they received what they needed for this request.
Okay.
This is the beginning of the staff report. And again, I think our resolution is suffering a bit, but this is the table of the,
yeah,
it's for the alcoholic liquor, wine and beer sales. And as you can see, we would be dealing with both a limited retail sales. So we would be in this, with MX3 zoning, we would be in this shaded area. And that speaks to the 1,320 foot separation or quarter-mile separation from other uses, selling packaged liquor, basically. In addition to that, they're also falling with their consumption component of it. The zoning officers determined that's considered restaurant, and that would be subject to the 75 feet of separation.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And those are all defined again in the use table information in chapter 135. This is their response to and you can see that they've typed it in bold, larger font here.
Yeah. And I assume that they'll present a summary of their reasoning.
Yes.
Do you have a quick picture that shows there we go.
Yeah, I'm zooming out here.
Design.
So this is the sketch that they submitted with the application. Because it overlays the photo, the alley disappears in here, but the alley would still continue through.
Oh, okay.
Through as they're proposing it at this time. Their site development is a separate consideration under the chapter 135 requirements. They've actually submitted that already. Regardless of today's decision, they're able to proceed with the limited retail sales use. This is again, conceptual renderings. They're very close, or if not equal to what they've submitted with their site plan. But it's a little more modern, but looking at standards, again, the board's not really looking at the design aspect of this other than how it fits into the criteria for conditional uses.
Sure.
This is the staff report, so that it's in the record, but essentially staff looked at this situation. Certainly it's a model that looks favorable, that would benefit the area. Their biggest hurdle here is that fact that they are not separated just by a few feet in this instance to meet that 500 foot separation. So by the letter of the code, they have to seek the use for the separation variance. So we're recommending denial of that because we do not believe enough evidence has been presented that without this separation variance, that they wouldn't have a viable use or reasonable use of the land. From that standpoint, you know, they're still able to pretty much operate their model just without the sale of packaged liquor. However, we are recommending approval of the conditional use that would still be necessary for retail sales of beer, wine only, subject to the following conditions. Beer and wine only shall be ancillary. These are kind of standard, but I've kind of highlighted that it's beer and wine only, so it's clear. And then these are mostly the operational requirements that are in the code. And then the provision that if the zoning officer determines that the operation is becoming a nuisance or a pattern of violating conditions, then it could be brought in front of the zoning board of adjustment again.
Okay.
This is a picture of the sort, so you get an idea. So the property we're separating from is up in this. It's harder to see, but this is the gold boundary that I'm tracing. And then their property line, oops. Go down again. I'm going to zoom in and I have to use the zoom function.
And that's a Catholic church up there you're showing, right?
Yep,
Eric?
Catholic church and primary and secondary school.
Yep.
I believe it goes through 8th grade.
Okay. And then is that Christopher's restaurant?
This is, I'm sorry?
Is that Christopher's restaurant with the white?
Yeah,
roof?
so this is a medical office, and then this is Christopher's restaurant, and then the Medicap.
Okay.
Yep.
So the school is up on the church property at kind of the northern end.
Yep, and it's measured probably from this closest point.
Right. So it's measured from the lot line, not from the door of a school or a door of a church.
Correct. And then this is the actual lot line here that we're dealing with, where you see the gold measurement crosses through that. These are cards, and I'm going to zoom out a little bit so we can get to as long as they're still legible. I think I'll leave it at that.
Yep.
The ones with the green mark are going to be in favor. And the ones with a red mark will be not in favor. And some of them didn't write anything other than that they're in favor. And as soon as I get through this, I'll show the map.
Okay.
And these aren't marked green, but they're both in favor.
All right.
And then we had a letter from the church that were actually as the subject of the separation consideration.
Okay.
Now, yeah, this indicates serving food and alcoholic beverages. So that separation is only 75 feet from their perspective. And it really doesn't affect them. It's the package sales that's triggering the 500 feet.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right.
So those objections are noted here.
Yeah. Eric, the objection directly south of the subject property, is that a residence or is that a small business?
That's I believe it's a music store.
Okay. All right. Yep.
Yep.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. All right, Eric, if that concludes your presentation, anybody have any questions for Eric? All right, seeing none, let's go ahead and hear from the applicant. So we'll have Bert recognize Representative for the applicant, looks like we got a hand up. We'll just need your name, address, and you got 10 minutes to present your reasoning for your request.
And I can reference back to any portions that they need to point towards if they want.
Sure.
I didn't get any separate items to include in the
to show. Okay. Yeah.
Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Awesome. Kobe Pritchard on behalf of Fairway Stores, 715 8th Street, Boone, Iowa.
Yeah, go ahead, Kobe. You've got 10 minutes.
All right, thank you. And we also have Jason Lennon here. I'll go ahead and put him on the spot too. He's with Snyder and Associates. He's kind of been involved with us in our submittal process and the rezone and kind of where we got to where we are today. So first off, I just kind of want to thank this group. Eric first, just that was a nice recap. You kind of covered everything we needed to cover. So if it's okay with everybody, I'll just kind of give a quick overview of the project, kind of reiterate Fairway's excitement for this project. Obviously, you can tell by that site plan, this is kind of a unique deal. It's a unique parcel, and this would be our first meat market concept in the metro and our 5th overall. So this is a new concept that we rolled out in 2016, starting in Omaha. And as they've been successful, we've continued to move with about one a year, with hopefully this next one being joining the Beaverdale neighborhood. So, and the fact that we're here today with a conditional use permit, the point I want to make, or kind of the intent of why we're here, is the beer, liquor, and wine, and being able to have those offerings in this kind of smaller scale, 7,000 square foot meat market emphasized, but also grocery store. You know, the goal is always to have this kind of as a one-stop shop, and having those items with what is offered in this concept is just really, really important to our model. So we want to make sure we're consistent with what's offered in these models as we continue to do them. So with that, I would also like to mention the 497 feet. I mean, we are 3 feet away from not having to go through the conditional use step or the variance step. And we did have contact with Holy Trinity, obviously letting them know what's going on. And you saw by the letter, they didn't seem to have much of an issue with us. And if I had to guess, it's also a positive that we're closed on Sundays, just like all of our other locations. And I think it was brought up in some other presentations. Our hours of operation here are not for sure, but probably somewhere around 8 a.m. to 7 p.m., Monday through Saturday. So that's more of a note. But I'll kind of let it stand at that and let your questions kind of guide the conversation. So I'm here and happy to answer anything you guys have.
Okay. All right. We got questions for Kobe. Anybody from the board?
Mr. Chair,
go ahead, Cindy.
Nope. Okay, Nathan, I'll be real quick. This is Cindy Smith, and Kobe, I live about 2 blocks from your development that you're planning, and I got to say the whole neighborhood is just ecstatic and very excited. The only issue that I might have is the selling of the liquor. You know, when you talk about going to Fairway, I don't think, oh, I'm going to go buy liquor there. I think I'm going to go buy meat. That's what I think about when I think about Fairway. So please understand that we're very excited about this. And I would just like to understand better the importance of liquor. The beer and the wine sounds perfect, but is it just vitally important to you and your corporation that you're able to sell liquor at this particular location?
Yeah, Cindy, good question. With this unique experience that we kind of offer in these meat markets, and I don't know how many of you have been in one. Ames would be the closest one that would be near you. As I mentioned, the intent is to be able to have all 3 offered with, you know, when you go in there on a Monday night to get a steak, shrimp, fish, whatever it is, and those ancillary items, we just consider, now that we have 5 of these open, beer, liquor, and wine all being pretty darn important to the operation. That doesn't mean, you know, I appreciate the comment about Fairway and, you know, not thinking about that when you go into a typical Fairway, but we also are being very selective with what's offered in these smaller concepts. So to be honest, it is pretty important.
So Kobe, we might come back around to what was just discussed, but what I want to look at just briefly is there's there's a proposal here to serve alcoholic beverages as well. So if I show up before I shop or even after I shop, am I going to be able to order like sandwiches, or are you going to have like a deli set up and then I can also have a drink and sit outside and enjoy it? Is that part of your concept here?
Yeah, so our recent meat market we opened was in Kansas City, where we purchased a prepared foods portion of a business, and we are planning on bringing that to this location to be able to offer lunches or walk-in dinners. And Eric, do you mind going to the site plan? Sorry to put you on the spot.
No, that's great. Yeah, that'll be good if you.
Yeah, I'll do that here. Hold on.
So if you kind of zoom in, if you just look north, looking at the picture northwest, there is going to be a little bit of a courtyard where you will be able to enjoy meals. And the intent with, we just want to have we're not 100% sure that we are going to have that offering, but if it gets to the point we want to be able to do it. And when I say do it, I mean beer and wine only. We will not want to have liquor offered, for on-premise consumption, but we're also trying to tailor each one of these concepts to the market and joining the Beaverdale neighborhood, and it's kind of what's available, the what's around us. We felt like having that opportunity. We just want to make sure we have it if we can.
Okay.
So that will be unique to this location with the prepared foods piece. We do plan on having a drive-through to be able to purchase lunch or dinner, and then also order in for certain items.
Okay. All right. So Kobe, again, trying to drill down on what your plan is here. So you're going to have a meat market here, but if I wanted to go, oh gosh, I'm short a gallon of milk, I need a bunch of bananas, and yeah, we're out of ground coffee, which is the case at my house today. Rather than going to a huge grocery store or tripping over a gasoline station, then I could run into here and you'd be still selling basic groceries, a good focus on meat, but you want to be able to sell bottled liquor as well to go, correct?
Correct. Yep.
Okay.
Obviously, this, like I said, this parcel it's unique with the way it's shaped. And so we, it wasn't ideal with how we have to shape this building, but we're kind of, stuck with what we have here. But we also wanted to utilize the property as best we can, and that means the 7,400 and X amount of square feet. That's a little bit more than we typically offer, which the reasoning is to get some of those other grocery specific items in there. Just because this grocery need, there's not a lot in this Beaverdale neighborhood that offers things like that. So we just want to make sure it's offered here.
Okay. All right. All right. Any other questions anybody's got for?
Yeah, I've got a question. This is Nathan. So the kind of regardless of how we all feel kind of personally and how appropriate we might feel, and frankly, regardless of how Holy Trinity feels, the law bans this within, the distance separated from all these different institutions. But it can be overcome if you meet the variance test, and the variance test is pretty strict, which is that the subject property can't yield a reasonable return from any use permitted by the subject zoning regulations. And you have to show that by showing proof that the owner has been deprived all beneficial or productive use of the subject property, not just that the land has been depreciated by the regulations, or that a zoning variance would permit the owner to maintain a more profitable use. So I wondered if you could provide some evidence that would lead us to meet that variance test.
So specifically, you're asking by not being able to be farther than 500 feet away from Holy Trinity, what hardship is that causing our business to Fairway specifically?
Or to, not really the separation distance, it's really the failure to be able to sell liquor and abide by the code that the city council has passed.
Oops, sorry, my mute keeps popping on. Okay, yeah, I mean it's a really good question. we would also, I know you didn't specifically stay for the 500 feet, but we were kind of wanting to fit this specifically into the Beaverdale neighborhood with where we have this building along Beaver Drive. So, you know, I just feel like given the constraints of the site and what we're trying to offer, I feel like if we take out the liquor portion, there is some hardship to Fairway's business specifically. So if you do have questions specifically on what you need to see, I'd love to hear them.
Well, this hearing from the notice that you were provided, that is your job to tell us how you meet the variance test during your testimony. It's kind of a statement. That's really a question. So do we have any other questions for Kobe or Jason?
This is Lynn Carlson. I have one question. One of the comment cards said that the permit allows you to have 40% of your sales be liquor, and she thought 25% was more like it. On average, what percent of your sales are liquor in these types of establishments that you have so far? Is it 10%, 50%? What is your average liquor sales to your gross receipts?
Yeah, good question. If you looked at all these concepts kind of collectively and what they do, it would be 10% and under.
Thank you.
Usually well under 10%.
So it's just a fraction.
It's smaller, but also, I mean, with the kind of focus on the meat market, obviously that's the focus. Obviously, ancillary grocery, and then if you want the bottle of wine, liquor, or whatever beer you drink, that's kind of the concept when you look at what's bought. So it is small usually, but it's typically under 10%.
Okay. All right, any other questions? All right, gentlemen, thank you for your testimony. We'll get back to you here in a few minutes, but what we'll do here now is we'll move on to, are there any folks who wish to speak in support of the applicant's request? Anybody wants to speak in support, hit the raise hand icon in Zoom or *9 on your phone. Looks like we have one. We'll have Bert queue him up.
Yeah, he should be allowed to unmute himself now. Jason Ledden, you should be able to speak.
Can you all hear me?
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Jason Ledden with Snyder and Associates. Again, civil engineer on the project here with Colby as well. Our address is 2727 Southwest Snyder Boulevard in Ankeny. I'm here in support of the project, on behalf of Fairway, and I didn't know if I was able to speak as part of the applicant, but I believe a big part of this hardship on this parcel is the shape of the parcel, due to the fact that it goes up Urbandale Avenue with the way that Urbandale Avenue goes to the northwest and angles up that way, that is kind of presenting this 3 feet into the radius up near Holy Trinity. If Urbandale Avenue was more in a orientation of the typical grid system in Des Moines in the east-west direction, this parcel would not be coming into question. It would be not in that radius. Again, because we are talking about the 3 feet in that upper corner. And if the city's right away on that alley was 3 feet wider, we would also not be having this conversation with that as well. Mm-hmm. So again, I'm in support of that. And as part of this Fairway concept, I think the liquor store is vitally important, especially this time of year as the holidays come up. I know a lot of us have bought and purchased liquor bottles as holiday gifts for both our family members and friends. And I think that's kind of the intent of this idea, is to be able to pop in and grab the handful of items you need rather than having to, in my case, I get lost in the grocery store. So that is all I have. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. All right. Thank you very much, Jason. Anybody else here to speak in support of the applicant's request? Hit the raise hand icon or *9.
I'm still not seeing any.
Okay. All right. Anybody to speak in opposition to the applicant's request? It looks like we got one hand up. We'll go ahead and have Bert recognize them.
Yes, you should be able to unmute now.
Hi, have I been recognized?
Yes, I can hear you. Name and address, please.
Hi, my name is Indira Shoemaker, 290 at 51st Street. I would like to speak in opposition. There's a couple reasons for this. First of all, like the area around, I understand, is like the primary concern of the people who live like in the neighboring area and the businesses in the neighboring area. I would also like to bring to the board's attention the fact that this intersection is extremely important in kind of the culture of the neighborhood and the area around that neighborhood. This is where the Beaverdale Farmers Market was being was held before COVID restrictions changed that. This is where Beaverdale Fall Fest is held every single year. So this corner specifically is very, very important to the neighborhood. And my concern in this case is combining sort of a grocery, potentially like, quick lunch and dinner sort of business with a liquor store. The things that happen in this area are very family friendly, are very like Fall Fest is a huge event for like high school students. And most of the time, high school students spend their time at Fall Fest on that corner, literally in the street, and would be right up against this liquor store where they can go in and say like, oh, I'm hungry because I've been hanging out with my friends out here. I'm going to grab a sandwich. Or I'm also going to like try to, use a fake ID, get a bottle of liquor, something like this. I'm also concerned about the fact that this is a path that kids walk home on constantly from Holy Trinity, from Hoover High School. It's a very, like, besides the fact that we're talking about, oh, you're in some sort of area of a school, I'm just concerned about the effect this is going to have on the neighborhood. I also want to bring up the fact that y'all on the board, someone brought up specifically, asked for them to justify, which is what the question that's on the table, to justify their need to sell liquor. They didn't have a justification, even though that was the requirement for them coming into this meeting, was to provide that justification. And then also in a following question, they said that their liquor sales are below 10% to try to kind of quell that fear. It kind of seems like that shows that they don't actually need the liquor business to run a viable business here. If the sales are below 10%, I don't really see the need for it. So those are my concerns. I don't believe that they've met the requirements that they need to be approved for this. So I would urge y'all to vote no on this. Thank you.
Okay. All right, Indira, thank you for your comments. Looks like we have another hand up.
Hello, have I been recognized?
Yes, we can hear you. We just need your name and address, and you've got 5 minutes.
Wonderful, thank you. My name is Adam Callanan. I live at 420 Court Avenue in Des Moines, 50309. Yeah, I'd like to uplift what Indira said, and also just talk about how it seemed like whenever they were explaining what they're requesting for this fairway, it seemed like they were pretty much admitting that they just wanted to kind of apply for everything they could now, and then like later on they may or may not use it. I don't see why they shouldn't just apply for things as they need them, especially like Indira was talking about with the liquor sales. They were saying they might not even really have them as integral to the business. It just kind of feels like they're asking for like hypothetical things that they don't really even have plans around using, which just to me honestly feels like inappropriate, that they don't even really know what they're planning to do here. I don't know how you're all expected to vote on something without knowing what they're actually planning to do. Yeah, that's all I have. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you, sir. We have another hand up.
Yeah, Vanessa, she should be able to speak now.
Hello. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
All right, Vanessa Morinchel, 3613 59th Street, Des Moines. Can we review if we really need to be doing that, by the way? Because I've been doxxed and I really don't like giving my address out like this. But I want to uplift what Indira and Adam said, and also oppose this fairway market. We don't need to be selling more liquor in these neighborhoods. This is also near my home-ish, and so we don't need to be approving more liquor licenses. Why do we need to be selling more liquor? It's just going to cause problems. We need more fresh foods in our neighborhoods. And so if Fairway wants to open something, maybe they could sell more than just meat and liquor. Maybe they could sell fruits and vegetables too, because what I'm hearing is this place is like a meat market type of thing. So maybe if you're going to approve this, they should have to sell more than just meat, and we shouldn't approve the alcohol. Thanks.
All right, thank you, Vanessa. All right, and looks like we have another hand up.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, just need your name, address. You've got 5 minutes. Oh, you just went away.
Hello?
Yes, can you hear us?
Sorry. Yeah. So my name's Leah Plath. I live at 2900 48th Street here in Des Moines. I walk by this location a lot and I just don't see the need for liquor to be sold there, especially if it's something that's only under 10% of their sales. I'd like to uplift the notion that we need more fresh fruits and vegetables in the community right there. I'm not inclined to go and shop in that store right now if it's just mostly meat and alcohol. I would go and get fresh veggies and fruits and stuff like that if that was offered, more of what was offered there. Yeah, that's about all I have to say. Thanks.
All right, thank you, Leah. Okay, anybody else to speak in opposition? Hand up. And Bert, are you also monitoring the phone? If we've got anybody hanging by the phone, like to give them a shot too, they need to hit *9.
Yeah, I have now allowed Peyton Shoemaker to speak.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, I wanted to also speak in opposition of this. I wanted to kind of reiterate what Indira has, oh, sorry, my address is 2908 51st Street. So I'm not a resident of the Beaverdale neighborhood. I'm kind of on the cusp between like Merle Hay neighborhood and Beaverdale neighborhood. And I just wanted to say, like I've been to Beaverdale Fall Fest for multiple years, a lot of that when I was in high school at Hoover. I've been to the Beaverdale Farmers Market multiple times. And there are already a lot of bars basically on that intersection. Like there's Saints, there's the other one that I can't remember the name of, but there's a lot of bars that are already right there. So I don't see the need for there to be a liquor store / restaurant that sells alcohol right there. I also want to point out that when the gentleman, I didn't catch the name because I wasn't on, I missed part of the call, but who was defending the Fairway store, he really didn't convince me, or I don't think anyone on the board really, that the sales of alcohol are necessary at this location, which is what he's applying for. So I think that just taking that into account, there's really no reason at all that this should be approved, because he didn't state any reason that would convince anyone that they need to sell alcohol in order to that it would hinder their business at all if they didn't sell alcohol. So I don't think that this that should be approved. I also was confused about when he was saying that alcohol sales were like 10% of their business. I was confused because it had sounded like earlier what he was saying was with the meat markets that they've had in the past, they haven't always sold alcohol at all of them. And this is like kind of a new thing that they're trying out. So then I'm kind of wondering where that 10% number came from, or if I misunderstood something. But it seems like that number might have come out of nowhere. And then, but even if it did, like 10% of the sales being from alcohol would not mean that they need to sell alcohol at this location at all. I also wanted to uplift what Adam was saying about how they shouldn't be getting permits for things that they don't know if they're going to be using them for or not, because that just doesn't make any sense. Like they don't need a permit to be a restaurant when they're not sure if that's even going to work yet. It just seems kind of like they're all over the place and they don't really know what they want to do with this location yet, especially since they can't come up with reasons that they need to sell alcohol. So I think that this should just be reconsidered, and you shouldn't approve anything for this. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. All right, who do we have next, Bert?
Kathy Simpson.
Hello.
Yes, Kathy, we just need your complete name, address, and you've got up to 5 minutes to address the board with your comments.
Okay, I'm Kathy Simpson. I'm at 2517 47th Street in Des Moines, 50310. And I am in Beaverdale. And actually, I know you're waiting for objections, but hear me out. I actually think having Fairway here would be awesome on that corner. I also want everyone to pay attention that those hours that they listed are really conducive hours. And as a matter of fact, I can imagine some of us being disappointed that they're not open more. But as far as the alcohol issue, I want to remind everyone too that a lot of folks in Beaverdale drink wine. It's not necessarily about the hard liquor, I don't think. But my concern though, or my question maybe even for Fairway, is whether or not they're aware that of course we have a Price Chopper on the south end of Beaver, which I might add has great produce, but also I've been waiting probably over, I want to say maybe 15 years to find out what's going to happen on that southwest corner of Douglas and Beaver with the Hy-Vee. So I guess, you know, Beaverdale, when I moved here long time ago, it was a great place because of all of the diversity of businesses. We had a pediatrician, we had lawn mowing repair shops. We just had everything in this community. And slowly those shops have closed or been taken away because of other development. And my concern is how many grocery stores do we need between Franklin and Douglas? So I'm all for Fairway. It's just, you know, I just want to make sure that those other two businesses kind of play into that somehow. So that's all I wanted to mention. So thank you for your time.
You bet. Thank you for your comments. All right. And do we have anybody else who wants to speak here in opposition or even neutral? I'll go ahead and throw that out there. Hit *9 on your phone or raise hand icon in Zoom. Seeing anybody there, Bert?
I am not seeing anybody.
All right. Do we have any comments from the zoning enforcement officer? Okay. Sue Ann, do you have anything to add? If you don't, that's fine.
Chair, members of the board, I don't have anything to add. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Board members, do we have any final questions for city staff?
Yeah, Chair, this is Justin Gross. Just a question for Eric real quick. And I don't want to go down a huge rabbit hole here, but if he would know or about the 500 feet rule and what really the intent and spirit of that 500 feet rule was.
Yeah, Eric Lundy, senior city planner. The separation of basically packaged liquor sales was meant to avoid a concentration of, you know, liquor stores in a small area and get distribution. That's actually the quarter mile. The 500 is really just to keep a fair distance from those uses that may not be conducive: parks, schools, churches, daycares,
yeah,
and keeping that activity approximate to where people are buying a packaged bottle of liquor and, you know, maybe moving as a pedestrian or driving after coming out of a store that sells liquor. So that's really what it's about. There's a separation for beer and wine only. I think the council looked at that differently. So
right. Yeah.
One thing I do need to point out is that the separation variance, if granted, does have to go to city council for a review. So I didn't point that out in the staff report.
Okay.
The other thing I should mention is that the consumption, while they're not proposing to sell for consumption of liquor, they would be allowed based on being a restaurant determination.
Right. Yeah. Eric, this is Mel Pins here. I want to just ask you this to maybe help with the clarification. When people ask us for things, they may be asking us for things they don't plan to do in the next 30, 60, 90 days. But we've had a number of people that have asked to do things and maybe it's never come to fruition. But if anybody is granted an approval to do something, they do have a limit of 2 years to go ahead and get it done. If they don't, it expires. Is that correct?
Yes, and they're going to have time here for development review and construction of their project. So that's, that 2 years generally gives a reasonable amount of time for them to, be up and running. Again, as long as they're permitted activities in the zoning, they can turn them on and off. That's not the,
right.
We don't really get into that necessarily.
Yep.
But the liquor sales in itself is what's under consideration.
Right.
The packaged liquors, that's really what the board's looking at
Yep.
here today.
Gotcha.
And the beer and wine, which is actually what's recommended. So.
Okay. All right. Any other questions for staff from the board? Okay. So what we'll do, the appellant, Fairway, you guys can decide how you want to do this, but you've got up to 3 minutes for any closing comments or rebuttal or helping people with information here. So we'll yield the floor to you.
Kobe with Fairway here. First of all, thanks for the comments. I'll try to touch on as much as I can here. I'll kind of just run down the list as they were spoken. So I think the first comment that came in, I think it kind of classified this project, obviously because of what the focus is here is us as a liquor store. And that is not, is not the case. We are not calling Fairway a liquor store in this instance. And our square footage where liquor, beer, and wine is allowed in this 7,500 square feet is, very small compared to what you'd see in a normal liquor store, because obviously it's the main premise for it. And then there was another comment where they were wondering if we sell liquor in all other locations where we have this meat market concept, being Omaha, Lincoln, Ames, and Kansas City. And yes, we do. I mean, that 10% comes from looking at all of those locations on where this is served and just kind of the footprint model that we do. So 10% does sound like a low number, but when you're operating out of 7,000 square feet as a grocery store and meat market, then that number starts to make a lot more sense, and 10% is a big deal, even if it's less. So next comment that I think someone brought up was for the beer and wine on the prepared foods piece. Maybe in my first remarks, it sounded like that was a maybe. And the reason why maybe it sounded like a maybe was our site plan and footprint and everything is still being considered by the city of Des Moines in our submittal. So we don't know what's going to change. If it remains as is how we've submitted and nothing changes, then yes, we will have that prepared foods option at this location, which then we would like to be able to sell beer and wine. So that's the intent there. It's not a maybe, it's just we will do it assuming everything goes to plan with these submittals with the site plan. Running down the list before I run out of time, Kathy, I appreciated your comments. I also want to talk about this hardship and being able to convey that maybe in a little bit of a better way. And one point I want to make is if we are not able to sell liquor, I feel like that kind of puts us a step behind any competition in the area, including that Price Chopper or that Hy-Vee if they ever come to that location. So that is a hardship to our business in this model and what we're trying to do at this location. So I hope I covered most of everything there, but we are excited about this project and liquor, beer, and wine and this concept we're trying to do. It's pretty important to it, and we hope the board agrees.
Okay. All right. Thank you for your closing comments, Kobe. Okay, on that note, we'll go ahead and close the public comment period and we'll go to board deliberation. So colleagues, any initial thought? There are 2 items here. The first is approving a conditional use permit for retail sales limited use. They have asked for alcoholic sales here, alcoholic liquor specifically. And because of that request, it would also then require a variance. So we have 2 parts of the request from the applicant, and then staff has addressed in their staff recommendation also those 2 parts. So does anybody have any initial thoughts?
This is Lynn Carlson. The variance they're looking for is 3 feet of difference, and as the gentleman from Snyder mentioned, that 3 feet wouldn't even be an issue if Urbandale was straight. and we had square blocks we're dealing with. So that's something to maybe take into consideration. The other thing I'm thinking of is we brought up, yes, 10% of the sales isn't 10% of the profit. There's a difference there. And I'm thinking about the competition. There's been a lot of advertisements on TV lately for places that sell these prepared meals or pre-prepared meals. You just go home and heat them up. And I know they all sell beer, wine, liquor type things, or most of them do, not all of them. So to be competitive, I think that's something we need to take into consideration. And I think they did mention that they were also going to be selling some fresh fruits and vegetables. So those are the points that I heard I'm taking into consideration.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, this is Cindy, and just to kind of piggyback off what Lynn just stated, for me, this is their concept. It's a specific concept for this specific store. So I would be in favor of liquor sales.
All right. Any other thoughts? One thing I'd throw out here, we had a lot of comments on this item on both sides, applicant as well as, and certainly a number of people who weren't in favor of it. This board isn't here to discuss the merits of alcohol, whether it's evil or not. From a Professor Harold Hill perspective, it can be easy to say we got trouble right here in River City. If they were to get what they want, they would only be operating until 7 o'clock at night. They wouldn't even be open on Sunday. So no selling of alcohol on Sunday. By the same token, and kind of a reverse lens here, if Fairway wants to open any retail establishment at this location, it would be well received. Fairway has one of the best reputations as a grocer in this state in the Midwest. So I think Fairway would be able to make money off every square foot of that footprint that they've outlined on that map, even if they're not selling liquor. If this was a straight up conditional use, might not be a big deal. We approved some other conditional uses today that were selling liquor. But the case we've got here is good, bad, or indifferent. The variance test is an extremely high hill to climb. And Fairway may have a model that it wants to do, but any model has to fit into the community and the community standards, which are our zoning ordinance. So I feel in this case, they'd have to show that they meet the variance test, and I don't believe they do. If they put something with their name on it, I'm guessing it would do fine, but I'm not here to do their advertising or run their business. So from my perspective, I would support the staff recommendation here to give them a shake to do most of what they want, but they would not meet the variance test on the alcohol, on the liquor part. So does anybody else have any other thoughts? I know, so this puts us a couple pros and cons here.
So this is Nathan. I agree with what you just said, Mel. And actually, I'll move staff recommendation.
I would go ahead and second that, but I'm open before we vote, if anybody has any other final thoughts on this from the board. And if there are none. All right, we'll go ahead and take a vote here. So we'd be moving staff rec, which is denial of the conditional use and variance of the minimum 500 separation distance to allow retail sales and limited use to sell alcoholic liquor for off-premise consumption. But we would also then be approving a conditional use for retail sales of limited wine or beer for off-premise consumption. And we would have 9 conditions on that. So we'd be voting yay if we want to approve staff recommendations. So we'll have Tyler take roll call.
Marlos Jones.
Yay.
Cindy Smith.
I'm going to vote no.
Nathan Blake.
Yes.
Lynn Carlson.
No.
Dave Gare.
Yes.
Justin Gross.
Yes.
And Mel Pins.
Yes.
The motion carries 5-2.
Okay. All right. So So guys, you might have to go back to your drawing board and make a few changes, but I think you'd be a welcome addition to that neighborhood from everything we've seen on your drawings, and your larger concept, I'm sure, would be a hit. So I wish you very well in your endeavors there. All right, that'll move us on then to item 7. This will bring us into some other territories today we haven't covered on uses. Item 7 is a conditional use request in the vicinity of 1950 6th Avenue.
Chair, members of the board, Jason Van Essen with the city's planning staff. The application before us is for a conditional use approval for a small cell wireless facility. The property or the site's located in a local historic district, so the zoning ordinance requires conditional use approval for that due to that circumstance. The map identifying the site, it's on the west side of 6th Avenue, just north of the Allison Avenue intersection. Photograph of the site, looking north. They are going to be co-located on a streetlight pole. You can see some fencing where the pole is going to be relocated from its existing location about 20 feet south due to some low-grade obstacles. We have design information submitted by the applicant. Go ahead and flip through that. This is the graphic, shows the pole with the small cell wireless fixtures attached. In your packet, you received a staff report for this item, identifying where in the zoning code the requirements stem from. Also include the, conditional use criteria that we have to review these applications against. As staff, we have looked at that in detail and believe they are hitting those criteria and are recommending approval. In this case, since it's in a local historic district, we are offering a condition that it be also reviewed by the Historic Preservation Commission in accordance with Chapter 58 of the City Code. They are on the agenda for the Historic Preservation Commission, so they'll be taking action on the item as well. This is the response map with the area highlighted for the notice area, 250 feet around the subject site. We didn't get any responses. The applicant with these conditional use provided us, they have to have a neighborhood communication where they send out information and offer up a way to be contacted. This is that summary provided by the applicant. Copy of their letter they sent, the mailing address that we provided them. Happy to answer any questions you might have. And then I do have a presentation that the applicants provided that I will help them go through during their presentation.
Let's see. All right. So Jason, you okay with some questions?
Sure.
All right. I'm just going to lead off with one here. So we've had one or two of these recently, and I hadn't seen this before. I know in the past, cell phone towers, I think of large structures, had been in our purview. But if a utility company wanted to put, let's say, a CAN transformer on top of a power pole, we probably wouldn't be reviewing that. But is there a specific reason why we are now reviewing these small telecommunication wireless things being put on poles? Can you help us with just what's the background?
Yeah, so just high level summary, and if others on staff want to take it a little deeper, they're welcome to. But so code at the state changed, state law changed, and as part of that process, as we were adopting our zoning ordinance, we also changed how we look at them based off of that language. And in short, the city's zoning ordinance requires a conditional use approval for these installations if they're in a local historic district, or if they're in abut property that's residentially or single family, zoned for single family and used for single family. And that's what you'll see on our next couple items. Those, we're reviewing those because of the zoning, the use of land, not because of the historic district status. Does that answer the question, Mel?
Yes, yeah, that's very helpful. Thank you. Okay, any other questions for Jason?
Mr. Chair, I have one for Jason.
Go ahead.
From that picture that you showed, it appears that it would be a new pole that would be constructed there. Is that fair to say?
I don't know if they're relocating that pole or if they will be replacing it with a slightly taller pole. I'd have to look back through the file, but I think the applicant probably be in a better position to provide that answer quickly. But at the end of the day, that streetlight pole that's there today, whether it's moved or eliminated, you know, we're only going to end up with one black streetlight pole with a black fixture.
Thank you.
Yep.
Right, I'm going to allow Emily Maluski, John Palmtag, and Anna Krustilic all to speak. I don't know which one of those 3 or 4 people want to speak first.
And they're all speaking on behalf of the applicant, correct?
Yeah, they sent me a list of 5 names that we're going to speak on behalf.
All right, so team, he's going to recognize all of you, but I'm going to give you a combined total here of 10 minutes. So you'll have to work together within your 10-minute time frame, okay?
Can you also unmute Sherman? Are you able to see?
He should be able to unmute himself. There he goes.
There, can you hear me?
Right.
Yes.
Yep.
Well, good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the board. My name is Sherman Botts. I'm a lawyer with Stinson, located at 1201 Walnut in Kansas City, Missouri. I'm licensed to practice in the state of Iowa, and I'm appearing as attorney for Cellco Partnership, DBA Verizon Wireless on items 7, 8, and 9. I don't intend to do much more of the speaking. Instead, I think the presentation will be turned over principally to Mr. Palmtag, Mr. or Ms. Emily Maluski, and Ms. Anna Krustilic. Thank you for the opportunity.
Hi, my name is Emily Maluski, and I am a network outreach consultant with Verizon. If you could please go to the next slide. So this is just a brief background timeline summary of our application process for this site. And so, as you can see, we've gone through the process with the city of submitting our application and then having a pre-application meeting for the conditional use approval. In November, we sent our neighborhood mailers out to the residents in the area. And as the summary showed, we did not receive any questions or concerns from those neighborhood mailers. On December 10th, we received the staff recommendation for our conditional use approval. And if we can go to the next slide, please. This is an aerial location view of where the proposed site will be. It is in the Riverbend Historic Neighborhood. If you can go to the next slide, please. Oh, John, are you on? Is John Palmtag unmuted?
He should be now.
Okay. Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. Good afternoon, members of the board, Mr. Chair. My name is John Palmtag. Along with Ms. Maluski, we're on the network outreach team for Verizon Wireless. Just for the record, our office address is 4002 South 149th Circle in Omaha, Nebraska. This slide shows, I think it's Mr. Van Essen did a good job previously, showing the existing Mid-American streetlight pole. This existing pole is black in color. It has a standard Cobra head design that's consistent with the design of other poles along the parkway on 6th Avenue. And the drawing to the right is our proposed Mid-American replacement pole that will be moved approximately 20 feet to the south to that orange fenced-in area, and will include our small cell radio technology, 3 integrated radio antennas mounted at the top of the pole. The pole will be the same height, within about 6 inches or so, and the light mast will be at the same height as well. This installation should significantly increase the wireless data capacity of this area of the Riverbend neighborhood, and it does match the aesthetics. It's essentially a replacement pole of the same color and same type. Next slide, please. This is an example of a previously built small cell a few blocks away at 6th and College. It's the exact same type of replacement mid-amp streetlight pole. It has the same type of Cobra head design, and this has the same type of radio technology we intend on installing. As you can see, the radios are mounted at the top. It's minimal addition to the pole itself. It doesn't disturb any sight lines, and it matches the pole color. It's the same color of black. The only difference from this installed pole and our proposed pole is that this currently installed pole has those banner bars about mid-pole. Those will not be installed on the proposed pole. Next slide, please. And this slide just shows the site drawings. It shows the underground electrical in the area. It shows the existing pole and our location for the proposed pole. Again, about 20 feet to the south. It's between the sidewalk and 6th Avenue, well within the right-of-way. And next slide, please.
This is Anna Kerselich, Kansas City, 1201 Walnut Street, Stinson representative of Verizon. I'm going to go hit the CUP criteria. So the location and operation of the small wireless facility will adequately safeguard the health, safety, and general welfare of persons near the site. The RF emissions of the small wireless facility are well below FCC safety limits. The small wireless facility will increase wireless network capacity and reliability in the area, which benefits the community, especially now during the pandemic when there's been an exponential increase in demand for wireless service. In addition, emergency service providers and residents who contact them rely on the network. Many people no longer have landlines and rely exclusively on cell phones. Next slide, please. The small wireless facility will not impair the supply of light or air to surrounding property due to the proposed co-location at the top of a mid-am light pole. Next slide, please. The small wireless facility will not increase congestion in the streets or public danger of fire, safety, or flooding. No portion of the small wireless facility or its equipment will be located on the ground. There will be no increase to the number of poles in the right-of-way. All necessary precautions will be taken during installation, and Verizon operates its equipment according to all applicable regulations. Next slide, please. The small wireless facility will not impair nearby property values. It's very low profile and will be located nearly 30 feet above ground level at the top of the mid-am light pole, where most people won't notice it, and where it will not materially alter the aesthetics of the area. The small wireless facility will improve Verizon's network capacity and reliability, which is something that property owners and prospective purchasers value. Next slide, please. The proposed small wireless facility is consistent with the general purpose of the zoning ordinance and the comprehensive plan and complies with FCC regulations, the Iowa Cell Siting Act, and all applicable zoning regulations. As noted in the staff report, the site is zoned RX1, where the zoning regulations specifically allow the small wireless facility with CUP approval. Next slide, please. The small wireless facility complies with the design requirements in section 134-4.7. The visibility of the small wireless facility is minimized because it's small and located at the top of the light pole. There are no ground cabinets, and it will have no separate lighting. It will be painted black to reasonably match the mid-am light pole, which does not have decorative elements. The height of the pole, including the small wireless facility, will be approximately 30 feet, which complies with height limitations in the design requirements. There are no setback issues due to co-location on the mid-am light pole in the right-of-way. The number of poles, as addressed previously, in the right-of-way will not change. So there's not going to be an additional pole. Next slide, please. The small wireless facility will have no significant detrimental impact on the use and enjoyment of adjoining properties for the same reasons previously discussed. It's low profile, co-located at the top of a light pole. No additional poles will be added to the right of way. And adequate setbacks have been provided due to co-location on the light pole that is in the public right of way. And that is all I have.
Okay, all right. Well, thank you for your good information. You guys are okay with taking some questions here? We'll see if the board members have any questions for you. Board colleagues, any questions for the applicant?
Mr.
All
Chair,
right. Yes, go ahead, Justin.
just a quick question here. I was wondering if one of the applicants could address the issue of the banner pole. It sounds like the banner pole that was shown on a picture is kind of consistent with the other poles in the area on that 6th Avenue street there, and wondering if they would consider also including a banner pole in their construction of the pole that they plan to put on this light or this device. Thank you.
This is John Palmtag. I think I can speak to that. At least when we did site selection, we always try to replace like for like to the extent possible. The pole that we're replacing seems to have been installed in the last year or two. I mean, normally if we're replacing a banner pole, we of course reinstall a banner pole. As to why the original pole was not a banner pole, I'm not sure. But again, we just typically do like for like. And if there are banner poles around it, and if for some reason it was a black sheet pole that there were no banner rods on, we can certainly look at that and reevaluate.
And I will add that the pole is owned by Mid-American Energy. So that is something that they would put on the pole, not Verizon.
Okay.
I just have one comment. This is Lynn Carlson. Just I drive down that road quite often. And I think the difference is banner pole is in the center of the road, I believe, and the other ones are on the side of the road. So I think, again, it has to do with the city wanting to banner that area as a historic area. And those are my thoughts.
Okay. All right. Other questions for the applicant? Okay. All right. If we don't have any, then we'll go ahead and see if there are any folks that have some comments about the proposal. Is there anybody that wishes to speak in support of the applicant's request? And that does not include the folks that just co-presented. So is there anybody that wants to speak in support of the applicant? Either hit the raise hand icon in Zoom or hit *9 on your phone to be recognized.
I am not seeing any.
All right. And if they want to pop in, just like on the last one, they can later on. But is there anybody that wishes to speak in opposition then? Same sign. Hit the raise hand icon in Zoom to be recognized or *9 on your phone. And I'll do the same thing for anybody that wishes to speak neutrally, just generally regarding the item. Anybody that wants to comment at all? Going once, going twice. Okay, sold. Okay, so any comments from the zoning enforcement officer?
Chair, members of the board, the zoning enforcement officer has nothing to add.
Okay, thank you. Board members, do we have any questions for city staff? Okay. Nope. Did we have a comment or question there? Perhaps not. Okay. All right. Well, the appellant doesn't need to rebut anything, I don't think, since we had no comments. So let's just go to board deliberation. All right, board members, what do you think?
Mr. Chair, this is Cindy. I'd like to move staff.
All right. All right, so we've got a motion to move staff recommendation. I'm assuming your reasoning is consistent with the staff rationale that was presented.
Absolutely, yes.
Okay.
I'll
All
second.
right, would there be any other discussion or a second?
I'll second. This is Dave.
All right, so we got a motion by Cindy and a second by Dave. Would there be any other discussion before we take a vote? All right, seeing none, we've got a motion to approve staff recommendation for approval of the requested conditional use in accordance with applicable preservation codes in chapter 58. All right, so all those that would be in favor of the staff rec would say aye. We'll take roll call vote.
Cindy Smith,
Aye.
Nathan Blake,
Aye.
Lynn Carlson,
Aye.
Dave Gare,
Aye.
Justin Gross,
Aye.
Marlis Jones,
Aye.
and Mel Pins.
Aye.
Motion carries 7-0.
Okay, all right, so our next item then is item 8. That is a conditional use request in the vicinity of 837 41st Street. And while these items may be similar, they may have different settings and locations. I'll leave it up to the applicant to decide, to what degree they want to give information. But this is another separate hearing item. So we'll kick it off first with city staff to give us the background here.
Chair, members of the board, Jason Van Essen with staff. Yeah, the difference with item 8 and then we see 9 from the item we just acted on. One of the differences would be that it's how it's coming before you. It's not located in a local historic district. We're dealing with property that's zoned and used exclusively for single household residential. So that's what the trigger is here. This is a map identifying the subject site on the east side of 41st Street, just south of the Rollins Avenue intersection. Photograph looking towards the south, looking at the pole. We have drawings from the applicant showing the site. Installation, this would be a wood pole, would be a new pole installed, light fixture be attached to it. I believe this pole would be about 5 feet taller than the one that's there today. Then you can see the equipment would be installed at the top. More design information and photographs from the applicant. Staff reports was provided to the board and to the applicant in advance of the meeting with the information from the zoning ordinance as to why and how we're reviewing, also showing the criteria for reviewing the conditional use request. Same criteria as what was discussed in other meetings and is available here in the code. I won't read it verbatim. We included our staff analysis and looking at this criteria, recommending approval of the request. This is the response map, the notice area. Everything within the outer red is within the 250-foot notification boundary. We had, within that boundary, we had one response in opposition. This is the card. I'll give you a second to look at it. And then we also had this card from the neighborhood association that had some questions, and I'll give you a couple seconds here to read that as well. And then we have the summary of the applicant's neighborhood outreach effort, just documenting who they spoke to, copy of the letter that they sent, mailing list that we provided to them based off our notice area. They also did provide some copies of emails or correspondence they had with some neighbors that had questions. We can come to any of these. This one, they were trying to provide an illustration of what I think it's handhole. I think that's, the term has left me, but anyway, the kind of the supporting below grade facility that goes with these installations, what that would look like. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions that the board has for me.
All right, anybody got any questions for Jason? From the board? Okay. All right, seeing none, we'll go ahead and go to the applicant. You've got up to 10 minutes to address the board. And if you've got the same group of folks, that's fine. I think for the record, we'll just make note of that. And we'll turn the floor over to you guys.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, got you.
Okay, great. This is Emily Maluski again with Verizon. And we're looking at a site that's located on 41st Street. And this site, as was previously discussed, is in a residential area. And so we have a brief background and timeline of our progression of the application process. And on November 10th, we did send neighborhood mailers and received a few responses back from those that we did answer promptly and provided additional information to answer those questions. The city staff on December 10th recommended approval. And if we go to the next board or next slide, please. This is an aerial shot of the location. And as you can see, it is abutting two residential houses. It's a light pole in the area. And we did look at the surrounding infrastructure in the area, and this was the best candidate for a co-location. If you go to the next slide, please. So the site abuts the back of the Des Moines Community Playhouse. And so one of the benefits will also be for that. The traffic and the visitors to the Playhouse will be added better cellular coverage, and will improve service in the area. If you can go to the next slide, please.
This is John Palmtag again from Verizon Wireless. So this installation is a little bit different from the previous application in that we're going to co-locate on a Mid-American owned wood light pole. So on the left side, you can see the previous existing light pole with the light arm coming out of the top. With our replacement proposal, it'll be located in roughly the exact same spot on the property. The wood pole, as mentioned, would be approximately 4 or so feet taller, but the light arm should be mounted at roughly the same height to maintain continuity. There are other wood poles in the area, so it should maintain the aesthetics of the area as well. And as Emily mentioned, it's across the street from the Des Moines Community Playhouse, and it's across the intersection from the shops at Roosevelt. So that's along with the Drake neighborhood, the real target area we're trying to cover and provide our latest generation wireless coverage to. Next slide, please. So this is a photograph of an installed radio setup of similar equipment at the top of a Mid-American wood utility pole. As you can see, this is like our previous application. These are integrated radio and antenna units. It's all contained in those little boxes. They're manufactured with shrouding techniques from the factory so that they're relatively slim and streamlined. They're only about 20 to 24 inches tall, so they're relatively small, in this case on a 30-some foot wood pole, so they don't intrude on any sight lines. They do match the aesthetics of the area. The gray color is a Mid-American spec gray, so it won't be a different color of gray, and it will match other Mid-American spec utility installations. Next slide, please. And then this, again, is site drawings of the area. This is included in the application packet submitted to the board, but it just shows the underground utilities, and it has some photographs of the existing Mid-American wood streetlight pole as well. Next slide, please.
This is Anna Kerselich again. Just like the last application, this proposal meets all of the CUP criteria. Won't go through all of those again because It's all the same rationale, and they are all identified in this presentation that is part of the record. The only thing I would point out that's different about this one, like we said, it is in a residential area. The project that involves this facility is increasing network capacity. There are no harmful impacts that are anticipated. The RF emissions are well within all regulations and below FCC safety limits. There is going to be a light on the pole as discussed, and what I'm trying to do here is answer some of the questions that were addressed in the comments that were provided. The difference with this is that it's a little bit higher. It's 34 feet instead of 30 feet like the previous application. However, that's still well within the height limitations. And this site is not located within an underground district. So I wanted to point that out as well. And we'd be happy to answer any questions that you would have.
Sure. All right, board members, any questions for the applicant?
Mr. Chair, this is Cindy Smith. I noticed on a couple of the comments cards, they were asking if the pole could be relocated. Would that be a question for Mid-American?
Yeah,
Sorry,
you guys, can you guys answer that from Verizon's perspective? As much as you can.
Yeah, we can speak a little bit to the site location process. So of course, we do work with Mid-American to find adequate poles to locate our small wireless facilities on. With regard to locating these small cells, unfortunately, due to the laws of physics, the effective coverage range of these small cells is relatively short, like measured in the number of city blocks rather than something you'd think of a larger macro tower in square miles. So we have to be very choosy, and we're very limited in our ability to move small cells around, even within a neighborhood or even within a block, based on the existing grid of small cells, based on our existing coverage map from the larger towers. And in this case, I know there was at least one comment that suggested that we move it farther to the south on 41st Street. If we would go farther to the south, that would provide more coverage to the highway, which we're not targeting with this small cell, and it doesn't make sense for our grid in this particular scenario. And as we mentioned earlier, we're really trying to get a lot of that traffic from the community playhouse and as well as the shops on Roosevelt, along with the neighborhood. So this is really the optimal location for our technology in this circumstance.
Right. Okay.
All right. Thank you.
All right. Good question. Good answer. All right. Any other questions that the board has for the applicant?
I got a question because just one of the cards asked about it, and I didn't think this was an issue anymore, but somebody mentioned that the incidence of blood disease is higher for people who live near these cell towers. And is that been proven or not proven? I think it was maybe with the bigger towers, but can you address that so the people listening to this can understand that risk?
Hey, and Lynn, you have a good fundamental question that many people have, but rather than have Verizon answer that, if I may, if this is appropriate, could I have our board attorney give us some review of where our purview lies on situations related to that, especially based on the FCC and some Supreme Court rulings?
That would be fine. I'm just asking because I saw it as a comment, and I know people listen to these, want to know the information that we took into consideration.
Right.
Yes, thank you for the question. The standards and criteria are what you are bound to. I know it is a larger question, and it has been studied because it has been brought up at the national level to assure that these are not harmful, and somehow the rumor mill still stays out there that exists. But what we are going to be restricted to is what the standards and review criteria are in the city code, which to some extent come from us from above, the federal regulations, and they don't include those kinds of inquiries into conditions like this, because they have not been shown to be connected. So I don't know if that kind of gets to the point of it, but that is not an issue that is before you.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure to reassure other people that someone else is watching out for those.
Yes.
Yep.
That's not our responsibility. Thank
Correct.
you. Okay, any other questions? Okay, seeing none. All right, well, thank you for your presentation. What we'll do now is we'll see if there are any comments that folks have related to the specifics of the application itself. So is there anybody that wishes to speak in support of the request outside of the applicant's team? Anybody that wants to speak in support, they can hit the raise hand icon on Zoom or hit *9 on their phone.
I am not seeing any.
All right, anybody that wishes to speak in opposition to the applicant's request, same sign, raise your hand or hit *9.
All right, I just allowed Sarah McCurdy to unmute.
Okay.
Thank you. My name is Sarah McCurdy. I live at 835 41st Street, Des Moines, Iowa. And this is going to be about 41 feet from my front door. And I don't want it. And it would have been helpful when you sent us this letter on November 10th, had you included a drawing of what this was going to look like, because we were left to wonder what kind of eyesore are we going to have right in front of our homes. And while this picture that you showed us, is way more pleasing than what I saw when I Googled it, it's still going to be an eyesore. It's going to diminish our property values. If we try to sell our homes, people are going to be like, that doesn't look like a regular light pole. What's going on? People don't want to live next to this, especially 41 feet. And I asked, can it be moved down towards the south end, closer to 235? And you say your target isn't to provide wireless service for I-235. I understand that, but is it that lousy of service that moving it that far away down is going to impact the coverage it provides? It just doesn't make sense. We are a very dark street if there's not something going on at the Playhouse, and we would only benefit from having an additional light down towards that south end side. And I'd also like to say there isn't enough research done, and even the American Cancer Society has said, it seems absolutely safe, but they don't know the long-term effects of living this close to these. I am in cancer remission. I have had 98% of my cervix removed and 12% of my uterus. When you review case studies, true, none of them are current as far as like 2019 and more recent. It does say this gravely affects your hormones, blood pressure, fatigue, all of that. And I just don't think it's right to have this 41 feet in front of my house. And it would be even closer to my neighbor's house to the north. That's all I have to say. I guess I would leave it with the board. Would you want to live less than 50 feet from your house to this?
All right, thank you for your comments. Okay, do we have anybody else that wishes to speak in opposition? Please raise your hand and ask to be recognized through Zoom or hit *9 on your phone.
All right, I have allowed a Matt Kiernan to unmute themselves.
Okay, Matt, we just need your, again, your name and your address, and you've got up to 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. My name is Matt Kiernan. I'm speaking on behalf of my mother, Joan Kiernan, who lives at 839 41st Street in Des Moines and has lived in the neighborhood for the last 34 years. As a point of clarification, there is no 837 41st Street address. That address does not exist. Ladies and gentlemen of the board, thank you for allowing me to speak today in regard to the installation of the small wireless facility in front of 839 41st Street. I am speaking to you today in opposition of this project. While it is appreciated that Verizon Wireless is making efforts to upgrade its services by providing improvements in their network, there are concerns about the project for homeowners and incoming visitors to the neighborhood, a neighborhood that is designated as a historic cultural area. The city of Des Moines completed its Roosevelt Streetscape project in the last few years at a cost of $1.7 million to beautify the Roosevelt corridor. Since then, the number of visitors of not only the shopping center, but the community playhouse has significantly increased to this culturally historic area. This has not only improved businesses from a fiscal standpoint, but also the area has seen a rise in property values as well. As so much has been done in the neighborhood to improve the overall look and feel, it is certainly a concern that after so much effort and resources have been spent in this area, that it is vital to scrutinize any and all projects that come into the neighborhood. Second, if this project is to be finished in its present form, there is a large concern that other wireless providers will request in the future and be allowed to install the same types of devices in the same areas, compounding the issues that have already been discussed today. In conclusion, it's my fervent request that this project be delayed until a plan can be formulated to place these devices in areas that create the least amount of visual and audible disturbances as possible. In doing so, this may set the precedent as other wireless companies seek permission to do the same projects, not only in this neighborhood, but in neighborhoods across our city. Again, I'd like to thank the board for my time today. And again, my primary concern is not only the Verizon wireless project, but the projects that will certainly come down the line in very short fashion. They will all want to improve their network and services, and will be looking at the same type of format to put their towers and antennas on. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Kiernan. Is there anybody else who wishes to speak in opposition?
In their bid request in front of President Trump, they know.
Bert, what do we got there? I hear somebody's got their news broadcast on in the background, if they wouldn't mind turning their television down. All right, Bert, are we recognizing somebody?
Yeah, can you hear me? I'm trying to unmute. Oh, there, Lori Calhoun unmuted herself.
Hi, sorry, I wasn't sure if I was able to speak or not. My name's Lori Calhoun.
Bert's not coming across somehow.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, Bert, yeah. All right, but Lori, you've got the floor at the moment, so go ahead. We just need your complete name, address, and you've got 5 minutes.
Thank you. My name's Lori Calhoun. I'm located at 2808 Cottage Grove Avenue, and I serve as the president of the Drake Neighborhood Association. This conversation was discussed at our December meeting. I would say as an association, there were a lot of questions regarding this, and I think as raised by Matt, I think our concern primarily is just the comprehensive plan that the city has for these types of installations. I think that we were not aware of some of the changes. We were confused on why we were allowing a cell company to come in the right of way, whether there'd be more that would come as a result of that. Obviously, health safety issues were coming into question. And I think that my desire would be is that there would be more of a comprehensive plan or understanding of how we are going to approach this the city, and a proactive communication with the neighborhood association so that we don't have to take these one off, and that we have a broader understanding of what is to be expected with these types of arrangements. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
All right, thank you for your comments as well. Anybody else who wishes to speak in opposition to the request? We'll have Bert recognized. Looks like we've got one.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes. Go ahead.
Indira Shoemaker, 290 51st Street. I wasn't really going to speak on this item, but just hearing the opposition, I just wanted to kind of uplift that and just emphasize that basically in a democracy, the decisions of a city should be based on the constituents' needs, and especially the constituents who are going to be most affected by something. And so I just wanted to uplift and emphasize kind of the message that was coming from the people in the area who were speaking in opposition, and just speak in support of their opposition.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Do we have anybody else that wishes to speak in opposition?
I am not seeing any.
Okay. I still show a hand up for some reason.
That's Indira.
Okay.
You can put
All right.
there.
All right. Thank you, Indira. Okay. All right. Do we have anybody that wishes to speak in neutrality? Usually not. Okay, so zoning enforcement officer, do you have any comments?
Chair, members of the board, the zoning enforcement officer has no comments.
All right, thank you. Board members, do you have any final questions for city staff? All right, seeing none, appellant, you've got up to 3 minutes for rebuttal.
Yes, thank you. This is Anna Kerselich, representative for Verizon. Just to respond to some of those comments, the city's decisions are regarding this specific conditional use permit is based on a specific set of criteria that is set forth in the city code as reviewed by staff and included in the presentation. This application meets all of those criteria. There is research that indicates that more than 75% of prospective homebuyers prefer a good cellular connection, even over the proximity to schools. So we've not found that it's had any impact on property values. And I would also note that this is not in a historic district.
Okay. All right. Okay. So do you yield the floor then? Okay. In other words, you're done with your rebuttal?
Yes, unless any of the Verizon representatives wanted to add anything.
All right. Well, then we'll go ahead and close the public portion and we'll go to board deliberation. All right, board members, do we have any thoughts on the item here?
Mr. Chair, this is Justin, if I may speak.
Yes.
When this issue was brought up in the Sherman Hill neighborhood, I was opposed to it due to the propensity of other communication companies doing the same thing and that it was a slippery slope. And so as one of the voices that were heard, I do have the same concern that there's not a comprehensive plan to address these type of communication devices. And so I would be opposed to it. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else have any thoughts?
Lynn Carlson once again. I spent 20 years selling real estate in the Des Moines area. I never once had anybody complain about a cell phone tower like these. The bigger ones where they had the big radio things and that, yes, they would complain about. But these ones are very unobtrusive. They're on a light pole that's already there. And I have never once had a person complain about it or have it show up in an appraisal report. So the fact that it brings down home values is really no longer an issue that I have not seen in my 20 years that I sold real estate. So I am in support of the poll and I will move staff recommendation.
All right. So we've got a motion to approve staff rec from Lynn. If there's any other comments or discussion or a second.
I'll second. This is Nathan.
All right. We got a motion from Lynn and a second from Nathan. So we'll go ahead and take a vote here. We'd be motioning, or the motion is to approve the staff rec or approval of the requested additional use for a small wireless facility as presented. All those that would in favor would vote aye. So we'll take roll call.
Nathan Blake.
Aye.
Lynn Carlson.
Aye.
Dave Gare.
Aye.
Justin Gross.
No.
Marlis Jones.
Aye.
Cindy Smith.
Aye.
And Mel Pins.
Aye.
Motion carries 6-1.
Okay. All right. So the conditional use permit request for this address is approved. Okay. That'll move us then into item 9, which is a conditional use permit request. It's in the vicinity of 4005 Woodland Avenue. We'll have staff kick us off on this one.
Chair, members of the board, Jason Van Essen with planning staff. Again, this is a conditional use request that's needed because the site is a pole that is on property zoned and used exclusively for single household residential use. This is a map identifying the subject site on the north side of Woodland Avenue, just west of the 40th Street intersection. photograph looking westward towards the subject pole.
Hey, Jason, stop and back up. Was this picture was taken what, in the last 2 days?
Yes, it was taken this week.
Make sure that guy gets a ticket on his pickup for. Since we have the public engaged here, get your vehicles off the street so they can be cleared. That's my public service announcement.
There you
please
go.
Continue.
Public safety first. All right, so we have drawings set from the applicant. You can see this one identifies the existing pole. It does support service lines to at least one property in the area. Drawing showing the new pole. It would be a taller pole, I'll let the applicant, it looks like it'd be at the very top about 34 feet in height, where maybe the existing one is around 25 feet. Image or graphic of what it would look like installed. Some more site information, photograph, elevation information, staff report identifying the sections of the zoning ordinance, chapter 134 that apply. The staff report includes the conditional use criteria that we review these applications against. Staff, in the staff rationale section, we summarized our finding that it meets that criteria. So conditional use needs to be approved, and we are recommending approval. This is the notice map. Everybody within the 250 zone received notice. Didn't have any responses to that notice directly. We have the neighborhood communication summary from the applicant, their letter they sent, mailing address that we provided to them from the assessor records. Didn't have anything in writing from neighbors, so don't have anything else to share. Happy to answer any questions that the board might have.
Okay. Any questions for Jason? All right. Hearing none, let's go ahead and hear from the applicant.
Hi, this is Emily Maluski again with Verizon. If we go to the next slide, please. This is just a brief background summary of our timeline for the application process for this conditional use approval. We sent our notices to the neighbors on November 10th, and since then we have not received any responses or questions from anyone in the neighborhood. If you can go to the next slide, please. This is an overhead shot of the neighborhood that shows where our proposed site will be, which is a residential area. Next slide, please.
Hello, this is John Palmtag again from Verizon Wireless. Like the last application, this is going to be Verizon small cell installation on top of a Mid-American Energy wood pole. Only difference here is there's no street light on this pole. This is just an electric distribution pole. Again, we have our latest generation wireless technology, 3 integrated radio antenna units located at the top of the pole at approximately 34 feet in height. Next slide, please. And again, this is an example of a similarly constructed wood pole in the Des Moines area with a similar technology. Again, the integrated radio antennas are approximately 20 to 24 inches tall, so they're very small relative to the rest of the pole, and they don't impede on any sight lines or provide any significant visual disturbance. Next slide. And this slide is, like the previous applications, a clipping from the site drawing showing the underground electrical in the area, as well as the pole to be replaced. Some photos of that on the left side. Next slide, please.
This is Anna Kerselich. Same with the last 2 applications. The staff report has determined that we have met all of the CUP criteria, or this proposal has, and those are all set forth in further detail in the presentation that has been provided. The difference with this one is that it is a utility pole as opposed to a light pole. And I would note that the site is not within an existing underground district. So in the event that there were any undergrounding, that would be something that Verizon would be responsible for addressing at such time. So that would conclude my portion of the presentation. We'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, any questions for the applicant from the board?
Mr. Chair, I have a question for the applicant.
Yes, go ahead, Justin.
And I don't know which one would address this, but I do live in this neighborhood, and I know that maybe 500 feet away there is an alley that's just across the street going north. I'm curious to know if that was a location that was looked at as a possibility for this installation.
This is John Palmtag from Verizon again. As to exactly which locations that our site acquisition team has evaluated, I can't specifically speak to, but generally we're located in the right of way, which is going to be generally between the street and the sidewalk on existing Mid-American Energy poles. As far as the alleys, often the alleys will have distribution poles that have a lot of different uses, primary, secondary, and tertiary, electrical lines, fiber lines, et cetera, and are very bad candidates for co-location, and Mid-American wouldn't approve them anyway. But as for the alley location, I couldn't speak to the specific evaluation.
Okay. All right, any other questions for the applicant? Okay, all right, moving on. Do we have anybody that wishes to speak in support of the applicant's request? And if you want to speak in support, hit the raise hand icon in Zoom or *9 on your phone.
Not seeing any.
Okay, seeing none, is there anybody that wishes to speak in opposition to the applicant's request? Same signs? Looks like we have one.
One. And
Yep.
it's from a phone, so I am allowing them to unmute, but they'll have to give their name as soon as they do that. They'll want to press *6 on their phone to unmute. It's 5. There we go.
Hi, my name is Kimberly Hansen, and I reside at 4015 Woodland Avenue. I did not send a card in. We are not necessarily opposed to technology. I do want to just make a few comments because of this being within 50 feet of my front door. It's also being installed in front of 2 elderly ladies, my next door neighbors, and they wanted me to ask questions. So I had called city staff and asked those questions prior. But I've been listening this afternoon just because I wanted to see how the discussion had been progressing. I have a couple of questions and a couple of comments. One of my questions is how many of these are going to be placed around the city as far as clutter eventually, because I do know they're slimlined, but if each company is going to be allowed to put these on the poles, is it going to be every other pole eventually after each company has gone through this process? Also, we are a block north of Ingersoll Avenue, which could be a great place for this on a black pole. The city streetscape is going to be placed not too far from there in, I think, a year. And so that would help kind of shadow that, because I think the black pole that I saw over off of Hickman and 6th Avenue, I think it looks a lot better than the regular poles. I just wanted to let everyone know that this process really started several months ago, that the wire for this pole was ran by Mid-American, I presume, sometime towards the end of October. Mid-American brought a new pole in. They replaced the pole that was there prior to us getting the letter. And then when we did receive the letter from Verizon, there was no return address. So the whole process really kind of seemed backwards. It was like they came and dug up the public right-of-way and put all the wiring in and put the new pole in before this had even come before this board. Also, I know this is public right-of-way, but these front yards on these houses are very small. Usually they're around 30 feet, so your front door is right there in front of the pole. Also, this street is going to be torn up next summer with the city sewer system coming in. So your pole will probably come down and you're going to have to redo the wiring and reinstall again in the future. So my questions are more bigger questions for the city, and I know this is probably not the venue, but I also wanted to put it out there. Are we going to have AT&T a block down, and do we have US Cellular across the street? How many of these are we going to install? Those are my comments.
Okay, thank you, Kimberly. I think staff can make note of that, and maybe that's something that planning director, community development can discuss at a future date. Anybody else that wishes to speak in opposition?
I am not seeing any.
All right, do we have anybody else that wishes to speak in neutrality? And seeing none, any comments from the zoning enforcement officer?
Chair, members of the board, no comment.
Okay, all right. Well, appellant, you've got up to 3 minutes if you would like. If there's anything that you would like to address based on any of the comments or opposition you received, you can wrap it up as you would like. And I'm not hearing anybody. If my connection's good, does the appellant want to give a rebuttal?
Oh, sorry, this is John Palmtag again. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I don't think we'll provide a rebuttal.
That's fine. Okay. All right, we'll close the public portion then and go to board deliberation. All right, thoughts, comments, or then motions from the board? Okay, all right. The only thing that I'd maybe throw out here is sometimes when things are in front of us for approvals or permissions, it doesn't mean that it's a bad thing. It just means it needs to be taken into context. If Mid-American tomorrow wanted to replace or add thousands of transformers to power poles, there would be very little to no oversight on that. So because we have telecommunication equipment, I myself am not sure where the concern comes from. These are very, very small locations. The micro technology is amazing. What this also helps us do is, like has been stated here previously and by some members of this board, that we all expect to have correct and usable technology. I think 99% of people don't want calls dropped or don't want their data streams to be impeded. And we're going to see even more of that, just with this hearing as an example. So if we're going to look at a few more of these around the city, that may be something within our purview. We'll deal with it when it comes to us. But I think that all of us should assume that a modern city is going to have some modern utilities that go with it. And if anything, these are extremely small in their impact. Compared to if Verizon or somebody else came before us and said, we need to put a 120-foot tall tower in and co-locate 4 different carriers on it. And we've seen that in the past. So in my opinion, I think this really helps us avoid some of those things, especially when we're using even more data and have more coverages. We're trying to minimize those impacts. And to me, this helps. So I'm going to make a motion for staff recommendation for approval on this one. Any other comments, or would there be a second?
Mr. Chair, this is Cindy. I'll second.
Mr. Chair,
right.
I'd like to make a comment if I could. I respect your opinion, obviously, but I would like to say, I mean, this is a little bit different than the other 2 that we've already approved. I mean, this also is a 9-foot taller pole. I mean, that's nothing to shake a stick at. It's a significant increase in the pole size. And when asking about simply maybe putting it in an alley, which is not more than maybe 500 feet away, there was really no good response to that. I mean, if co-location is the goal here, then 9 feet should address it, even if it's in an alley. So I do think we still need to consider a comprehensive plan with these, and maybe that's something that the city needs to look at in the future. Thank you.
Sure. Excellent comment. Thank you, Justin. Any other comments?
Isn't the pole size determined by Mid-American?
Well, this is time for us to make our motions rather than ask questions.
Oh, okay, then I'm done.
Okay. Sorry, Len. Okay, so I've got a motion and I've got a second. I believe that was by Cindy. So let's go ahead and take a roll call vote. We'd be motioning yay for approval in accordance with the staff recommendation. Tyler?
Lynn Carlson.
Aye.
Dave Gare.
Yes.
Justin Gross.
No.
Marlis Jones.
Aye.
Cindy Smith.
Aye.
Nathan Blake.
Aye.
And Mel Pins.
Aye.
Motion carries 6-1.
Okay. All right. And you folks at Verizon, you might want to double, triple check there. If you install something, it sounds like it could have to be redone here if there's going to be some street improvements. Okay, well, that'll move us on to item 10, a conditional use approval request from Des Moines Public Schools.
Right, Mr. Chair, members of the board, Bert Ross, planner for the city of Des Moines. Item number 10 is a request for a conditional use approval for an assembly and entertainment large use in a P2 district. And it would allow for use of the property as a stadium with approximately 4,000 seats. The subject property was just rezoned to the P2 Public Institution Nolan Civic District last week, which cleared the way for this public hearing to occur today. And this type of a use is allowed as a conditional use only in the P2 district, which is what necessitates the public hearing. So we're just charged with today at looking or determining whether the request satisfies the 9 criteria necessary for granting a conditional use approval. The subject property is located on the north side of Forest Avenue, immediately to the east of the Knapp Center basketball facility on the Drake University campus. The map here is still showing the previous zoning districts, but just please know that it was rezoned to P2 recently. Here are some site photos. You can see that the Des Moines Public Schools has already taken ownership of the property and has cleared the trees and the parking lots that were there. So it's now looking like this. And now I'll show you the plan that they've submitted with their application. You can see it's a fairly large soccer stadium that would take up the entire block. And again, today we're just talking about the use, not necessarily the site plan. The Plan and Zoning Commission will hold their public hearing tomorrow night on the site plan, as they're asking for a few small waivers for that site plan. And now I'll show you some photos of some drawings of what the stadium would look like. Just go through these quickly. There's some better diagrams coming up. So these are we'll give you a better idea of what the stadium would look like. And you can see the site slopes from the south to the north. So it's kind of built down into the hill, or would be built into the hill. And as I mentioned, the board today is really only charged with determining whether these 9 criteria right here have been satisfied by the applicant. On the screen here is how the applicant views that they satisfy these. So I believe the applicant's representative will have me flip back to this screen later. Staff also did an analysis and we felt that they have satisfied all 9 criteria. We feel that this is an appropriate location for the site at the perimeter of the Drake University campus. The proposed scale and intensity of the use are very similar to the Knapp Center and to the Drake Stadium, which are already in this area. And just given the nature of these facilities, the soccer stadium, the basketball arena, and the football stadium are all generally used at different times of the year. So we feel that this makes sense and that helps them meet the criteria. So our recommendation is for approval of the conditional use permit since the rezoning was approved last month or last week. The board is able to hold the hearing today.
Feels like a month, doesn't it, Bert?
What's that? Yeah, yeah. This week has been very long, but we did not receive any comment cards from the immediate vicinity. We only notified the 250-foot buffer from the stadium site, which Drake University owns most of the properties, as well as the United States Postal Service to the east.
Okay. And Bert, a neighborhood association that this location is either within or that would border that site, a neighborhood association also gets contacted on this. Did you receive any correspondence cards or anything back from any neighborhood associations?
Not on this. We did on the rezoning, the neighborhood, I believe, spoke in support, but we have not heard from them. And it's possible Lori Calhoun with the Drake neighborhood is still on. So I guess before I turn it over to questions, I guess I just like to reiterate that the board today is charged with determining whether the use satisfies the criteria for the conditional use permit. The board's not authorized to, determine whether or not Des Moines Public Schools is doing, I guess, right by the taxpayers or whatnot, but so we're only allowed to consider the land use implications of this and not necessarily financials or other decisions.
Okay, and Bert, just for clarification, I appreciate that. Can you show us again those 9 conditional use standards that must be met? Can you maybe blow that up just a little bit? Slide down.
Yeah.
Could you just go ahead and for the record, just read those quick?
Sure. Number 1, the proposed geographic location and operation of the use or activity adequately safeguards the health, safety, and general welfare of persons residing or working in the adjoining or surrounding property. 2, the proposed use will not impair light or will not impair an adequate supply of light and air to surrounding property. 3, the use will not unduly increase congestion in the streets or public danger of fire, safety, or flooding. 4, the proposed use will not diminish or impair established nearby property values. 5, the proposed use is consistent with the general purpose of this zoning ordinance, the planning and design ordinance, chapter 135 of this code, and the comprehensive plan and any specific purposes established in this zoning ordinance for the subject use. 6, and this one's not applicable, the proposed use in any F flood district is fully in compliance with chapter 50 of the city code. 7, the proposed use shall have no significant detrimental impact on the use and enjoyment of adjoining properties. 8, adequate setbacks shall be provided to protect adjacent residentially zoned property from non-residential and institutional uses. And 9, no parking should be permitted in a required front yard of an N district unless shown to be compatible with the adjoining land use. And this one's not applicable either.
Okay. All right. Thank you for buzzing through those. Just for the board's clarification on where our decisions that need to be made, what that criteria are. Thank you. Okay. All right. Anybody else have any other questions for Bert? Okay, hearing none, we'll go ahead. The applicant has up to 10 minutes to present their case. I'm not sure if there's going to be one person presenting or if there's more than one. We'll see if Bert can recognize whomever wants to present, but they've got up to 10 minutes total.
Okay, and I just made Glory the host, so I guess I turned over my host capabilities. So if Glory's there, she's going to have to allow Matt Cohen to unmute himself.
Okay. And Glory, tell us you are with us. First of all.
And I am as well.
I am, and I just got Matt. Sorry, we're having a little technical difficulty around several things, but I think Matt should be able.
I'm on if you could hear me.
Yeah, we can.
Yes, sir. We can hear you. All right.
Excellent.
So Matt, we need your complete name, address, and you've got up to 10 minutes.
You bet. Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the board. This is Matt Cohen with RDG Planning and Design, project manager on the project, 301 Grand Avenue, Des Moines, Iowa, 50309. We're presenting on behalf of Des Moines Public Schools, as well as the partner on the project, Drake University, and there are a number of team members on the call as well this evening, including Bill Good, Daryl Giersdorf, and Dave Berger from Des Moines Public Schools, Michelle Huggins and Ryan Arnold from Drake University, Jason Bloom, who's the landscape architect on the project from RDG, and there may be others as well. But those are the ones that are known to me to be on the call this evening. So I just wanted to reiterate that our comments today will focus on those criteria set forth by state law and in Chapter 134 of the City Code, which are designated specifically for the board's consideration this evening. These 9 criteria, as Bert pointed out, 2 of which apply to other zoning districts, have actually been drivers for this project from the very beginning, and have improved the project, I would say, as well. And we are very pleased that the project does meet the criteria required for granting this conditional use. And I'll highlight a few of those items. And Bert, I think slide 2 would probably be the best one to have up as we go through these. And then we could bring up the summary at the end. So the context of the site here relates to item number 1, which is the proposed geographic location and operation of the use or activity that it adequately safeguards the health, safety, and general welfare of persons residing or working in adjoining or surrounding the property. And as pointed out, this recently went through a rezoning to P2, which was somewhat procedural and related to the new zoning ordinance, as well as the donation of this property to Des Moines Public Schools by Drake, which took it out of what was the Drake University PUD, which was designated as Drake University Recreation PUD, which includes a multitude of similar and very compatible uses. Also required as part of this process is a traffic study, which delved into a number of different considerations, everything from traffic, as you would expect, and the lights at the various intersections, as well as parking. And it even got into the level of detail of how queuing works for the ticket windows as well. And that is included in this packet as well. And ultimately, there's limited change as a result of that study and intensity of the use that's proposed. Secondly, the proposed use will not impair adequate supply of light or air to the surrounding property. While it is an open air stadium, that would be the easy answer, but there are a few things about this particular project that gave us some opportunities to improve on this. The first is, as Bert mentioned, the field level compared to Forest Avenue is about 15 feet down. And that allows the overall height of the facility to be reduced as well. And also the highest intensity of buildings in terms of locker rooms, the main concessions, the Drake-related locker rooms for their soccer use are all on the west side of the site as well, and tucked right up against the existing buildings of Shivers basketball facility. So all those considerations were really built around the idea of minimizing the impact and making this feel as though it is nested appropriately into the site. The third, the proposed use will not unduly increase congestion in streets or public danger of fire, safety, or flooding. Again, the traffic study supported that there is no major increase in traffic as a result of this. We also will have on-site stormwater detention to manage water issues. And because of the relationship of this building to the adjacent properties, it will be of type 1B construction, which is of a non-combustible type. Fourth, the proposed use will not diminish or impair established nearby property values. Again, we see this as an economic development project that will benefit the surrounding properties in this area, bring more people to the area on a regular basis. And it is one of several projects that are occurring around the Drake neighborhood as well, and was lauded by a couple of the city council members last week, and how it might benefit Invest DSM as well. Number 5, this is related to the specific section of the code, Chapter 135, and the comprehensive plan, and that it is consistent with the intent of those. And again, as an assembly and entertainment facility large, this is the process required to give it due scrutiny and to make sure that all the boxes are checked and it is an appropriate use. And through this process, we feel that it has achieved that. Item 6 is not applicable, relates to flood zoning. Item 7, the no significant or detrimental impact on the use and enjoyment of adjoining properties. Again, very consistent with the surrounding properties. And as you can see by this map, on both the west and north are recreation facilities primarily. On the east is a postal service facility, and across the south are both educational uses and parking related to Drake University. So definitely cohesive as it goes there. Number 8 relates to the setbacks, and that they are provided to protect adjacent residentially zoned properties from non-residential and institutional uses. In this case, there are several on the northeast corner of our site. That is the area we've been able to pull the buildings and pull and maximize the amount of setback there. Bert, I think slide 11 would represent that best. And so very close consideration was paid towards that, and setbacks to the west, for instance, are moot point because these facilities are shared with the existing Shivers facilities and will adjoin that building. Item 9 is not applicable as it relates to parking in the front yard of in districts. So that's a summary of our approach, the high points at least. Happy to get into detail as you get into questions here. But we would like to thank the city staff for their thorough review and recommendation for this conditional use. We would also like to thank the Drake Neighborhood Association and the area neighbors for their ongoing participation and support for this project. I should note that Drake University has taken the effort to not only engage neighbors through the neighborhood association, et cetera, but has also done door-to-door canvassing on this, knowing that many of these properties are investment properties that relate to the residential use. So there's been a multitude of methods of contact there. In addition, we have worked over the last 3 neighborhood association meetings to provide continuous updates on the project as well. So we do request your granting of this conditional use based on these 9 criteria, and we look forward to hearing your comments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Matt. Do we have any questions from the board for the applicant? Okay, all right, seeing none. Matt, I just had one brief one. It says the primary use would be for soccer. Now, I'm assuming the field would be adaptable to some other sporting as well, but is there, based on the number of events per year or leagues, is it assumed this is mostly a soccer use? Is that correct?
It is a shared use
Yeah.
between DMPS and Drake. Drake will primarily use the facility for soccer, collegiate level soccer, and DMPS will use the facility for competition football games for high school.
Okay. And I have an assumption
and other
here
uses
that
as well.
I have an assumption that this will be a good card in the hand when it comes time for Drake relays or NCAA competition or the U.S. track and field events, etc. Is that correct?
I would have to yield to our representatives from Drake on that matter, but I imagine that it could be advantageous for those uses. Yeah.
Just curious more than anything. So yeah. Okay. Any other questions that the board would have for the applicant? Okay, all right. So what we'll do is we'll go ahead then and move on into testimony from the public. I want to remind everyone, this is a quasi-judicial hearing. So the purpose of the hearing is to determine through testimony and evidence if the criteria established by law for granting the requested conditional use has been granted or has been presented or not. That is the purpose of receiving testimony and comments here. This isn't just open public comment. So comments need to be related to the request, the issue at hand, and the criteria that must be satisfied. So is there anybody that wishes to speak here in support of the applicant's request? If so, they can have up to 5 minutes, and we'll just need them to start with their name and address. And if they're in a professional capacity, their address can be their place of business. So, Bert, who do we have first up?
Lori Calhoun with the Drake neighborhood.
Okay, all right. Lori, you've got the floor for up to 5 minutes.
Hello again, Lori Calhoun. I live in 2808 Cottage Grove Avenue. I'm here on behalf of the Drake Neighborhood Association to confirm our support for the conditions to proceed with the Des Moines Public Schools Community Stadium. The Drake University has been a great partner on coming on a very regular basis to present and explain issues and concerns with the stadium. They've been very patient in addressing questions and concerns from the neighborhood, as mentioned before, very proactive in going out and surveying those neighbors to make sure that they were addressing those concerns accordingly. So we are looking forward to the economic development it'll bring to the neighborhood, and hope that it will pass with flying colors. I appreciate the opportunity to speak.
All right. Thank you for your comments, Lori, and thank you for your service to your neighborhood. Much appreciated. Okay. Anybody else here to speak in support of the applicant's request? Hit the raise hand icon or *9 on your phone to be recognized.
Okay, there's a Spencer Vandenberg. I just gave him permission to unmute.
Yeah, Spencer Vandenberg, IDTT Properties. Have two properties at 1506 and 1508 24th Street, and 100% in support of this. I think it's a great addition to the neighborhood. Drake has done just an awesome job in that area, and the growth has been phenomenal over there. Over the course of the 9 years I've had properties over there, it's just been getting better and better, and we appreciate them coming in to do this project.
Okay. All right. Thank you for your comments. Anybody else that wishes to speak in support of the applicant's request? Hit the raise hand icon on Zoom or *9 on your phone. Final call for anyone in support.
I'm not seeing any.
Okay. All right. Would there be anybody who wishes to speak in opposition to the applicant's request? If so, same sign. And we'll have Bert see how he can take folks in order on that one.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
This is Vanessa Morenchell, 3613 59th Street. I just wanted to raise my hand and state that the motion to approve this should be denied. You should vote no, because there's a lot of concern around this project that has not been addressed by the board that needs to hear it. I realize that this board is approving whatever it is you said you're approving tonight, tonight isn't the time to talk about the concerns, but there are so many concerns from the community that need to be heard. There were over 7,000 signatures on a petition to stop this from happening, and that was completely ignored, it seems. So there is a lot of opposition to this project, and you need to deny this so it can go back through the proper channels so that we can be heard on what we would like as a community. Someone from the Drake Neighborhood Association mentioned they're excited for the economic development that this project could bring, and I'm not sure what they meant by it, but the way I took it was you're excited to make money off of the students and families of the people who are going to be going over to the stadium for school activities. So that sounded weird to me, but that's all I have. Thanks.
Okay, thank you for your comments. As the chair of this board, I've been chair for a number of years, a member for many more years. I'm a very, very nice guy. But I am going to make it very clear. If comments are not related to whether or not the applicant has satisfied the criteria established by law as listed in this agenda item, we will not take comments that are not related to the purview of this board and to those items which we have to make a discussion and decision on. So that's the last time I'm going to mention that, or I'm going to ask staff to either mute folks or we'll not be taking testimony if it is not relevant to this board's purview. So moving on, who would like to speak next in opposition?
Hi, my name is Indira Shoemaker. I believe I've been recognized.
Go ahead, Indira.
Okay, Indira Shoemaker, 2908 51st Street. I do want to address the 9 use regulations that were being discussed for this stadium. And I also want to acknowledge that the stadium is in the Drake neighborhood, and most of the focus is on the impact in the Drake neighborhood. But we have to acknowledge that this is a citywide stadium, so it affects the entire city. It's going to be used by the entire city, and so the impact is going to be on the entire city. A couple things I want to note is number one of the 9 use regulations talking about is a location going to affect the health and safety. When we think about how the stadium would be used, it's going to be used by DMPS students through middle school, high school, most of which don't have cars, most of which don't drive, and the defense essentially for relocating the stadium, relocating people's football games, soccer games to this stadium was that they can take public buses, public transportation to get to the stadium, where a bus stop is across the street. Now we need to recognize the fact that Forest Avenue, let's also talk about number 3, is a very congested street in and of itself, with all the business that's gone up on this street and all in the Drake neighborhood, in the area, all of it has become very congested. And having a stop across the street, we're requiring students from ages even elementary school students, so from young ages up through high school, to be crossing the street. And I mean, I think we all know children, they're not super responsible, and it's a dangerous area. So that's a concern that I have. I also would request that the board really ask about the numbers of this traffic study, because I just can't see that it would not affect the congestion in the street every Friday night when we've got football games in the stadium. From DMPS football games. I would really like to look at those traffic numbers and not just say well, we did the study and we think it's good. I also want to acknowledge really, really big, number 4 and number 7, diminishing or impairing the establishments and nearby property values and detrimental to the impact on the use and enjoyment of adjoining properties. Because this is a stadium that's for the entire city, it's for the entire Des Moines Public School District, and is going to be affecting the entire city, I think we really need to consider the fact that this is going to have an economic impact on the Hoover area and on the North area and on the Lincoln area. And what is the economic impact they're going to be? There haven't been any studies about the economic impact on the rest of the city this is going to have. Is it going to benefit the Drake neighborhood? Absolutely. It's going to bring traffic into the Drake neighborhood. It's going to bring business into the Drake neighborhood. But that business, that traffic is coming from other parts of the city, and we need to acknowledge that. Is it going to affect in the property values? Absolutely, because the property values around the abandoned stadiums are going to be affected. We're not planning on updating these stadiums that are being abandoned now. And that's going to have an effect. Let's also acknowledge the fact that it's not your job to decide on if this is a legal matter or not, if they went through the proper channels or not. But if this, when this goes to court in November of 2021, if it's decided that they did not go through the proper channels, they're not going to be able to use the money that they had allocated to finish this project. So if we have an unfinished stadium, a half-constructed stadium in the Drake neighborhood, it's going to affect property values and it's going to affect the enjoyment. It's going to have a detrimental impact on the businesses and properties in that neighborhood. I think that's very, very important. So besides the fact that you guys are deciding on the use, but I think that there's a huge risk right now in approving this because we don't actually know what the impact is going to be because the decision hasn't been made. This can be put off until the decision is made. And I think that you guys really, really should consider that. I think that, again, I just want to harp on the fact that this is going to affect multiple neighborhoods in the city. It's going to have a detrimental impact, and those studies haven't been done. We don't have numbers for that, but we know that it's going to have a detrimental impact. We know that these stadiums are going to go into disrepair. I also want to point out the fact that will this be open for Drake relays, things like that? They're not building a track in this stadium, so it's not going to be available for these things. I also want to note the fact we talked about consistent use. Number 5, consistent with the purpose of the zoning. The purpose of this zoning was for DMPS. And now I'm hearing that we're talking about this is a soccer stadium. That was not what was presented to the city council in approving this zoning, that it was a soccer stadium for private use by Drake. What was presented to city council when zoning was approved was that it was for DMPS. It was for football games. That was the primary use. Now we're seeing that it's a soccer stadium. So I just don't think that that's consistent with what was being presented with what the intention of the zoning was. The intention of the zoning was public use. This is primarily going to be for private use. That seriously concerns me. So these are questions I really hope you guys are going to ask in the follow-up. I really hope we get numbers for that traffic study in the rebuttal. And I really hope you guys consider the fact that this is a huge, huge, huge risk to be taking, not just for the Drake neighborhood, but for the entire city. Thank you very much.
All right. Indira, you are an excellent time manager. Thank you for your comments. Okay, is there anybody else who wishes to speak in opposition?
All right, Vanessa should be able to unmute. Vanessa, are you able to unmute?
I thought I already spoke on this issue. My bad if I had my hand raised.
All right, thank you very much, Vanessa.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, then next up is Dan Pardick.
Go ahead, Dan.
Good evening. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir. Yes, we just need your name again and your address for the record.
Thank you very much. My name is Dan Pardock, P-A-R-D-O-C-K, and I live at 4118 Lower Beaver Road here in Des Moines, 50310. Just a quick statement. I know that there's a lot of emotion around this subject, and I hear you, sir, when you say we need to focus on the facts and the criteria, making sure this project meets that. If you follow this project in the news, you already know how many people all across the city of Des Moines are upset about this particular project. So I just want to point out a couple things that I heard earlier. There was a statement that the 3 facilities, Drake Stadium, the Knapp Center, and this proposed stadium, wouldn't hold events at the same time of year, so there wouldn't be concern for traffic. That is 100% incorrect. The district itself, DMPS, has provided a sample schedule where both Drake Stadium and the proposed stadium would be holding high school football games at the same time. So that means 4 teams worth of players, support staff, cheerleaders, 2 schools, worth of marching bands, and fans on a Friday night throughout the fall. Also, Drake soccer games, and I apologize for my dog. Sorry about that.
Okay.
Also, Drake soccer games could be played in the proposed stadium at the same time as Drake football in Drake Stadium. The district also said all 10 high school soccer teams would use this as their home stadium. So that means from late March until late May, there will be 2, possibly 3 soccer games at the stadium at least 4 nights a week, going well past 9 o'clock every night. Residents have repeatedly voiced their concerns about an increase in noise, traffic, litter, and stadium visitors parking on their streets and blocking their driveways. Additionally, DMPS is currently in litigation regarding its ability to spend $15 million in SAVE funds to build this stadium. Now, you just heard about how great the stadium is for Drake. This taxpayer-funded proposed stadium is a massive win for private Drake University and a tremendous loss for the people of Des Moines. So in conclusion, I ask that at the very least, please vote to delay this rezoning request until the matter of the school district's ability to fund this construction is resolved in the courts. Better yet, please vote no on the rezoning of this property for the good of Des Moines, its future, its taxpayers, its families, and of course, its students. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak tonight.
All right, thank you, Dan. All right, anybody else who wishes to speak in opposition? And we'll have Bert unmute you, and then we'll need your name, address, and you've got 5 minutes.
Right. I have allowed Jalen Cavill to.
Cavill, yeah. I'm unmuted now. Hello.
Yes, hello, Jason. Go ahead.
Well, not Jason, Jalen.
Oh, Jalen, I'm sorry. Yeah, give us your complete name and address, please.
Okay. Jalen Cavill. Address is 1317 Emma Avenue, 50315 South Side. But yeah, I want to speak in opposition of this zoning request. Just want to uplift the points that were made by the speakers before me, which I thought were all excellent. And want to say that, like another speaker said, there was a petition that happened where over 7,000 people signed on, and this stadium is currently going through litigation right now. So there's no guarantee that the courts will even allow this stadium to be built, or once it is started to be built, the courts may say that the stadium needs to stop being built, which could lead to an abandoned half-built stadium being in its place, or remnants of the beginning of a construction site, which would only hinder this neighborhood, hinder this area. It would not be good for this area. So I think that definitely applies to the points against the zoning that you were asked to consider in this. What? Hello?
Anything else, Jalen?
Yeah, I was interrupted by someone. Sorry. Kind of threw me off. Yeah. Hello, why did y'all mute me?
I can still hear you.
Okay, someone muted me on the thing. I don't know. Y'all are kind of tripping on this. But anyway, like I was saying, we don't want a half-built stadium to be here in its place. We also need to acknowledge the fact that people who are speaking in support of this, like folks from the Drake Neighborhood Association, are speaking in support of this because this is a plan for gentrification, a plan that has already been in place for years and years in the city of Des Moines on the north side in the Drake neighborhood. Gentrification is happening, and it is continuing to happen. And by y'all approving this zoning request, you are only helping that plan of gentrification and hurting our city and hurting the marginalized communities and the people who are living in this city who want to reside in their own neighborhoods without fear of gentrification, without fear of being pushed out because of business interests, financial interests, private university interests. So please do the right thing and do not approve this zoning request. Thanks.
All right. Thank you very much, Jalen. Okay. Anybody else that wishes to speak in opposition?
Yes, I've allowed, it keeps moving on me, Adam Callahan to speak.
Yes, thank you. Am I recognized?
Yes.
Thank you. Yeah, my name is Adam Callahan, 420 Court Avenue, Des Moines, Iowa, 50309. Yeah, I just wanted to point out a few things. First off, uplifting the comments before me were all excellent. One thing I really wanted to call out is I know part of the actual requirements we're looking at is about kind of the traffic numbers and how much traffic is going to change. It sounds like it's being claimed that traffic is not going to increase much with this, but that doesn't really make sense because we've been told by business owners that they're excited about this because traffic is going to go up and they're going to get more business. So if that's true, like both things can't be true, that like businesses are going to have more traffic and that like we somehow won't actually have more traffic. Yeah, that just doesn't make sense. I think we need more study on that. And also I was shocked in this meeting to hear that they're applying for a primary use of a soccer stadium. We have been told for a long time now that this was meant to be a shared use building with DMPS kind of as the lead of it. And that's what allowed it to fit into the public use portion of the rules as well of the zoning requirements. which just tells me that they're not really applying for the use they actually intend to use it for, or at least not what the public's been told that this is about. If they want approval for something that's just a private soccer stadium for Drake, they need to like start over with a different approval. And we need different studies too, because the studies that have done have all assumed this DMPS scenario that isn't even guaranteed. Yes, I really just, I feel like this, especially the what I see as like a plot twist that the public's been thrown in today, that they're actually focusing the use on the private use as a stadium for Drake University. Yeah, that just raises a lot of questions for me. And I think that alone merits us taking this back and looking into what the actual use is. And if they do want that primary use of a soccer stadium for a private university, let's do studies around that instead of the studies that have already been done. Also, an environmental impact study really should be done around this project as well. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Adam. All right. Do we have others that wish to speak in opposition?
Yes, I am now allowing Peyton Shoemaker to unmute themselves.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, Peyton, go ahead.
Hi, I also wanted to speak in opposition of this. First, I just wanted to uplift everything that has been said so far. And then the first thing that I wanted to call into question was when we had looked at, you guys were showing us the pictures before, or the Drake people were showing us pictures of the property as it is now, and saying that they had already like torn up trees and everything. And I'm just wondering how they were already allowed to like start construction on this project when we're only ruling on the zoning of it now. And I also do know that that started before it was ruled on by council as well, because people had taken pictures of the site before that meeting and had seen that that had already started. So I'm kind of confused on if that violates any of the rules that are called into question here. The next thing I wanted to say is that going off of what Adam said, when this was presented to the Des Moines City Council, it was made to seem like the primary use would be as a football stadium. We were told that this would be a football stadium shared by the Des Moines Public Schools, and that everyone would be playing their home football games there, and that was primarily what it was going to be used for. If the primary use is a soccer stadium, then that won't be for Des Moines Public Schools, because they have already said that for the soccer games for the Des Moines Public Schools, they're going to play, I think they said like 2 home games each at that field, and then the rest will just kind of have to figure out later. So if the primary use is a soccer stadium for this, is what they're trying to say now, then the primary use is for Drake, not for Des Moines Public Schools. And then that makes it a completely different matter, in my opinion. And I think legally, I'm not sure. But so I'm just wondering if this is going to be a private, mostly private use for Drake Stadium and not primarily for public use like it was originally represented. And then for item number 2 on this list, I just wanted to say there hasn't been an environmental impact study like Adam was saying. So number 2 is that it won't impair the adequate supply of air and light surrounding property. I don't know how we can know that if there hasn't been an environmental impact study. The gentleman had said that, you know, it's an open air stadium, so that kind of answers the question. But does it really answer the question? Just saying, oh, it's an open air stadium, so you know, there's air. I don't understand how that works. And then also there is something, I think number 3 was saying that it wouldn't call into question any of the safety or flooding. But then it was also said that this is going to be like an in-ground stadium. It's going to be below the ground level. So I definitely think that an environmental impact study would need to be done to see if there's going to be flooding, which hasn't been done yet. I know that they said there's going to be stormwater mitigation, but has there been any kind of study into like what kind of flooding is going to go on there? And then also for that one, it said that it wouldn't increase the congestion, that it would be safe. So I know that the school board wrote this whole article saying that or like previous members of the school board or members of the school board currently, I don't really know who all it was, but they had said that that this would be a good stadium for Des Moines Public Schools because kids can take the DART bus across the street from their home stadiums, which they already live across the street from, but they can take the dart bus to across the street from the stadium and then, cross the street into it. So I don't know how that is really safe for anyone. And then if they're going to these businesses afterwards, like all these business owners are hoping for, is it safe for them to be like walking around the streets there, crossing busy streets, going into traffic? And then also my other question was, since the person who had presented this was saying that they, as Dan pointed out, that there wouldn't be any like events going on at the same time. But actually, like the schedule released by the city of Des Moines has said that there will be events going on at the same time. So I would call into question, even if they do give us numbers for the road study, I don't remember what it was called, the traffic study that was done. Even if they do give us those numbers, I would take into question, was that done not like taking into consideration that things would be going on at the same time, or is that with the assumption that only games would only be happening at the stadium, like, and that there wouldn't be anything going on at Drake Stadium? Or was it taken into consideration that things would be happening at Drake Stadium, at the Knapp Center, and at this new stadium all at the same time? I would really question that. And if that wasn't taken into account, then I would say that it doesn't meet the criteria at all. And then my next point is that this is currently in litigation. So when that goes through and the project has to be abandoned by the city of Des Moines because they rule that it didn't meet the criteria and it needs to be called on for a public vote or whatever, then the project is going to be abandoned. And then I don't know how that would fit with all of these use goals or whatever. And it would have to be like redone, basically everything, all of this would have to go over again. So I'm just wondering why we would approve it now if that's like, if what we're approving it for now isn't actually going to be the use of the stadium.
Your time is just about up, so if you can wrap it up here in 30 seconds.
Yep, I was about to say, I think that's all that I had to say. So thank you for your time.
You bet. Thank you for your time. Okay, and in our queue here, if folks have already spoken in opposition, as I stated in the preamble, that is their one and only time to give testimony on an item. So we will be recognizing folks that have not spoke yet. So Bert, do we have anybody left on the list?
Sure. Right now, the speaker I gave permission to speak is Indra Shoemaker. I'm going to have them verify that they're different than Indira Shoemaker.
Hello, sorry. She had to use my phone previously, so I wasn't able to change the name. This is Alejandro Murguia Ortiz. I have not been recognized. I live on 1268 East 33rd Court. Yeah, I wanted to definitely uplift what folks have been speaking about. This is an issue that, to be honest, I had only been following in my peripheral, even, though folks around me have been following pretty intensely. But, access to what I've observed, at least, just kind of following in this way, is that access to this information has been very tough. And it's, very, to actually be able to follow what's been going on has been incredibly time consuming. So that's been tough. But it seems very clear that much of what information I had about this situation is very much different now. So I'm curious as to, how that happened in terms of, how this is being presented at this time, and whether or not any.
I'm going to interrupt you here quick to help you use your time wisely. Can you speak to whether or not the criteria satisfied, or the criteria established by law has been satisfied by the applicant?
Right. That was, it doesn't seem to. I think that very important points have been raised regarding, the risks, the dangers, and even like how the process was conducted there. So I think that there are a lot of really great information was presented by people who, seem to have a really good grasp on this. And I think that y'all should take a moment there to review that and definitely vote no on this. Thank you.
Alejandro, can I get your last name, please?
And spelling?
Sounds good. That's Murguia Ortiz. That's MURGUIA -ORTIZ. Do you need that again?
Nope, I got it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes. All right. Thank you very much as well. Okay. Do we have anybody left who wishes to speak?
Yeah, I'm allowing Leah to speak.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, Leah Plath. My address is 2900 48th Street, Des Moines, Iowa, 50310. I believe that this would be detrimental to the health of the citizens and the community of Des Moines, especially those who are having to travel to the Drake area to play sports that can already be played in the area they live in. Their communities will lose business that would have been gained during the games, as well as the neighborhoods not being as lively as they once were. I'll echo Indira in saying that that absolutely will affect property values in the areas that will have abandoned stadiums. Only Drake and people who have a vested interest will stand to benefit from this, and that isn't a good enough reason. This is a half-baked idea that has been rushed and may not even work out and has had community voices silenced along the way. It seems weird that we are hearing more on the soccer portion now when it wasn't originally presented that way in a meeting that not a lot of people sit in on. Yeah, I would also like to echo what Peyton said, and there needs to be more environmental impact studies to make sure that it won't affect the air and water quality of the what's being built. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Okay. All right, Leah, thank you for your comments. Do we have anybody else that wishes to speak in opposition?
Yes, I just allowed Kathy Simpson to unmute.
Hi. Yeah, I'm Kathy Simpson. I'm at 2517 47th Street, Des Moines, 50310. And you're all there. Can you hear me?
Yes, Kathy,
Okay.
go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you.
bet.
I'll try to be brief here. I just wanted to ask, I without having those 9 criteria in front of me right now, I just wanted to ask if some things had been considered. Being a unfortunate recipient of several Des Moines floods, and now recently the happy recipient of a whole new sewer system, I am concerned about rainwater and runoff. I know that there are several projects going on in the city with that in mind. I also know that Hickman and 27th Street floods because it's a dip in that area. And Drake is actually just to the south of that area. So I guess I'm just wondering if all of the flood mitigation has been looked into and considered, especially with infrastructure projects going on everywhere. The turf, they're planning to put turf in that field. And I'm guessing that turf is going to probably repel water versus grass, which would absorb water. So my question is whether or not that runoff has been factored into where is that going to go, and is that going to be handled in a good manner, both for the residents and the people in the area, but also for the system itself. I'm also wondering about the EUs that we're all charged from the water company. Is this going to be a charge then that they will encounter because they're, that massive piece of land that's got turf on it that now is holding water instead of, as the rest of us have been encouraged to do, is actually absorbing water, So that was my concern. I also wanted to mention that the current structures at that Drake, the whole Drake campus there, only one is not a solid structure that uses the water drainage systems, and that is the football field that's there. And so I guess I'd like to know if that's been factored into as far as a impact on the system. Also, I just wanted to mention that I know the Drake neighborhood is excited about the project, but I just wonder if they had considered the light pollution that new stadium is going to evoke simply because of its size and because of the type of lights they'll be using. And then also, I just wanted to say that everyone that's spoken on this issue has done a great job, I think, and there's a lot of passion on this issue for good reason. And I just want to let you folks know on the board that I should just speak for myself. I had a lot of things I wanted to mention, but to me, they just didn't fall under your request. But I did want to make you aware that because those signatures were garnered during the early stages of COVID and so forth, and the hot sun and all of that, and yet then they were just passed off as not important or relevant. I still don't even know what the criteria of numbers was at the time, but I know that we exceeded the expectation, and it just seems like because they were ignored. I know that you folks have said that, well, this is not the place to address that.
Kathy, it's really not. I'm going to ask you to keep your comments germane or.
Yeah, I'm just going to finish. And that was just to ask at what level then do we address those things? So that was all, because it just seems like every level is not the right level. But that's all I wanted to say about that. So, but thank you for your time. Gosh, I'm amazed that you guys sitting here all day long like some of us have. I'm impressed and it makes me want to get involved, actually, really. So thank you.
You are very kind. Thank you. Okay, would there be anybody else who wants to speak in opposition?
I am not seeing any other hands.
Anybody by phone? I suppose by phone you see a hand that I don't. Okay. All right. Okay, so anybody who wants to speak in neutrality who has not already spoken? Okay. All right. Zoning enforcement officer, do you have any comments?
Chair, members of the board, I have no comments.
Okay. Board members, do you have any questions for city staff? Anybody have comments for city staff? Okay. All right. Okay, so we'll go ahead and close the public portion, go to board deliberation. Again, this proposal.
We need rebuttal.
Oh, I am sorry. Thank you, Vice Chair Nathan. Yes. Thanks, Mr. Blake. All right, appellant rebuttal. Yes, you've got 3 minutes to give some closing statements or a rebuttal or to address anything you've heard here.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the board, for the opportunity to provide a rebuttal. Just wanted to clear up first and foremost the use. So this is a Des Moines Public Schools facility. First and foremost, they'll own it. It will be operated by Drake University. It will be, I mentioned high school football. It will be used for a multitude of uses by Des Moines Public Schools, including but not limited to high school football. So just to clarify that piece, I wanted to jump to both the traffic study and the rainwater questions. The traffic study, the report is in the packet as we mentioned, or in the presentation. The last page might be helpful, Bert. And essentially at a full capacity game in this facility, it would generate about 1,400 trips to the site. The strategy behind scheduling around the various venues within this area will be to never max out the parking in a way that's detrimental. So it's much more nuanced to say that there might be events in multiple facilities at once. There would never be capacity events in multiple facilities at once. There's a few governors that are placed or levers that will help manage that. The most important of which is just parking capacity. So there's a requirement of about 667 stalls in a capacity event at the stadium that's proposed. That would make it prohibitive to use one of the other facilities. But if it was a soccer game that's only expecting 500 people, that might make the possibility, create the possibility that another event could be held. And that's been very closely considered logistically and will continue to be, and is part of the review that's happening with the Plan and Zoning Commission. As far as rainwater and runoff goes, slide 14, Bert. So there is a massive, a significant and code required underground detention basin There's also some very specific considerations of the sieve test in the rock that goes below the field, so that it manages the speed at which water leaves the site. It's something we're taking very seriously and is mandated and is a requirement of the code as well. So that's being followed. So those three pipes that you kind of see to the left side of the field are those underground detention elements. The other item regarding light pollution, it's not in this presentation, but we do have photometrics as part of the site plan submittal that every diode up in those field lights are pinpointed and understood at the field level, and making sure that light is not spilling beyond the stadium in a negative way. So those are available as well and are part of the site plan review as well. And then lastly, I just want to say the Des Moines Public Schools is studying the use of the other stadiums. They still are needed. They'll be needed for practice facilities. They'll be needed for other purposes for sure. There is a task force that is working on that presently of what those future uses are. And I know that's not specific to tonight's issue, but I did want to mention that as well. Regarding the site being worked on presently, there is a grading permit that's underway just for very rough grading, getting old parking lots and existing buildings off the site that were no longer in service. So just wanted to address that comment as well. And I'm sure I'm at 3 minutes, so I'll leave it at that. Thank you very much, and we'd appreciate your support of this item.
Okay, thank you very much, Matt. Okay, so we'll close the public portion now and go to board deliberation. And again, the proposal here is a one sentence use of the property for a stadium with approximately 4,000 seats. And under the zoning ordinance, assembly and entertainment uses for public assembly for spectator-oriented sports, those then do require this conditional use permit review. So that's basically what it boils down to. You've seen the criteria that the applicant must meet. We've heard the testimony. We've heard concerns as well. So board members, do you have any thoughts or comments on this?
This is Marlis. I'll jump in here, even though friends and relatives will be angry with me. But I do understand what our charge is today. And it does appear to me that those 9 criteria have been satisfied.
Right. Yep. Sure. Yep.
And I could move to make a motion, but there's probably going to be a lot more discussion.
Well, we can come back around to you on that. Do our other colleagues have some thoughts?
This is Nathan. I agree. I did hear quite a few comments, obviously, in opposition that brought up some points that I think are probably germane to other bodies that are considering this, from other committees and the council or the judiciary. But for our purposes, I think to the extent that there were concerns that were brought up by those in opposition, I thought that Matt did a good job of answering that, and I think they've done what they need to do. And I also, so I'm going to be in support of this as well.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, this is Cindy Smith. I would just like to give kudos to all the speakers. I think everyone was very respectful, and I love the passion. I love hearing all this. My children are products of Hoover High School, so go Huskies. And I understand when there's a bit of a contentious subject, things can get a little bit unnerving, but hey, you parents out there, keep fighting the good fight. I think this is going to be great, no matter whatever way it goes. But from our perspective, I think that they have met the criteria for the 9 statements that were made that we are under review for.
Sure. All right. Very well spoken. I would also chime in support of the comments I've heard presented here. Again, we have a great board. We are all citizens. We live in every part of this city. But what our charge is here, we have to make sure, especially in this quasi-judicial function, that we are making our decisions based upon where our purview is, where our authority is, and frankly, what would be defensible legally, whether we say yes or no, within state law and how a zoning board of adjustment works. So some of us may have voted at the ballot box on this issue a long time ago, or you can vote again down the line on this issue. Somebody said something about getting involved in the public process. School boards are a great way to start. But when we look at the 9 criteria here, that's where we have to make our decision. Bert had stated that 2 of them did not apply, one directly because we were not in what's called the F zone or a floodway. But one of the most important ones of the criteria is that the proposed use is consistent with the general purpose of the zoning ordinance, the planning and design ordinance, chapter 135, and the comprehensive plan and specific purposes established in the zoning ordinance for the subject use. And I think that wraps up kind of the big picture on where our decision-making authority is and how we do make our decision. So I would agree with my colleagues that I believe they had satisfied that criteria. And based on the staff recommendation, I think staff has the correct summary here of our decision-making process and the proposed conditional use permit conditions. So anybody have any other thoughts, or would there be a motion one way or the other? Do we want to go back to Marlis?
Sure, let's go back to Marlis. I
Okay.
move that we support the staff recommendation.
Okay, all right, which would be recommending approval of the requested conditional use for an assembly and entertainment large use in a P2 district. Would there be a second for that? I'll go ahead and second that, just to keep us moving. So I got a motion by Marla, second by Mel. We'll go ahead and take a roll call vote. If you're voting in support of the conditional use permit approval, you'll say yay. If opposed, say no. Tyler?
Dave Gare,
Yes.
Justin Gross,
Aye.
Marlis Jones,
Aye.
Cindy Smith,
Aye.
Nathan Blake,
Aye.
Lynn Carlson.
I have to abstain. I was off the internet for about an hour.
Okay.
Okay.
And Mel Pins.
Aye.
So that motion carries 6-0-1.
Okay, all right. All right, Lynn, we're glad to have you back. We still have another agenda item left.
I knew we would.
All right, and again, we appreciate everyone's comments and concerns. Again, we always encourage folks stick to the issues at hand, but yes, we appreciate all the citizens' passion here in our great city. Okay, moving on to item 11. That would be a conditional use approval request at 110 Southwest 5th Street, I'm sorry, 110 Southwest 5th.
All right, Mr. Chair, members of the board, Bert Drost, planner for the city of Des Moines. Item number 11 is a request for a conditional use approval for a bar that would allow use of an existing 1,220 square foot building, as well as a 1,735 square foot patio for a bar use. The subject property is a tiny property on the west side of Southwest 5th Street. It's just about a block to the south of the Polk County Courthouse, directly to the north in the shadow of the White Line Lofts building, and then just to the west of the Science Center of Greater Iowa, or Iowa. Here are some site photos. This is coming down 5th or Southwest 5th from MLK. You can see the one-story building here in between White Line and the Polk County Courthouse. This is a view of the building. It used to be the Leaderbins Bail Bonds building. And then this is looking on the north side of the building where the patio would be constructed. And then one more photo showing how the building relates to the white line lofts. And when I get to our staff recommendation, this will make more sense. So the next few pages are their application. This just describes their proposal. They're wanting to be a small bar with an outdoor experience. The site plan that they submitted shows the existing building on this page. Then this next sheet shows the construction or addition of a stage area at the northwest corner. And then this is a more detailed view, and this is change orientation from the last slide. So north is to your right. So if you picture the building here fronting Southwest 5th Street at the bottom. So you can see it has the indoor component, but really the majority of the bar use would be this outdoor patio that's on the screen right now. Then I'll show you some elevations that they provided. They're more or less just keeping the existing building as it appears today. Whoops. And, our staff recommendation, again, with that last item, the criteria is what's most important here. So for a conditional use permit or conditional use approval for a bar selling alcohol, there's 5 main criteria. We feel that they would meet the 5 only if we put some limits on the outdoor sound. Just given the proximity of the White Line Lofts building, we feel it's necessary to significantly reduce, or I guess in our case, prohibit any amplified sound on that outdoor patio that would have a negative impact on the White Line Lofts building. Now, I guess I'll show you our staff recommendation. We have recommended approval, but the most important condition, or the condition that the applicant's going to want to discuss the most, is number 4, where we've recommended approval subject to compliance with the noise control ordinance. However, there should not be any stage or performances within the outdoor patio area, and any speakers or amplified sound within the patio area shall be in accordance with the Class E sound permit only, which would only allow for amplified sounds that would be at a level considered to be background auditory in nature. So that is the condition that the applicant is not in agreement with, but the rest of the conditions are standard conditions. So now I'll show you our consent map. We did receive several cards from condo owners within the White Line Lofts building, most in opposition, a couple in support. I'll just scroll through these cards. And most of the cards do express concerns about the outdoor patio and the noise disturbances. And we had a couple emails in opposition. Then I believe I saw Brandon Brown's name on the list, so he'll probably be speaking, but he did submit this email as well as this photo here that shows the view of the patio from his patio. We had a fairly long letter from Janelle Jacobson. I believe this is the last letter we have. So if anybody has any questions for me, now might be a good time.
All right, board members, any questions? Bert, this letter here says within 63 feet of my front patio within a few feet. Is that an accurate statement?
I didn't do an exact measurement, but that sounds reasonable. As you saw from the aerial, it was right at the cutoff of the shadow line.
Okay. And where this is located, based on kind of, I can't remember how it fits into the zoning ordinance, but is this property part of what would be considered the entertainment district?
No, it's located just outside of the Court Avenue Entertainment District, I believe.
Okay.
Yeah, there's not really a zoning district that follows the Court Avenue Entertainment
Right.
District, but I guess for all intents and purposes, we really consider that to be the Court Avenue area between like 2nd and 5th Street.
Yep,
And
I've
it's
got
on
you.
the west side of 5th Street and south about a block and a half.
Okay, all right, thank you. And one other one, Bert, I know this patio is on kind of the west-north side, but do we have another residential building to the east there? It was an old pharmacy warehouse right north of the Science Center.
Yeah, exactly. There is a Rumley Lofts
Rumley
building
Lofts, yep.
on the
Okay.
block to the east. It's
Okay.
separated from this site by both Southwest 5th Street and the parking lot. And I don't believe there are
Right.
any balconies on the Rumley Lofts building either, but they do have windows facing west.
Gotcha. All right, thank you. Anybody else have questions for Bert? Okay, all right, well, let's go ahead and hear from the applicant. They've been waiting patiently, probably for a number of hours here. So we'll have Bert recognize them.
Yeah, I've allowed the phone number 515-720-6793 to unmute. They'll have to press *6 on their phone. There we go.
Hey guys, this is Kyle McLean.
Hey, Kyle.
How's everybody doing?
Good, good. All right. So Mr. McLean, Kyle McLean, we just need your address, and then you've got up to 10 minutes to present your
Okay.
project idea.
You bet. Currently residing at 9208 Northeast 12th Avenue in Altoona, and that zip code is 50009. Okay, well, more or less just want to give everybody a firsthand idea of what our group is looking to do. I don't know if you're familiar. We own currently 2 other projects that we are operating. Hello Marjorie over in the R&T building, and then also Bellhop, which is over in the East Village there. Our establishments are nothing like the bars on Court Avenue. That's not the crowd that we go after, and that is not the type of establishment that we're looking to open here either. The crowd that we are going for is the 25 and over crowd, and our establishment will be more of a laid back atmosphere for happy hours, socials, gatherings for people that are 25 and older, much like Hello Marjorie and Bellhop. Our focus isn't on volume. Our focus is more on experience, cocktails, beverage quality, design, service, things like that. That's what matters to us. So I 100% understand anyone's concern with throwing any old bar right there next to the White Line Lofts, but that's not the type of establishment that we operate, nor that we look to begin to operate here at this location. I know one of the big concerns is noise, and with the stage, I guess I'll just start right off with that. We want the stage not to hold giant music acts. We want something there for things like farmers market and happy hours on Fridays. Something that will provide some kind of entertainment. We're hoping to have, solo acts of people just playing their guitars, acoustic type sets. We're not looking for a full band and everything like that. So we're not looking to get wild and crazy by any means. One of the things that we have implemented, or we will implement, if you notice there on the top left corner of the drawing there, we have a cooler that will be in that area. We're also going to raise the wall that will be behind that cooler to the same height as the building. So that would cut down on some noise. And then we are also going to build a higher fence, if you will, to the west. So that would also lower the noise as well as, well, hopefully contain the noise as well as cut down on the visibility from white line directly over. We kind of have in our heads, it'll be like a kind of a urban park bar type of a deal. There will be shrubbery and green space in there. I know that was something that people had asked for, to maybe cut down on noise as well. And that's one of the things that we definitely look to do. Obviously, putting a nightlife spot there will be louder than nothing, but I can assure you we will always be quieter than a train rolling by as well. So I guess more or less, we just want to be a part of the community. We all grew up here. Our ownership group, we all grew up here. This is a building that everybody appears to us in the city thought would be a really cool idea for something. And we think this would be a great addition to that area, as well as to downtown, that doesn't cater to the 21 to 23-year-olds. This is more for the adults, people looking to continue to have a good evening before and after their dinners. I guess that's really all I had to start.
Okay, all right. Well, for all the time you've had to wait here this afternoon, that was pretty succinct.
Just to the point. There's no reason to keep going.
Yeah. Are you up for some questions from the board then?
Absolutely.
Okay, board members, any questions for the applicant?
So this is Nathan Blake. When city staff presented, it sounded like you had, there maybe was a difference of opinion about one of the conditions that they're recommending. Obviously, they're recommending approval, which is good news for you, but they have all these conditions, some of which I think are informed by their experience and frankly, this board's experience with outdoor patios, especially when they're close to residences. And so I just wanted to hear about what your thoughts were, if there were any of those that you would rather not be subject to, and why.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, personally, with the two businesses that we currently operate, one of them is beneath 156 apartments, if I'm not mistaken. And then the other one, we actually share a wall with another apartment over at Bellhop. And to my knowledge, I don't know if we've ever had a complaint about noise. It's just not what we do. We don't play loud music. It's more of an audible background noise, so you're not sitting in silence. We would do the exact same with this place. So once again, I understand anyone's concerns with that, but taking a look at our track record and the two establishments that we currently own and operate, we hope to carry that same vibe and demeanor over to this new location. So to be able to continue what we've shown that we do well.
Yeah.
And so specifically with condition number 4 and what staff has recommended, which has some description of what would be allowed outside, but is a little, frankly, I can never remember what the different class E or different classes of sound permits are, but I think it's described.
And I don't know
there.
what those are either.
Yeah, but I think it's described there as
someone can describe.
Yeah, limited. Amplified sound is limited to levels that are considered to be background auditory in nature. And someone on staff maybe can correct me if that's go ahead, Bert.
Yes, Sue Ann can explain it much better than I can, but the class E is just the background auditory only. I believe it's a maximum 65 dBs. If you wanted to do like a special concert, you would need to get a different type A sound permit, and our current ordinance allows a business to take out 8 of those per calendar month.
Yeah. Yep.
Chair, members of the board, this is the zoning enforcement officer, Sue Ann Donovan. Would you like me to help answer this question?
Sure.
Well, we're kind of asking him questions right now. I would be fine if when we ask, well, we have a chance for you to give your own comment.
That's fine.
Yeah. I just, if we're trying to educate the applicant on licensing, I guess maybe you could go ahead and speak, but I just don't want to get the issues confused of who we're asking what here. So I'm going to ask the applicant, sir, would you like Sue Ann to explain how the sound permits work?
I guess it. I don't foresee any live music that we do there being an issue, as it is not a great concern, I guess, to us. It just provides something for. I mean, we've all been up and down Court Avenue during farmers markets. I mean, it's to provide a separate space than just on the floor or the seating area, as well as everybody else, for, you know, some kind of a solo act for somebody to sit up there and show off their craft and create music. So I guess I understand the concern, but I guess I don't really need an explanation at this time.
Okay, all right. Well, I'd say from our board members, do we have questions of the applicant about his proposal?
Mr. Chair, this is Cindy Smith. I just was going to ask, this sounds to me like it's essentially a bar, not a restaurant. So there's no food being served. And are they open 7 days a week? Like, would they plan to be open on Sundays? Just kind of curious about the days they'd be open. I'm assuming they'd be open till 2 in the morning, like bars are open until.
Yeah, we are applying for a tavern license, so there would be no food prepared there on site. We would be open 7 days a week. Yes, we would operate it very similarly to where we're at now, based on the needs of the neighborhood. Our other 2 establishments are open we're open till midnight during the week and on Sundays, and then Fridays and Saturdays we're open till 2. We're not in the business of creating drunk, obnoxious patrons. They don't like to do that on expensive cocktails, so that wouldn't work for us here either. So we would carry the same concept and similarities from our current existing bars to this one as well.
Sure. And just for clarification, a tavern can certainly have a full menu if it wants. It's just that the majority of its sales are alcohol. So, you know, if you'd like to have a full menu, cool. But if you don't, yes, you've applied to be a bar/tavern.
Well, I can tell you, in these 1,200 square feet, there is not a space to handle a kitchen. So,
all right. Any other questions for the applicant? Okay. All right. So we'll go ahead and move on in the agenda then. Thank you, sir. We'll see if there's anybody that has any comments here.
Yeah, I've allowed Spencer Vandenberg to unmute. I believe he's one of the property owners.
Yeah, so I'm assuming he's here to speak in support. We always start with that first. So, sir, just your complete name and address, and you've got 5 minutes.
Yeah, Spencer Vandenberg, 34386 Old Portland Road, Adel. Just real quickly, wanted to address kind of some of the comments about property values and things like that. In the past, I've done a lot of Sherman Hill and Court Avenue restorations, historical restorations in the past. Our main focus with owning that building was to bring it back to its original form, really clean it up, not just slap in any old bar. So really bring back some of the historical elements and the quality of that building. Tearing down that old fence, really making it look a lot better than what it is now, and preserving the old boiler pipes and things like that. So as far as quality goes, there's going to be a lot of streetscape work to be done, improving the sidewalk, light fixtures, really making that place look as if it did before, and bringing something really classy and nice to that neighborhood. So just wanted to speak to that effect of the quality of construction that we're going to be doing there, and the attention to detail.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Anybody else that wishes to speak in support?
I am not seeing any hands.
Okay. All right. And I'll just remind everybody, if you want to speak in support, hit the raise hand icon on Zoom or hit *9 on your phone. What do you got, Bert?
Sure. Vanessa Moranchel just did. I'm not sure if she was going to speak in support or opposition, but we'll let her.
Yep. Go ahead, Vanessa.
Hi, this is Vanessa Moranchel. Can you hear me?
Yes.
3613 59th Street, Des Moines, Iowa, 50322. Just want to say I oppose this, and I oppose this meeting. I don't understand the purpose of this meeting. We all brought up points of concern. We had community members on the last item look up and research information prior to speaking to ensure that they were speaking germane to the topic. And you all just kind of ignored everything that we said and went ahead and voted yes all the way through.
Hey, Vanessa, we are here to
I don't
talk
think you need
about
to
this
interrupt
bar.
me. I'm speaking about what is germane to this whole entire meeting. You're not a
No.
nice person as you claim to be, and you need to listen to the community. You should.
All right,
Cut her
if
off.
you can't talk to these, I am going to ask staff to mute you further. So staff, just go ahead and mute her. This is not how this hearing will function with this citizen as a chair. All right, let's move along. Is there somebody else who would like to speak? Okay, well, I see we have another hand up.
I just allowed Peyton Shoemaker to speak.
Hi, yeah, this is Peyton Shoemaker. I just wanted to say that, you know, I would love to speak about how this meets the criteria that are set up. But clearly you guys don't listen to that and you only hear what you want to hear, even when we are exclusively speaking to the criteria and how
Then
the
why don't you start to do that for me, Peyton?
What was that?
Why don't you start to do that for me? Speak to the
I would love
criteria.
to. Yeah, no, I would love to, but you won't listen to it anyway, because on the last one, you know, we were speaking about the criteria and you instead decided to be condescending and pretend that we weren't speaking towards the.
We're talking about this gentleman's tavern proposal. And if you have a problem with his tavern proposal or support of his tavern proposal, please share that to us. If you have other comments, those are not germane and will not be considered. Okay, let's move on. Do we have anybody else who would like to speak?
Yes, Indira Shoemaker.
Good evening, Indira.
Hi, dear Shoemaker, 290 51st Street. I'm speaking in opposition. I don't think we clarified that was the section that we're in right now, but I'm speaking in opposition to this tavern proposal. Okay, great. I won't be interrupted. I'm speaking in opposition to this tavern proposal because there is extensive input from the people in the neighborhood that they don't want this to happen. I understand that y'all listen to staff recommendations and you guys hear the requirements of what's necessary, but the primary purpose of those things is to, you know, do what is best for the city. Representative government, which you are appointed by a representative government. So in, you know, some secondary or tertiary sense, you guys are working for the people of the city. The people of the city said they don't want this. The people of the city say they don't want a lot of things. And your job is to do what the people of the city don't want. And that is the spirit of the law that has been put into place. So I really think y'all need to reconsider who you approach and say, oh, you've been on this meeting for 5.5 hours, for 6.5 hours, whatever. You've been on this meeting for, 5 hours and 45 minutes waiting to speak. And then you treat them like, oh, it's so wonderful. You're coming to speak in support of the thing that you want, a private interest who lives in a Dell, versus the people who come in. No, I'm not finished. I am not finished. I am talking about this. I am talking about this item and I will not be interrupted.
You tell us what you think about this.
I am telling you what I think about this and I will not be interrupted. When people come on and say, when people say, I don't want this tavern, I don't want this tavern. When people say, I don't want this tavern, and you approach the owner differently than you approach those people, we're not working in support of the people.
I am not.
No, do not mute me because you actually don't have the right to mute me because I am allowed to say what I want. You don't have to consider it, but I'm allowed to say what I want, okay?
The chair runs the hearing.
I understand the chair runs the hearing. The chair needs to run the hearing in a respectful.
Yeah. That's
Okay.
it. Shut her down.
This hearing will not be permitted for people to make assumptions, opinions, or statements about what they believe this board makes its decision on, or who we report to, or how we make our decisions. As I have stated clearly for 14 years, we make our decisions based on the criteria established by law. Testimony must be relevant to that from everyone. Everyone is treated fairly here, and guess what? Everyone who comments must treat us fairly. It works on a two-way street. So we will continue. I see another hand raised. Let's try again. Who would like to speak? If you wish to speak in opposition, please discuss this relevant application the testimony that was presented by the applicant and your concerns with that.
All right, I just allowed Brandon Brown to unmute.
Thank you, Bert. Good evening, Chairman. I am Brandon Brown. I reside at 120 Southwest 5th Street in Unit 101. And I'd just like to take a moment, because you may not remember, but I've actually been in front of this board before in a professional capacity, and I have sought conditional use permits for establishments. And I would like those listening to listen to my experience. I have been in front of Chairman Pins. He has ruled in favor of me and he has ruled against me, but he has always, yes, he's always considered everything that was said. He considers their criteria, and most importantly, he does consider what citizens say at these proceedings. That is why I have been on the line listening to everybody who's jumped in, and I appreciate everyone who participates in these in every item. I think it's great. I've done research on you while I've been here. I appreciate the community involvement, but we have to recognize that these people have a job to do, and I do believe they are doing it to the best of their ability. And so I'd like to just start off by saying that. The next thing I'd like to say is a little bit about my family. My wife and I decided we were going to move back down to the White Line with our 5-year-old son. We've actually combined 2 units on the first floor, and we live about 50 or 60 feet away from this proposed bar. And I've met with Kyle, and I'll be quite honest with the board. I find him to be incredibly nice. I think he's successful. I think his partners are successful. I think they are doing wonderful things and creative things for this city. My concern is not with the aesthetics. My concern is not with the theme. My concern here is simply with the size of the patio that you can see from the picture that I sent to Bert and he presented earlier. Like I said, it's about 50, 60, 70 feet from my patio. I can see the patio right now from my son's doorway. And my concern is that we have a bar here. That it's a nice concept. Again, I'm going to say that, but the bar itself is designed to hold 48 people inside. And the plan that I received after I contacted Bert, because again, I kind of know a little bit about the process, and this was nothing that was, it wasn't circulated to the homeowners, but the outside area calls for 162 people. That is almost 80% of the capacity outside in an area that's zoned for 65 decibels. And I did a little bit of research on the internet. I went to a website. I went to Yale University. I think we all recognize it's a pretty good college, a pretty good institution. Their environmental and health safety site give ranges. There was a 60 to 70 decibel range that says that's the equivalent of normal conversation. Now, if you have 120 people in the size of that little area there who are drinking hard liquor until 2 a.m., I find it hard to believe that that group will be able to maintain a level that is at 65 decibels. And that's just a fact. I think we've all been out and we've all experienced how loud places can get. And this is, like Bert said, we're in the shadow of the White Line building. It's a tiny property. I counted them up. There's over 20 some patios that face this building. I've had people in our complex tell me that they can be standing on their patio and they can hear the developers just talking during the day when they're in there. So while I'm not opposed to the bar, I just wish that there were some steps taken to make sure that the sound isn't going to be a nuisance. You know, I actually asked our homeowners association to meet with one of the owners, and our board arranged it. And we did it. I think it was last Thursday. And Kyle's a great guy. I find him to be very endearing. He says the right things, and it sounds like they were interested when I pitched an acoustic study just to find out exactly how loud it can be there, because this is a 9-story complex. The sound is going to hit it and it's going to move up. What I'd like to see is a plan or a design that makes sure that no matter what time it is, we fall within that 65 decibel limit, because that's what the law is. And I get these guys got a great reputation, but this is their first outdoor patio. And it's the first outdoor patio that they've had around a group of very concerned residents who don't want to be listening to loud music or loud noise crowds late at night. You know, like I said, I have a 5-year-old. I want to make sure that he's in bed for kindergarten, for first grade. And when you have the possibility of bachelor parties, bachelorette parties, wedding receptions coming through on buses and stopping, because, you know, these guys could be a victim of their own success, which is what I told them. I don't want to be back in front of this board having to make complaints. I don't want to call Sue Ann and say, hey, can you come out here and check the noise level? I'd like to deal with it up front. I think that's fair for everybody. And so I would propose this, because I don't want to take everybody's time. You guys have been incredibly patient throughout the entire day and evening. This is what I would propose. First, I think there needs to be an acoustic study done. But second, if that's not an issue, or if that's not a possibility, then I think we need to cap the hours. And it has to be capped at 8 p.m. Sunday through Thursday. The patio I'm talking about. I don't care about the inside, but 8 p.m. Sunday through Thursday, 10 p.m. On Friday and Saturday nights. Or, this is another thing that I would request the board consider, is if we're talking about outdoor patio seating, let's try to push it as far up against the building to divert the noise or suppress the noise, and make it the equivalent of what the inside of the bar is. I mean, if there's 48 inside, there should be no more than 48 outside, because if you get noise complaints, where are those people going to disperse to? I mean, if there's no room inside, then.
All right. Hey, Brandon.
Sorry.
Can I get you to wrap it up here? I'll give you another 30 seconds.
No, I think you understand my concern here. I do appreciate everybody's patience, and and those are the considerations I would ask the board to take into account.
Sure. All right. Very well spoken. We appreciate all your comments. I always try to give everyone a fair shake. I appreciate when I get the same in return. And I'm just one of 7 members of this board, but I think I reflect how all of our members operate on this board. Okay, do we have anybody else who wishes to speak in opposition who has not yet spoken on this item?
Yes, Brandy Ramos.
Brandy Ramus.
All right, Brandy, go ahead. We just need your address, and you've got up to 5 minutes.
Thank you. My address is 2583 East Tiffin Avenue in Des Moines, 50317. Well, I would like to just start with a little introduction. This isn't normally my cup of tea. I don't call into things. I get pretty anxious doing this. I don't know what any of you look like, who any of you are, anything like that. Most of the time, I don't really even understand what's going on. I think it confuses me when you hear so much opposition and then go ahead with something, but without being like, hey guys, we understand that you don't like it and here's your reasons, but we're going to go ahead and approve said whatever you're looking at, like this bar.
Okay. So are you here to talk about the bar? If you're here to talk about the bar, we're happy to take your testimony.
Well, actually, I think that Brandon Brown, who went before me, gave you some kudos for about, 45 seconds to 60 seconds. And you definitely allowed that and did not cut him off. So being that I'm so new to this, could you just be patient with me and just let me kind of get out what I'm trying to say? It is about the bar. It is about the stadium. It is about everything that I've heard this evening being on this. At the beginning of the bar topic here, I saw a whole bunch of letters being shown on the screen and notes from residents in that condo, White Line or whatever it is. I'm confused then why I heard someone say, well, we're probably going to go ahead and approve this to the owner, but would you like to answer some questions? Did I mishear that? I feel like you guys are all going to yay this because it's all about.
Okay, what I'm not interested in is people assuming how we make a decision. So tell us what your concerns are with this specific item.
Then I would like to, if you guys intend on approving this after seeing how everyone that lives right there feels and listening to the last person who actually lives there and called in about it, if you still approve it, then yes, I would like to know on what grounds. Why? You say as long as certain parameters are met or certain something. Well, let me figure out what I'm talking about here.
Yeah, if you would figure out what you're talking about, it would be very helpful.
I definitely am. Maybe you could help me. This bar has to make sure that certain parameters are met and then it's approved. And if they're not met and you as the board see that they're not met, then you don't approve it. Am I understanding that correctly?
That is generally correct. Yes. So if you can help us with what your concerns are related to this, we will consider those.
Can you please explain to me then, if it's that cut and dry, they've marked this box, they've dotted this I, they've crossed this T, then why does it matter if there are people in the public in opposition? Why does it matter if the people in that condominium, well, that's a fun word to say. Why does it matter if they all took the time to write in little notes saying, hey, please don't do this.
Okay. We have not made a decision on this item yet. You are assuming this board has made a decision.
Is this thing recorded? Because I really feel like at the very beginning of questioning the owner of this bar, you said, I think you already know we're going to approve this, but would you like to go ahead and answer some questions?
I don't think anybody said that, and I'm going to give you another 30 seconds to get more on topic.
No, what do you mean to get more on topic? Am I not speaking well enough for you? Am I just?
You are not. You are assuming what the board is doing. I need you to say why you are in opposition to this.
That's incredibly rude. I am not as experienced in this as you are, and I'm trying to get my points out. But you coming in and making little comments at me isn't helpful. Okay. And the fact that I pointed out that you allowed the previous speaker a good minute to give you a little pep talk, I mean, that happened.
And you had more than a minute to tell me about the pep talk. You're losing your time. Your time is running out.
I want to use my entire 5 minutes. So let's go ahead and talk about the bar some more. Here's another reason why I think it's all baloney. Because I've been in these high-end upscale bars that serve only craft cocktails. And people get out of their brain drunk. They do stupid stuff. I've been in the service industry for a long time, friend, and there isn't a special type of cocktail that makes people less drunk and less loud. They're all the same. It doesn't matter how many gold flakes you sprinkle on it. It's still a bar. It's still booze. It's still people getting drunk outside, listening to live music next door to people's patios. It didn't exist there when they bought their condos. Now you're trying to put something in that will change their property value. I don't think that that's fair.
Very well spoken.
How much time do I have left?
I will ask staff how much time you have left.
You have 45 seconds.
Cool. So let's see. What else might bother a person for having a bar next door to where they live? I think that Brandon, street parking for visitors. There's actually no street parking on that street though. It would be across the street from the Hy-Vee. So probably the Hy-Vee is going to get filled up with drunk people parking in there, which is going to make Hy-Vee a bunch of money because they're going to charge astronomical prices for people leaving their car in their parking garage overnight. But what if your grandkids were over playing outside? You know, do you really want to have a bar in your backyard? Like, I get it. If you move into a bar district or a music district in a city and you buy a condo above a bar, that was your choice. But if you bought a condo in your city just outside of the kind of...
Okay, it would appear that the speaker's time limit was up. Do we have anyone else who has not yet spoken on this agenda item that wishes to speak?
I see Vanessa Morenchel has her hand raised, but she has already spoken on this item.
Yep, okay, yep. As we stated at the beginning of the hearing, when folks address the board on an agenda item, that is their one and only opportunity on that agenda item to address this board. Do we have anybody else who wishes to speak who has not yet spoken?
Yes, there is somebody who's going to have to give their full name. They're showing up as HUYNHER 23.
Yeah, my name is Chris Gwynn. Can you hear me?
Yes, Chris.
Yeah, I just wanted to also point out that you allowed that man who sounded white, in my opinion, but that man to dote on.
All right, staff, do you have anything to share here on?
I don't know what happened, but
for some reason, we're not able to hear the testimony. Did the person, Chris, did you put yourself on mute somehow or lose your signal?
Can you hear me?
Yes, now we can hear you again.
Yeah,
Please continue.
I wanted to point out that you allowed that man to dote on you for several seconds, and I was cut off. My name is Vanessa Morenchel. You cut me off. I don't understand why you cut me off previously.
Okay, so now you're using a false name to address this board in a quasi-judicial hearing?
This is my boyfriend's phone, and he has been logged into the meeting. And now I am trying to speak to you because you cut me off previously, and I don't understand why.
Because you didn't follow the judicial
You're not following the rules,
required.
sir.
No, I am
You know what?
following
And
the
you know
rules.
what? You don't act in a professional capacity. You serve on the board. I don't. I'm a concerned citizen. You serve on a board. You act completely unprofessional.
I
This
am a
is my first
concerned
meeting, and
citizen
I
as
can't
well,
be
and have
respectful.
been for 20 years in this fine city, and you are through with your testimony on this item. Unless we have anyone else who wants to address the board with proper decorum in connection with this issue, we will be through with public testimony on this item. Okay, I see no others. So what we will move to now is, after taking testimony, I believe in the order of appearance here, Sue Ann Donovan, do we have any comments from the zoning enforcement officer?
Members of the board, this is Sue Ann Donovan, the zoning enforcement officer for the city of Des Moines. I believe that with the proximity that this bar has to residents and residential living, that I believe it's number 4, the prohibiting of amplified music on the patio for bands and other entertainment, karaoke, that type of thing would be a benefit to this. So I would suggest that they only be allowed to have the type E background permit, which allows background noise at 65 dBA while the business is in operation. I do believe that this is probably the best way to try to limit sound on the patio. Remember that whatever you pass goes with new owners also. So if this should transfer to someone with a different business model, it could become a problem if you're going to allow bands on the patio. Again, we can always bring it back if it becomes a nuisance. That's been done before, but I would make sure that you keep the type E sound permit as the only sound permit that they're allowed to have.
So, Sue Ann, a question for you. If we were inclined to do that, to limit their outdoor uses so that we don't have any of those live performances, if, let's say, the NCAA tournament comes to Des Moines and there's March Madness, or let's say there's really some special deal, can they still come to you administratively and ask for 1 or 2 special events a year outside outside of this general limitation if this is what we would do?
I believe they would have to come back to the board and amend that provision in the decision and order.
Okay, all right. I know there's been a couple locations that have, done a street closure, or they don't normally have outdoor live music, but they've done like a special permit thing. But if they did that, it would be more than just an administrative request to you. It would have to be something that this board would need to approve. Is that correct?
Correct. If you put that limitation on your decision in order, the only way to lift it would be to come back to the board. I know that you have in other spaces allowed 1 or 2 a month. I'm trying to think of the place over in East Village where that was done. AJ's.
Yes, that sounds familiar. Right.
But, or you could make it go, you could allow two with variances allowed through chapter 42, which would mean that we would probably have to reach out to everybody within 250 feet, get their feedback.
Right.
Which is a little bit, I mean, staff can do it if that's,
sure,
if that's what you wish to do.
Okay.
But the best way
just
to
curious.
control, the best way to control noise on a patio is to limit the sound permit to just the background sound without any amplified music.
Okay, I've got you. Thank you.
I've got a question for Sue Ann.
Yeah, we've got Nathan and then we've got Dave.
So Sue Ann, the provision in number 4 there really limits kind of how they're producing sound, like music mostly. And I wonder if there's a way, or what, maybe you could talk about like how you evaluate what a nuisance is, to the extent that you would bring this back to us to kind of poll. If, as Brandon said, I mean, I think the more likely situation, even with this, is that if you have it open until whatever, 2 a.m. or something, that people get drunker and louder, regardless of kind of what the music is. It's just kind of the ambient noise of people participating in, drinking outside. So I wondered if there were provisions that we could put in to control that, or B, kind of what you use to evaluate what is a nuisance at that point, to bring it back to us.
Well, there is a general nuisance provision that talks about that which becomes disturbing the peace of a normal person. So I suppose if there are 82 people on the patio, I can't remember the number, but a large number of people on the patio, and every Saturday night it is typically rowdy and people can't sleep in the adjacent residence, and we had enough evidence to bring back to the board that it had become a nuisance, we could bring it back to the board and they could consider whether or not the business was a nuisance to the point where other restrictions needed to be put on it through the conditional use, or tell them that they lost their conditional use permit, which is kind of the harshest way to deal with it. But the hope is that if you don't have a live band out there, that the band isn't so loud that people are talking over it, and it just becomes who can talk the loudest and who can play the loudest. And so you have some semblance of people sitting and talking at relatively normal levels of conversation.
Okay.
Does that answer your question?
Yeah, it does. I mean, the core of it really is whether there's sufficient language in here that if that situation arose, that you would feel comfortable. And I heard Brandon when he said he didn't want to be the person to like continually have to call you, but conceivably, if this goes through, that he and his neighbors would be in a position where making some calls to you, and it rises to the level of like, this is, repeated offense, and all of that is in here, just contained in what basically in here is called a nuisance.
Correct.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, any other question, or Sue-Ann, do you have anything else to add, or I'll segue into, do we have any questions for Sue-Ann or staff?
Hey, Mel, this is Dave.
Yes, Dave.
I guess I'm thinking I'm along the same line as the current conversation, but I'm wondering if there's some things we need to put in place or address as it relates to just the noise of the patrons. Let's assume there's no outside sound problem from amplified sound. But if you've got, Bert, how many people can they have on this patio? 160? Was that right?
I do not know what the occupancy load would be for the building code.
Okay, because Brandon quoted a number for inside and outside. So I thought maybe that was somewhere I hadn't been able to find it to read it. But I mean, it stands to reason that if we're going to have 100+ people out there and he's 75 feet away and there's concrete everywhere and people are enjoying themselves, there's going to be sound. So I don't know, I don't have the answer on how to address this, and I don't want to cobble up the conditions here, but like Nathan said, I think how could we help the owner and the resident manage this so that it doesn't become an issue?
Sure.
Brandon said about a study. I have no idea if we could do anything like that. I'm trying to look for a solution here so we can get everybody what they're looking for.
Yep.
It sounds like a nice project, and these guys are obviously successful. They've got other places around town that they want to be there for a long time. They don't want to create a problem. This isn't a money grab.
And Dave, I think that's a great conversation for us to have during board deliberation. So I'd say at this stage, if you need any clarification from staff on anything, we can ask that now, and then we'll go back to the applicant, and then we can have that discussion amongst what direction we think we might want to head here.
No, that's fine. I appreciate your keeping us back on track. I'm just thinking out loud. So
Sure. No, we're all doing a good job.
I think I saw the board's attorney may want to say something before we turn it over to the applicant for the rebuttal.
We would always like our board attorney to advise us. She'll usually kick me in the shin, but she can't do that when we're virtual. So Judy, do you have something you'd like to tell us?
What I was going to say is these questions that you are raising and just posing kind of in thin air, we do have an applicant who would get a chance to come back and perhaps has heard some of this and can give some direction to that. That would be how I would redirect this so we can get back to the criteria, and specifically number 4 that we're trying to answer here. And then you can discuss some of those options once all of that hearing process is finished in your deliberations.
Yes, I think that is a good framework here for continuing to proceed on this agenda item. So as part of this hearing process, we may ask staff a few questions, but from the applicant's perspective, then the applicant has the final kind of closing rebuttal, and then they can come back around to address the concerns folks have stated if they were commenting in opposition, if there were unanswered questions or concerns that this board has had about the proposal. That gives the applicant an opportunity to address that before we go into our deliberation and before we've made any determination or decision on what we want to do here. So thank you for clarifying that, Judy. Do we have any final questions for staff, Sue-Ann, or even Judy from the board? Okay, so hearing none, we're gonna come back around here to the applicant. So Kyle, you've got up to 3 minutes to give a closing on this issue. You've heard some concerns, you've heard some questions, so kind of bring us around the horn here.
Yeah, is everybody got me?
Yes, sir.
Wonderful. Okay. Well, you know, I did stand out on the patio with these guys last week, and we knew there would be objections. And you know, once again, we're all local. We're from here. We want to continue to be here. I just want to reassure everybody that, and I mean that as residents and as you know, business owners as well. Some of the concerns, obviously, you know, with the live music being there, you know, if the board is going to just do a hard and fast no, I would like to revisit that and see how we can find another option there. Once again, it's not a big thing for us. It's not a money-making opportunity. We're not going to have big bands. It's more just to provide some kind of additional atmosphere or a different change of pace for background music on certain occasions. So if they want to give some kind of constraints within that, I'd love to have that conversation and have no problem doing that. Mm-hmm. You know, we're very aware that we're going right next to a very nice piece of property there that everybody has seen, and we want the people that live in that building are the kind of people that we want to visit our establishment. I understand that, you know, putting any kind of business there will be more noise than nothing, or well, I guess with the bail bonds or the waxing place that was there before. So I can't say that, you know, we will be silent all the time, but you know, I think as far as hospitality owners go, we do try to set a good standard, and we continue to do that with this property as well. You know, the occupancy, I know that was something that was called in contention there. How we got occupancy is just the square footage of the patio. I believe it is in that 160 number, but I can guarantee you that for our concept between the inside and outside, I guess capacity ways, we would not be able to serve over 200 people at once with the kinds of drinks that we do. So we just wouldn't be able to allow that from just an operations standpoint. And for noise, back to that, you know, we're willing to build up some walls on that south end there to try and negate some of that noise. We'll do everything that we can as far as building fencing and walls that are appealing and will help mitigate that. That is within a rational number as far as cost as well. And so I guess we're here to serve the community. We're not here to come in and do a money grab or anything like that. So I stood there with about 10 members of the building there last week and said, you know, I have no problem having those quarterly meetings with them, jumping in and being a part of anything that they want. So I will speak on behalf of both groups, the building owner and us, that we have no problem meeting with them when they want and continuing to have an open, communicative relationship with them.
Okay. All right. All right, Kyle. Appreciate your closing comments. Okay. So at this time, we're going to close the public portion and we'll go to board deliberation. So this is an opportunity for the board to discuss amongst itself what we've heard, what our concerns are, and then what direction we may want to head with a motion one way or the other, or with contingencies one way or the other. So, colleagues, initial thoughts?
Mr. Chair, this is Lynn Carlson. Can I still ask a question of legal counsel?
Since she's legal counsel to us as the board, I'll let you ask her. Go ahead.
Yes, go ahead.
The applicant mentioned that he's open to having quarterly meetings with the owners of the lots. Is that something we can write in and require? And I don't know how we would use that, because that is something also is a concern I noted in Janelle Jacobson's letter, that what happens if this property sells to somebody else. And I think if they were made in communication with the homeowners and are really very close, that could help prevent future problems. I don't know if that can be enforced.
Well, it is a condition you could add. It would be difficult to know how it's being enforced because even unless the city were invited and monitoring that, we wouldn't know whether it's happening at all. The invitations can go out and no one can be there. But it is a possibility. It sounds like this individual is willing to do that even without a condition being placed there, just as a good business owner. But it is something you could do.
Yeah. Does that help, Lynn?
Yeah, it does help, but I'm just worried about a future owner.
Well, yep.
This owner has this, but the conditional use permit goes to the building.
That is correct. And that is that's kind of an underpinning of any conditional use permit request. Keep in mind, though, that again, if there are problems, it can be brought back to the board by staff for our reconsideration. But yes, Kyle may say he's going to do this and that, but if he decides to sell or move a few months after this gets started, we could have a different operator who doesn't have the same intention. We can't necessarily anticipate that in reality, but yeah, conditional use permit runs with the property, not the person.
Thank you.
Other thoughts from the board?
Mr. Chair, if I may add something, I like Lynn's suggestion there, and it may not be enforceable, but if it's in there and a complaint is filed, it'll be probably part of the discussion later on if it's brought before this board. Did Kyle and the group go to the quarterly meetings? And I'm sure that will be part of the discussion and maybe part of the weight when we're discussing consequences or resolutions. So I like Lynn's suggestion, and I'd like to possibly add that to the conditions.
Okay. Yeah, we can, if we're heading that direction, I want to keep that in mind, and you can help us with that. Other thoughts from members?
Mr. Chair, this is Cindy, and in looking at the 1,220 square foot building and a proposed 1,735 square foot outdoor patio, I think I like the idea of restricted hours for the patio, just because I think that would be more impactful to the neighborhood. I also like the idea of either no music on the patio, definitely no amplified music. Just some thoughts.
Okay. All right. Other thoughts from members?
Yeah, Mel, this is Dave again. If the owners admitted that they couldn't service 200 people, and right now it looks like they get 162 on the patio and 48 inside. Can we limit the number of people that can be on that patio so that doesn't even become a discussion item going forward in these conditions?
Well, I suppose we could look at a limit on the size, because the size would then dictate the people capacity. I guess I would ask our board attorney, do we have the ability to do something like that, to shrink the size of the patio?
Could we just shrink the number of people permitted on the patio and let them have 1,750 square feet or whatever it is?
Okay.
But you have to do that, Dave, by shrinking the size of it, because the space is what determines the occupancy load, and that's a function of building code.
Right.
But we can't dictate based on because we can, well, okay. I guess that just doesn't make sense to me, because we're able to deal with the size of parking lots, even though there may be a larger requirement based on the occupancy of the building, but we can't limit the number of people that are going to be on this patio based on the size of it. So,
well, you could have a patio that's an entire square block, and you could limit it to 20 people then, and then you'd have to be counting heads. It's easier to limit the size of the use, and then by default, there's only a certain number of people who can be within that. Is that correct, Judy?
Right.
Looks to me like looks like we could cut it in half then, and they could only get 81 people out there.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Let's. So Dave, on that, Nathan, go ahead.
Yeah, I think the problem with that is that they're not going to be using it to anything close to the capacity, as they've kind of expressed, and as you can kind of think logistically. So I'm a little loath to kind of start messing with their like plans. And it seems like we're kind of coming at it. And I understand we're all kind of trying to figure out a good solution here, but I feel like that's just a little bit too attenuated to kind of directly deal with the issues. We did not bring up the hours question directly with the applicant, but that seems like a more direct response, frankly, to the concerns raised by the neighbors. And then the quarterly idea, I'm not a huge fan of including things in here that we don't think are enforceable. But to the extent that we think that type of conversation is useful, repeated, regularly, I think that would maybe would be a more direct way to make sure that they're not becoming a nuisance, which is what we're actually concerned about.
Yeah.
And I don't mean to even imply that I'd be interested in trying to redesign the size of this patio. I think we could maybe limit the number of people. So
no,
I agree with what you're thinking there, though.
Yeah, I get where you're coming from, Dave, and Nathan. I kind of appreciate you kind of framing this. The situation here, I could see a tavern at this location. The business model that he discussed, more of a lounge. I don't necessarily think it's based on age. I think it's based on maturity. But after a 6.5 hour zoning board of adjustment meeting, it's the kind of place I'd want to drop into. But in looking at that, more than 60%, with rough math here, more than 60% of the serving area for this location would be outside. And the applicant is looking to have the ability to have outside stage performances, which would be live music and or amplified music. I often like to give people enough rope to run with so that they can kind of spread their wings and do things. I don't want to give them enough rope to trip themselves up, though. We have people that live in the White Line lofts. This is a very open outdoor area. This is outside of the entertainment district. By plan and concept, it's outside of that area. If there was a tavern with a low-key outdoor patio and they had a little auditory level, what I call muzak, and some small JBL speakers, no problem. But I am a little concerned that, if we've got a stage that gets plunked in there, you will hit your capacity, because then you will be successful. And we're going to have a lot of people who are enjoying live music, and that's going to bounce all over down there. We do not always go with staff recommendations. This board does not do that. But that's not because staff recs are wrong. But in this situation, I think the staff rec is trying to hit the center of the target here. I think it's appropriate to have a conditional use permit to allow a tavern use here. I think it'd be appropriate to allow the patio, but I don't think we need to be getting into a stage and performances on that outdoor patio, at least at this stage of the game. They can have a chance to establish themselves as a good quality business, which they have operated at their other 2 locations. They can establish themselves with their neighbors. And then if the time's right, they can go to their neighbors first and then come back to the city and this board to discuss maybe taking this a step further. But I don't feel at this time that the outdoor stage and the live performances would be appropriate. Again, those are just my thoughts, but based on a little bit about what we've kind of heard all the way around here from my colleagues and some of our testimony. Other thoughts from anyone?
Mr. Chair, Justin here. I agree with what you're saying, and I think the Class E sound permit only would be appropriate. And I understand what Brandon Brown was talking about in terms of trying to be more proactive, but unfortunately, sometimes we have to be more reactive. And if this owner doesn't follow through, then I'm sure residents at White Line will, file a complaint, and they'll be back here discussing, what the consequences are.
Yep.
So I'd be in favor of following the recommendations laid out by staff, which includes a Class E sound permit only, which would limit any amplified sound to levels that are considered to be background auditory in nature.
All right. So would that be an official motion?
Yes.
Okay, so we can have further discussion, or would there be a second?
Would there be a friendly amendment to restricting the hours on the patio versus the inside area? Could there be a friendly amendment?
There's maybe a possibility if the board wants to do that. I often feel with tavern uses, I think that's a difficult thing to try to enforce. But if the board wants to consider that, you know, this is now in our hands to determine what we want to do here.
Well, that particular decision, I mean, Justin's looking for a second, so that particular decision would be made by him if he'd accept a friendly amendment to his.
That is correct.
Motion.
Right.
I guess in terms of that friendly amendment, I would be opposed to it just simply because I think that would, as the board chair has pointed out, that it's hard to enforce. I would say that would be a measure we would take if it would come back to this board because of complaints of a nuisance. Yeah. And so I would like to go as it stands currently, as written as the staff recommendations.
Very well put. You know, an owner operator can always rope off a section on their own. Instead of having 2 servers on the patio, they can begin to reduce it to 1. They can make plenty of their own on-site management decisions as an evening goes on. So we've got a motion for staff recommendation for approval with the conditions noted. That was by Justin. Is there a second?
This is Nathan. I'll second.
All right. So we've got a second by Nathan. We'll go ahead and take a vote on recommending approval of the requested conditional use subject to the conditions present in the staff rec. So if you're going to vote in favor of that would be a yay. We'll have Tyler do roll call.
Justin Gross.
Aye.
Marlis Jones.
Aye.
Cindy Smith.
Aye.
Nathan Blake.
Aye.
Lynn Carlson.
Aye.
Dave Gare.
Aye.
And Mel Pins.
Aye.
The motion carries 7-0.
All right. Well, Kyle, I think you've had plenty of time to listen to folks here. You've got some neighbors around you. I encourage you to work with them and integrate your business to be an asset for them as well as yourself. Okay. All right. So I believe that will bring us then to our next agenda item, which is item 12, a conditional use approval request at 2701 Ingersoll.
Yes, Chair, members of the board, Bert Drost, planner for the city of Des Moines. Item number 12 is a request for a conditional use approval for a fuel station use in an MX2 district. And the conditional use approval would allow for expansion of the existing fuel station use so that they could increase the size of the building from 1,020 square feet to approximately 2,300 square feet. The subject property is located on the north side of Ingersoll Avenue, just to the east of 28th Street. The site contains what's now known as the Star gas station. I believe their intent might be to rebrand it, but the conditional use approval would allow for expansion of the existing building. And I'm going to take a step back. So the property is zoned MX2 district, which only allows a fuel station use as a conditional use. So in this case, it's not actually the sales of alcohol that is triggering the approval or the hearing today. It's really just the use in the MX2 district. And our MX2 district is a more of a pedestrian-oriented commercial district. So is really the intent of requiring a fuel station as a conditional use. And with the application, they submitted some site sketches that show the site would generally continue to be laid out how it currently is. They would add some green space along the east side boundary. And then they would also add some landscaping along the north boundary since it also butts up to Linden Street. And here are some elevations that they showed that demonstrate just how much investment they're hoping to make in their property. Here are some site photos. You can see as it currently stands, there's a pole sign here that would have to be removed if the conditional use is granted and they are required to do the site plan for the expansion. That site plan is one of the things that trigger the need for existing pole signs to be removed. And then this photo here is taken along the backside along Linden Street. As I mentioned, the property has frontage on both Ingersoll to the south and then Linden Street to the north. They would be adding some green space here along this east and a little more along the north. And they would also be maintaining that 6-foot tall fence. They're not proposing any access to Linden Street to the north. So the item before you is a conditional use permit. Once again, there's the 9 conditional use permits or conditional use approvals, 9 criteria that the board would have to find it meets. And in this instance, we feel that they would meet all of them except for the 5th condition. That is, the proposed use is consistent with the general purpose of the zoning ordinance, the planning and design ordinance, chapter 135 of the city code, and the comprehensive plan, and any specific purposes established in the zoning ordinance for the subject use. As I mentioned, the MX2 district is really intended to be a pedestrian-oriented district, and the uses or the buildings are supposed to be constructed up to the front property line. So really in the MX2 district, when a conditional use for a fuel station would be granted, it would be with the expectation that the building would be built up to the front property line and with the pumps either on the side or the rear.
Or that's like the Price Chopper.
Yeah, exactly. And then also we didn't feel that it met the city's comprehensive land use plan. The intersection of 28th Street and Ingersoll is considered to be a neighborhood node. And the neighborhood nodes are again supposed to be more pedestrian oriented than the standard commercial corridors. So for these reasons, we have recommended denial of the conditional use before you. And I
got a quick question. Do you have maps of, by chance, that you could put up there of like where the MX2 is and like kind of what it, and then just that area so we could see what it borders? And then similarly with the other, I can't remember what the term was that was used, plan and zone or whatever. Okay.
Yeah, so really the entire Ingersoll corridor from like MLK, I'm not sure where it stops at the west, but it is predominantly zoned MX2 on both sides of the corridor.
Mm-hmm. And the other node, I assume that once you get a certain distance away from 28th, you're no longer in the node, or does it go like a full couple blocks or what?
There's not a set distance for our nodes. We have our comprehensive plan has 3 different types of nodes, like regional, community, and then neighborhood. And the neighborhood nodes are really the smallest of the nodes, but there's no, like I said, there's no set distance, but it ideally would extend at least a block or 2. And as you can see from this map, it's still on that, within that block face of that intersection where the node radiates from. So it's definitely would be within this node.
Thanks. And my final question, because I'm sure that all of my colleagues are ready to strangle me at this point. But you mentioned specifically, and this is one of the things I was thinking of moving that to the front. I mean, there's definitely, however pedestrian friendly we want to make this, I think everyone recognizes Des Moines is still a car focused living area, even among areas of the town that are eminently walkable like this. And so people need to get gas, and the accessibility, it can be useful at some point. But to the point about how we design the streetscapes, and putting that closer, like I remember Price Chopper was made to do down the street, a few blocks west of here. Has there been any discussion explicitly about that with the applicant, and have they rejected that, or has it not been brought up?
Well, I mean, our recommendation was going to be for denial regardless of whether that was proposed. We just didn't feel that this was an appropriate location for the fuel station use. But we did briefly touch on that with the applicant, and that wasn't something that they were willing to entertain. And I'll let them explain that during their presentation, if that's something that they would, if they change their tune. But from my discussion with them, that wasn't something they were interested in doing.
Yeah. Okay. Other questions for Bert?
We did have several
yes,
cards and letters. So the first few are in support. The property owner immediately to the west, Louis floor covering. If you remember from the aerial photo, they actually have to cross the subject property to get to their overhead doors on the east side of their building. They are in support of the applicant. And we had another letter from somebody who lives a few blocks to the south, who is in support. Then the Woodland Heights Neighborhood Association, which this is located in, did submit this letter in opposition.
Hey, Bert, can I interrupt you just 1 second?
Sure.
The previous letter you put up, these are the same, this is the same operator as the item that we discussed, what was it, a year ago, year and a half ago, that's now up on Grand?
It is, yes.
Grand and 28th?
Yeah, the pump or the Easy Go.
The old Phillips 66. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yep.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
Yeah. Some of us pay attention as citizens. We care about our city. Yep. Okay.
And we had a letter here from, or an email from Lila Yost Dozier.
Yeah. Okay.
Then from the Avenues, which is the entity that represents both the Ingersoll and Grand corridors, they submitted a letter in opposition. And then the comment cards. This was one in support. And then the consent map. And then the last two slides are just a neighborhood outreach letter that the applicant sent out to the property owners within 250 feet. Now that you look through this, it does a good job at describing their proposal. Are there any other questions for me?
Bert, if I remember correctly, Linden Street is a dead end on the north side of this, and it's primarily a residential street. With the expansion here, would there be any proposal to have any ingress or egress onto Linden from the site?
No, they're not proposing any of that.
Good. If they truly wanted to meet normal requirements in the pedestrian district to put the building forward toward Ingersoll, they'd in essence be putting the gas pumps to the side or behind and even causing more exposure to the residents on Linden. Would that be a correct statement?
That would be true, although we would require the landscaping, screening, and buffering and require any lighting to be downward cast to limit.
Gotcha.
And we also limit the height of any fuel canopies for that same reason.
And as chapter 135 states, if the expansion is more than 50% of the building area or the expansion value is more than 50% of the pre-existing building value, then in essence, they're going to have to meet those design requirements and kind of the street forward design. And the design of the building as well as its layout does not do that. Is that correct?
That is correct. So if the board would grant the conditional use approval tonight, their next step would be to have the site plan approved, and it would likely require some type 2 design alternatives with regard to building placement that would have to be reviewed and approved by the Plan and Zoning Commission.
Okay. And this would have been explained to the applicant even in their pre-app stage for this, correct?
Correct.
Okay. All right. Any other questions for Bert?
Pull up the aerial one more time for you, since Mel had asked about that. Yes,
Yeah.
Linden Street does dead end just to the east of the subject property. It actually ends at a parking lot for the, I believe that's might be the Mr. Car Wash.
Right, right. Yeah. I know citizens that live on Linden had expressed concern in the past if there were any uses that would put more commercial traffic onto Linden. So, but it sounds like at least in this specific use wouldn't have any kind of back way out.
Exactly. And they would be removing some of the pavement back there to reduce the impact.
Right, okay. But their proposal doesn't call for any changes to the existing 4 pump islands or anything like that.
No, it doesn't.
Okay, all right. Anybody else have any questions for Bert? Okay, all right, well, we'll go ahead and move on then to the applicant. The applicant's got up to 10 minutes to present their reasoning for their conditional use permit request. And we'll have Bert go ahead and recognize them.
I have allowed Todd Malang to unmute himself. There we go.
Thank you, Bert. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you for the time. So my name's Todd Malang. I live not too far from this area, and I've had the pleasure of filling up with gas and using the resources that they did at 28th and Grand for the last couple years. And I think if anybody lives in the area, you know, they did a great job of turning a blighted corner into a useful use for our neighborhood. And
Hey,
it's
Todd,
always busy.
Can you do us a favor and give us your address? I don't necessarily think you've done that.
Yes,
Your place
sorry.
of business.
150 34th Street, Des Moines, Iowa.
Thank you.
And I'm the existing owner of 2701 Grand Avenue. I bought this 2 years ago with the intent of renovating it and putting something new on there. The site is really small. It has easements on 3 of the 4 sides, including an access easement with Louis floor coverings to the west. Over the last 2 years, I've worked diligently to try to acquire either of those properties to do something more along the lines of what the city had envisioned for this area. Neither party has any interest in selling today or in the future. Louis is a family-owned business. 2 adult children plan to continue to operate that for as long as they can. And the property to the east, no interest as well. Additionally, the depth of this site, with the fact that it faces Linden on the north, is very shallow for anything that can do. We spent a better part of a year and a half coming up with a site plan. We worked through the city to get that approval. I was nervous about it because of the limited ability of what we could redevelop there. And at the beginning of this year, we lost the one key tenant that we had, which is a quick serve restaurant selling burgers. And we continue to reach out to other groups, and we've just had zero support. I also am a commercial real estate broker. I work on a team that is one of the leading retail teams in Central Iowa. I've had my team working for the better part of 2 years to come up with some alternatives to use on this site. And we run into just continued opposition due to the small site and the limited depth. In the alternate we have here, I really didn't want to sell when Pinky and Ruby reached out to us. I told them at the beginning, it's probably not something we look to do, but at the end of the day, after spending the time, money, and efforts on it, and with being right back at square one, and seeing what they did on 28th Street and Grand and how they operate and the thoughtful investment that they put into the neighborhood, we worked out a deal, and I'm in full support of what they're doing. I know the city and the avenues have invested in this corridor, and they believe that this is a pedestrian area. I live in the area. I'm a bicyclist. I'm not going to bike on Ingersoll, but it's another conversation for another time. We use our cars. They're going to provide a use that is needed. Again, if you pull into 28th and Grand to their easy go location, it is full majority of the time, and it's a tight site, and we could use this use on Ingersoll. Otherwise, it's gonna just move on down the road. So yeah, that's a little bit of what I have. Any questions for me?
Yeah, all right. Todd's leading our discussion here. Any questions for the applicant? Well, Todd, I'd throw out here, yeah, I do think it's important to have some retail fuel allowed in the Ingersoll Grand corridor. And as an example, 28th and Grand, yeah, there was no gas station between High Street and about 15th Street and 63rd. So I understood that. I understand having some fueling on Ingersoll is good, besides what Price Chopper has. But with that, there should be some demand for kind of as is at that location. So is there some reason you just can't spiff up what you've already got there without the expansion? I'm trying to connect the expansion to just having good operators.
Yeah, so the site today is leased on a month-to-month lease to the tenant that has been in there since I purchased it.
Okay.
This tenant, I've talked to them in the past. They don't have the capital or resources, I believe, from my understanding, to invest in that. I've talked to them about that. It's probably not a group that I'm going to invest a lot of money into the site.
I understand.
Again, this was something that I didn't foresee was going to continue to be a gas station use. When Ruby and Pinky first reached out, again, I had I didn't entertain it a lot, but as they continued to talk, and as I saw what they did at 28th and Grand, and with the knowledge of what we've done over the last 2 years to try to get something reused on this site, of which, again, we are unfortunately at ground zero on it. There's no question that the need is there. The existing tenant would sign a 5-year lease on it, but I don't think that's what the neighborhood wants or desires for the next 5 years. And if we did that, they would probably get options after that. And, quite frankly, from a return investment, and I bought this not only because I live in the neighborhood, but as a investor in real estate, that would probably be a pretty good fit for me. But I don't want to continue to own and I just own. I don't operate the existing C-store. So knowing that Ruby and Pinky would go in there and put something into the neighborhood that I think people would be proud of. I know there's been some opposition because I don't know, because they think we don't need a service station there, but I think it would be added benefit to the neighborhood. And I think somebody had already mentioned it. I'd be pretty frustrated if I was living on Linden and known that the city was forcing the pumps to be in front of my front yard rather than
Okay.
the back of
Yeah.
a building.
Okay. Well, I guess, Todd, I might not have been clear in my question here, but I understand you have a tenant and you have to honor an existing contract, but if you want to bring in a different tenant, so you've got 1,020 square feet and you could bring a new tenant in there and they could remodel that space more than likely. So how many square feet do Pinky and Ruby have at 28th and Grand? And why couldn't you still bring them in and they just run the good business there as is?
You know, I think Pink and Ruby are on here along with Doug Saltzgaver that can answer some of that.
Okay.
They've been in this business a long time. I believe they actually operated at this location a long time ago. I think they have a fairly good understanding of what it takes to make a location work. One of the groups that we spoke to, I mean, we talked to all the other convenience store operators about this site and they said no. It's too small. It doesn't work for them.
Got it. Okay.
We do a lot of work as our commercial real estate team with Come and Go. We
Yep.
worked with them extensively on the site, drew up some plans to do a non-gas supported site there because they couldn't figure out, their stores are 6,000 square feet. And in the world of the convenience store industry, they need these supported uses because the gas margins just aren't what they used to be.
Right.
And so in this use, all those groups have said no. It takes a committed local owner that can go in there and they're going to operate it themselves. It's not a corporation. You're going to see them in there operating it, and that's, to me, that's what would make something special in that area.
Okay. All right. Anybody else have any questions for Todd? Going once, going twice. Okay. All right. Well,
Thank you
Todd,
for your
may
time.
have- yeah, you'll have an opportunity, I think, to circle back around here to close things up. Okay, so what we'll do here is we'll go to the public input portion of the hearing. If there's anybody that wishes to speak in support of the request for the expansion and the conditional use permit, we'll give them up to 5 minutes to present their reasoning. And we just need them to start off with their complete name and address. And we'll see, and if you do want to speak, we need you to hit the raise hand function in Zoom if you're participating by computer, or hit *9 on your phone. And then we will have Bert recognize anybody that puts their hand up through Zoom or hits *9 on their phone.
I've allowed both Doug Saltzgaver and Ravinder Sikhan to unmute themselves, but it doesn't appear that either of them are doing so.
Okay.
There we go. Ravinder did. And Doug did.
Okay. Ravinder.
Hi, Bert. This is Ravinder. My home address is 8263 Skyview Circle, West Des Moines. And I operate the 2801 Grand Avenue right now. And it's, as you asked, how many square feet it is, it's 1,900. And
Okay.
it's still kind of very tight, if you can ever stop in or, so that's why we were asking to have that, because this 2701 is very small space, and it's very old building too. So we just wanted to remodel it, and yeah.
Yeah. Okay. We understand that. Now the remodeling that you've proposed, I think you've got some designs there. Staff is talking about, building forward, which means you'd have to move the whole building. But is there a way that you could design the architecture to more fit the city's requirements and still
No.
keep it where you want?
We wanted to keep it where it is right now. Yeah. So that way it'll be better for the neighborhood, because if we move the pump and canopy, the lights will go, you know what I mean?
Yeah, and the
So
underground storage tank lines and all that fun
yeah,
stuff.
yeah, that will be a lot of, it'll be too expensive and also not be good
Yeah.
for the neighborhood either. So
Yeah, because then you got to mess with DNR and you don't want to do
yes,
that.
yes,
Right.
yeah.
Okay. Okay, well, would you be willing to answer some other questions from my colleagues?
Yeah, sure.
All right. Anybody else have questions for Ravinder?
I have a question. We're talking about the expansion. What will the larger building allow you to do that you are not able to do on your location at Grand?
Good one.
Sorry, can you repeat your question?
We're concerned with going to the larger building. You mentioned the one on Grand is small. By making this building larger, what will you be able to include that you aren't able to do on Grand? So what is the space being used for?
No, but the 1 Ingersoll Avenue, it's very small building. If you ever stopped in, they don't have the walking cooler is too small. It's a very limited space, and they have like separate coolers, for the pop coolers and stuff like that. So we wanted to put like more the walking cooler for the pop, and plus for the liquor, beer also, and then milk. So they don't have few stuff that we can add in. Like I have it on the Grand Avenue, but we don't have it like at the 2701 Ingersoll. So that's why we wanted to make it a little bigger, even if it's like 2000 or or whatever we requested. So at least it'll be a little bigger. Yeah.
Thank you. I understand. And I also have understood from other people that sometimes to carry certain products, you have to dedicate a certain cooler to them. So you need the space to carry the products that you want to carry.
Yes, and it's very limited. They don't have like snacks and stuff. If you ever stopped in, there is not much of the selection for the snacks. So that's what we were thinking. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
All right. Do we have some other questions from the board? Okay. All right. Well, what?
Doug Saltzgaver?
Oh, yes. Doug Saltzgaver, Engineering Resource Group, 2413 Grand Avenue, Des Moines. I was just going to comment that, yes, this existing building at 2701 is only about half the size of what their Easy Go store is over at 28th and Grand.
All right.
So just trying to do anything remotely close to what they're doing at Grand couldn't be accomplished in this same building footprint. They'd have to expand it.
Gotcha. Hello, Doug, and thank you for that clarification. That's helpful.
Yes. Thank you.
Mhm. All right. Any other questions? Okay. All right. Well, what we'll do then, we'll move to the next portion of review on this item. We'll see if there are any comments from the public. We start with any speakers in support of the request for the conditional use permit. Is there anybody who would like to speak on that? If so, hit the raise hand icon in Zoom or hit *9 on your phone to be recognized. And I don't see any. Bert?
Yeah, I don't either.
Okay. All right. Is there anybody who would want to speak in opposition to this item? Same sign. Okay.
I'm not seeing any.
Same thing for neutral.
Okay,
Looks like we have one hand up. Yeah, go ahead and recognize them, Bert.
All right.
Can you hear
Vanessa,
me?
you should have the floor. Yes.
Vanessa Morinchell, 3613 59th Street, Des Moines, Iowa, 50322. I chose to remain neutral on this item because I don't see the point in picking a side when you don't listen to community feedback as it is. Thank you.
You're very welcome. Thank you. Okay. We'll then move on. Final call for any comments. Is that a new hand up or an old hand up, Bert?
That's the same hand. Sorry.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Okay. So we'll go ahead and transition to zoning enforcement officer comments, if she has any.
Chair, members of the board, Sue Ann Donovan, zoning enforcement officer. I have no comments. Thank you.
Somebody had a comment.
Yeah, she does.
Okay. All right. Do we have any questions for city staff from the board? And I'll just do going once, going twice to my colleagues. If none, okay, all right. Well, we'll bring it back to you guys. If you have any closing comments, we'll give you up to 3 minutes here, Todd. Anything you want to add? Or Ravinder, you can share the time.
This is Doug Saltzgaber again.
Sure, Doug, go ahead.
Yes, I've been in Des Moines now for about 33 years and driven on Ingersoll, I'm sure thousands of times. And 33 years ago, this property was not a pleasant looking site. And 33 years later, it is still not a very pleasant looking site or well maintained. In my opinion, it'd be nicer to have maybe something different in here, but based on what Todd's expertise is bringing to the table with him trying to get a different type of development, he's got the resources to try extremely hard to get someone else in here, and he's not been able to do it. Pinky and Ruby have a very strong proven track record at 28th and Grand that they can take a property, they can turn it into something very appealing for the neighborhood. And not only that, they maintain it. There's been a few mornings I go into work, my office just about 3 blocks to the east. If I go in around 6 in the morning, Pinky's out there walking the parking lot, picking up little bits of paper and whatever is blown in the night before. And I would have no doubt that they would do the same with this property, that it's certainly going to look much better. That building's going to be something that it hasn't looked that good in many decades, and it's going to be maintained year after year.
Yep. All right. All right.
Yeah, can I say something, Bert?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Sure. I just wanted to show, if I get the chance, we'll show that whatever we did on the 28th, we'll do it same at the 2701 Ingersoll, and we'll try to keep it clean and everything, plus, safe, or, the hour of operation, we'll try to keep it, so that way we don't, for our neighbors, so they don't get too much, as you say, like
noise
and stuff like that. We'll try to keep it pretty safer. We'll have the security cameras and everything out there, as we have it on the 28th. So
okay,
that's all I wanted to say.
So Ravinder, I'm going to throw this at you as a question, since you had kind of referenced you tried to do it well, or like you did on 28th and Grand.
Sure.
If we were inclined to grant this conditional use, and you were allowed to put the building expansion where you want, would you be prepared to at least use building materials and make the facade meet the current requirements for how a building profile is supposed to look based on our new form-based code? And if you need help with that, I think Doug might kind of
Doug might answer that.
Yes, I think that's what those proposed building elevations are showing, that it's going to be a masonry building. There's going to be a lot of storefront glass on the front. Yes, so
your elevation would meet the requirements. It's just where the building is currently placed, or where the expansion would not meet the requirement, correct?
Correct.
Okay, I got you. All right. Okay, all right. So you guys have closed out there. So we'll
real
go ahead.
quickly.
Yes.
This is Todd Malang. I just want to interject one quick thing, if I could.
Yeah, just real quick.
Real quick. So Louis Floor Coverings, again, to the west, they have an easement, cross easement. Their access to the dock is primarily on this site. One of the things that I struggled with on the reuse that we are looking at is that we would put their business in pretty strong peril if we redevelop this property. I can't speak for Pinky and Ruby here, but with the existing, what they're showing, I believe it's not going to impact Louis to the level that they would, again, be in a really bad spot. So
Sure.
There's a scenario there that you have a long-standing community-oriented business that is going to continue to be able to operate that they have for years. And the last thing I'd say is we have an opportunity to improve the neighborhood. It might not be the ideal use in the ideal setup, but I don't know if that's going to happen. And the whole reason I'm willing to entertain the sale to Pinky Ruby is we have a good opportunity to take something that's, as Doug indicated, not attractive and turn it around. Thank you.
Right. Okay. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and close the public portion then and go to board deliberation. So thoughts among the members?
Hey, Mel, this is Dave.
Yeah, Dave.
Is the minimum size building that they need to put the operation together that they want to, similar to what's up on Grand, is it 1,900 square feet? Or does it need to be bigger than that?
Well, hers would be a little bigger here with what's proposed, but Ravinda had basically said they are too small here. They need to expand their 1,900 square feet right now at 28th and Grand, and she said that that's pretty tight. So I think this is 2,300, if I remember correctly, or so. And so basically, in order to run the kind of good convenience store they're looking at, this is the size of the expansion that they'd need to. That's my take on what I've heard.
Okay, so, and the pumps would stay, we'd like for the pumps to stay where they're at, and the building would just.
Yes, that is what their proposal is. And normally, if this use would be allowed, even if it would, the gas station would have to be at least turned, I would say, 90 degrees or more, so that the pump island's not at the street level. And not to get ahead of you, but in this case, the last thing I'd want to do is have the pumps turned where they're closer to the residences on Linden Street, even though there's not a driveway.
Well, that's what I'm wondering is, can we leave the pumps right where they're at? Is there a way to work around this and get everybody what they're looking for?
Right. Well, I guess that's up to us at this stage. This is not a variance. This is a conditional use permit request.
That's why I'm asking.
Yeah.
I don't want to continue a conversation that is going to go to nowhere. If we're going to go down a rabbit hole that we can't get out of, let's, it is what it is. But if there's some potential here, and it sounds like we've got some interested parties that, I think necessity is the mother of invention. We could probably get pretty creative here and come up with something that fits for everybody if we want to put forth the effort to do that. But
right.
Can I interrupt for just a second, though? Look at your criteria. Your criteria as a board is not to decide the site layout of this particular proposal. So I don't want to have you go too far down that path or any further down that path. That's going to be a plan and zone commission determination. You need to look at the criteria you have in front of you.
Yeah.
Well, but what we're also trying to do is give these people some direction on maybe some alternative things that they could explore. And what I don't want to do is propose that if we think that that's a loser all the way around.
Right. Well, Doug or Dave, what I'd like to do here, and I'm a Des Moines native. I can go back 50 years. 30 years ago, if I rolled into here, this is the place where you would try to buy beer as an underager. This is the place where you could look at the titles of the adult magazines and have a chuckle. And there really wasn't much else there. So if you wanted to whip in and get gas, you would get the hell out of there as quick as you could. And so in order for a business to sell, the bananas and the bread and the milk, and to provide a better variety and more consistency to customer base, I think this is why she's looking at doing the expansion. And I've not heard of any problems up at 28th and Grand. It's not up to us to do site plan review of what a building would look like. It would just be up to us if we would feel that if they would expand the building as they proposed, would this, in essence, not meet that essential criteria that we're here to make our decisions on? You know, would it adequately safeguard the health and safety and general welfare? Would it unduly impair light and air? Da 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 da. So we're not going to change the amount of pumps. So we're not going to have a QT super fuel site. Not that that's a bad thing in certain areas, but it might allow somebody to have a more legitimate and thriving business here if they can sell more quality products inside. I think that's what it comes down to. So we're just in discussion between us all here, but that's kind of how I'm seeing the request.
Mr. Chair, if I may interject, this is Justin.
Yes.
You know, I am all for this property being updated, and I think everyone would like something like that to happen. But if we are following this criteria that we're set out to do, I think they fall short on number 5.
Yeah, that's a good point.
It's consistent with the general purpose of this zoning ordinance and the planning and design ordinance. And so,
yep, that is a very good point, and we came to that point in an earlier discussion.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Each item has its own merits, but there are sometimes things that, yes, we do have to consider here.
Mr. Chair, this is Lynn Carlson. Regarding Justin's point, the real estate agent broker has approached many other people that didn't with the zoning requirements, and they've all turned the site down. So I think that also needs to be taken into account. And what we're approving is not the gas station, but them expanding their.
Yeah. Hey, that kind of reminds me, we probably needed to take a break as a board at some time. But I think as we look at this, this is a conditional use permit. So sometimes the weight of the issue at hand, something to take into consideration. Under the variance test, which this is not, you have to meet every requirement. Under a conditional use permit, sometimes we have, as I said earlier, we can give people a little more rope as long as they don't trip themselves up with it. But again, that's going to be up to what the motions are and how the vote goes here.
So this is Nathan, and I'll just kind of get started with I know we can talk a little bit more if you all want, but
no,
I agree with what Justin said, but I'm going to move staff recommendation, which is denial of the requested conditional use request based on their failure to meet number 5.
Okay. All right. Would we have a second on that?
This is Marlis. I will second that.
Okay. All right. Before we take a vote, any other quick further thoughts? Okay. If none, then we've got a motion by Nathan, second by Marlis, to deny the requested conditional use permit on the basis the proposed use is not consistent with the purpose of the planning and design ordinance in chapter 135. Okay, so all those in favor of denial would vote yay. We'll go ahead and take roll call.
Marlis Jones,
Aye.
Cindy Smith,
Aye.
Nathan Blake,
Aye.
Lynn Carlson,
Yay.
Dave Gare,
Aye.
Justin Gross,
Aye.
and Mel Pins.
I'm going to say nay on this one.
That motion carries 5-2.
Okay, all right. Well, Todd, keep trying to work with having the best tenant in there possible under the current concept of a gas station. It'd be nice if you could get this tenant in there to even work with the square footage they have. So I kind of wish you well at going back to the drawing board here. Okay, well, that concludes, I believe, our public hearing items for today's and this evening's Board of Adjustment hearing. We have 2 items of business, I believe, to do. One would be to approve our minutes from our last meeting. So all members who were in attendance